Hello, and welcome to Trails Through Daybreak 2. This will be a replay before Trails Beyond the Horizon comes out later this month. We'll be doing New Game Plus and focusing on story and side quests. Usually in the Legend of Heroes games, I run around and talk to every single NPC every single time the dialogue refreshes, but we did that the last time we played through this, and there's a playlist on my channel if you're interested in that for some reason. But this one will be, unless there's something that I really want to see, we'll be focusing on main quest and side quest. So, without further ado, it'll also be Nightmare. Oh. I did not know that you could do this. Is that just so that you can, like, set up all your equipment and stuff? Okay. This is what I played on last time. This is what we'll play on this time. All right. February 20th, 12:09, 2:24 a.m.
Target 確認。これより制圧する。なんだこれは。こいつは。気になる気配をたどってみればとんだ場面に出くわしちまったな。
わずかにあるみたい。今度こそと思ったんだけどな。裏の監視もますます厳しくなるかな。めんどくさい。
やっぱり近いうちに彼を訪ねてみるか。いろいろとつてが使えそうだし、以前の礼もしたかったところだ。
4SPG、 確かに条件は合うかな。今のうちにとっておきのスイーツも見繕っておかないとね。
お前絶対自分が食いたいだけだろ。とっとと退散した方が良さそうだな。
行こう、スーちゃん。
February 20th, 12:09, 9:45 a.m.
バンの車とどっちが速いかな。
どうかしらね。じゃあ夕方までには帰るから。
当たり前だ。最近どうにも物騒だからな。せっかくだから楽しんでな、夢。
おじいちゃん、行ってきます。
先日未明、首都省庁エリアの一角で小規模な爆発事故が発生しました。当局の発表では動力設備の事故とみられており、事件性は認められないとのことです。
An explosion caused by a power outage?
本日グランサーキットで行われる
なんだこんな朝っぱらから。アニエスか。今日はバイト日じゃ。
そろそろ10時を回るのにいつまで寝ぼけているつもりかしら。
Look at
依頼
his
よ
face.
スプリガン。さっさと目を覚ましなさい。バン。
Van Arkride. Lane O'Clair.
なんだ。お前が私服でうちに来るとは珍しいな。有名人なんだからもう少し気を使えと言いたいところだが。
Forget how to. There we go.
気負わず自然体でいれば意外と気づかれないものよ。どうかしら。この間新調したばかりなのだけど。
どうって。まあ悪くないんじゃねえか。いざって時も動きやすそうだしな。なんだよ。
別に。それにしてもこんな時間まで寝てるなんてさすがにだらしなさすぎるわね。お目付け役がいないからってふぬけすぎなんじゃないかしら。
別にふぬけてるつもりはねえよ。ぼちぼち依頼もこなしてたしな。他のバイトどももまだ戻らなくてな。ちょいと仕事のペースを落としてるだけだ。
フェリちゃんたち年末からそろそろ2月経つけれど、ずいぶん戻るのが遅れてるみたいね。
それぞれ野暮用ができちまったようだな。おかげでもうしばらくは昔みたいな気楽な日々を過ごせるってもんだ。
They all left at the end of the year.
何を言っているんだか。そもそもアニエスさんは毎週バイトに来てるそうじゃない。
隔週だ隔週。ま、あいつもこれから学芸祭の準備で忙しくなってきそうだが。
ああ、もうそんな時期か。ますます寂しくなりそうね。
だからねえっつーの。それはともかくそろそろ本題に入るとしようぜ。永久遊撃士ソードメイデンが直々に持ち込んでくるような依頼、しかも非番を取って非公式にだ。正直いい予感は全くしねえが。
ええ、残念ながら当たりよ。
こいつは。
年明けから首都の裏で起き始めている不可解な事件、当然あなたもマークしているわね。
まさかマジだったとはな。最近立て続けに起きている不可解な事故や事件、その裏で少なくねえ殺しが行われてるってのは。
被害者は軍や政府関係者およびマフィアや半グレといったアウトロー、いずれも あらゆる意味で人間とは思えない徹底的な殺害方法で殺されているわ。事件の性質上、表向きはぼや騒ぎや事故という形で処理されているけれど、
体制側の人間まで被害に遭ってるとなりゃな。だが噂は流れ始めている。今は憶測の域を出ないものがほとんどだが、ブレイサーギルドと CID にしてみりゃ一刻も早く片付けたいってところか。
ええ、すでに連続猟奇殺人事件として合同調査も始まっているわ。未だに尻尾をつかめていない状況だけど。
一応
Serial killer?
こちらでも気にはしていた。だが今のところそこまでの匂いは感じねえし、直接依頼の相談が来ているわけでもね。正直一個人事務所には手に余る案件だ。お前も当然分かってんだろ。
ええ、昨日までならそれでよかった。だけど事情が変わったの。
ターゲット確認。これを制圧。なんだこれは。うわ
ー CID 特務部隊ハーキュリーズ。そのガンマ中隊が昨夜壊滅させられた。独自の情報網で連続殺人の容疑者を捕捉、制圧に向かった先で完膚なきまでに赤い妖精と異形の怪物に姿を変えたコートの男によってね。
最新の特撮技術か何かかと言いたいところだが、この映像ルネのつてか。
ええ、彼から極秘裏に回されてきた。ギルドではなく私個人に。昨年マフィア・アルマータが起こした人知を超える数々の事件、その顛末にはいつも裏解決屋の存在と謎の青黒い怪物の断片情報があった。私自身あのデスゲームで直接見たけれど、その意味で完全ではないまでも各勢力が意識しつつある。あなたとの関係を、それがどういう意味かわからないあなたじゃないでしょう。
正直あれについては俺も完全には分かっちゃいないがな。要するに俺は最重要参考人として挙げられつつあるわけだ。 CID そして遊撃士協会に。
否定はしないわ。ハーキュリーズの部隊が壊滅させられた以上、 CID が本格的に動き出すのも時間の問題。警察はもちろんギルドもね。
たく面倒なことになっちまったもんだ。だが伝えてくれて助かったぜ。
どうするつもり？
とにかく動くしかねえだろ。嗅ぎ取れなかったことも含めて個人的に放っておけねえのは確かだが、それ以前にこのままわけのわからん冤罪で捕まってやる義理はねえからな。みっともなく裏解決屋としてあがいてやるさ。一人でも全てのつてを使ってでもあいつらのおかげで繋いだ今、その借りもまだ返せてねえからな。ま、差し詰め自分自身からの 4SPG ってところか。報酬が1ミラも出ねえのが難点だが、せめてご褒美スイーツくらいは用意するかね。
不器用ね、相変わらず。それに私の話はまだ終わっていない。依頼だと言ったはずだけれど。
何？
遊撃士として民間人を脅かす新たな恐怖の種を放置はできない。同時に私個人としても 動かずにはいられないわ。昔なじみが不当な容疑で抑えられかねない。そんな状況を回避するためにもあなたの裏の事情が絡んでいるかもしれない。監視の意味でも共同戦線が最も合理的でしょ。だけど遊撃士としての立場上、表立って協力を要請するわけにもいかないわ。あくまで 4SPG という形での協力依頼受けてもらえるかしら。ちょっとどうしてそこで笑うのよ。
いや、不器用なのはどっちだって思ってな。本当に変わらねえ。いや、むしろ変わったからこそか。
そうね、去年いろいろあったから。それはあなたも同じでしょ。
だな。いいだろう。裏解決業務としての筋は十分だ。短い間の協力関係よろしく頼むぜ。剣の乙女エレイン・オークレール殿。
こちらこそバン・アークライド所長。
Prologue Crimson Roar.
このカラメリゼされたリンゴのほろ苦くもジューシーな甘さと食感。サクサクのタルト生地にシナモンの風味が加わって素朴でありながらもエレガントな味わい。これぞモンマルトの季節限定スイーツ、タルトタタン。何度食ってもうならせてくれやがるさ。
それでいてどこか懐かしくて優しくて、まさにこのお店を体現したかのような味。さすがビクトルさんですね。
そりゃどうもだ。この不良タナコとどんな事情で動くのか知らんが、しっかり英気を養えていくといい。いいかバン、エレインさんにくれぐれも迷惑かけるんじゃねえぞ。
へいへい、わかってるっつの。
I just realized I was muted. Great. But even if he is a bundle of nerves right now, it at least ain't showing in his cooking. Ah, yes, I've heard a little about their situation. The road to reconciliation can be long and thorny, but I wish them luck all the same. Phew. I'd only meant to have a light meal, but I think I got a little more than I bargained for. Now that we're full, perhaps we should set to work. Sounds good. The information on the case ain't gonna find itself. You wanted to hit up Riverside and the Grand Circuit, yeah? That's right. As far as we could tell, that's where the latest incidents have occurred. With your keen sense of smell, we might be able to uncover some leads that fell by the wayside. Let's hope my nose lives up to your expectations. I say we head to Riverside first since it's closer. Just give me a sec to get ready and we can hop to it. Riverside has been added to the travel menu.
必要なものは雑貨屋あたりで揃えて。おっと、タバコ屋でキャンディーの新味チェックも忘れずにしねえとな。
相変わらずみたいね。
そうだな。さてと。
さっさと決めやがれ。言いつけろよ。
Alright, okay. So we Oh, I forget what I had equipped on here. I think I took screenshots. For easy re-equipping.
変更されたぞ。
バティムだ。お前さんの面倒を見てやろう。任せとけ。
使えるアーツが変化したわよ。オーグメントを調整するのね。新しいシャードスキルが登録されたわ。そこは属性専用スロットよ。新しいシャードスキルが登録されたわ。新しいシャードスキルが登録された。メンテナンスモードに移行したわよ。新しいシャードスキルが登録されたわ。新しいシャード、そこは属性専用スロットよ。新しいシャードスキルが登録されたわ。シャードスキルが更新されたわ。新しいシャードスキルが登録されたわ。新しいシャードスキルが登録されたわ。新しいシャードスキルが登録されたわ。新しいシャードスキルが登録されたわ。新しいシャードスキルが登録されたわ。新しいシャードスキルが、そこは属性専用スロットよ。新しいシャードスキルが登録されたわ。新しいシャードスキルが登録されたわ。オーグメントを調整するのね。
任せとけ。新しいスキルだな。属性専用スロットだ。新しいスキルだな。新しいスキルだな。新しいスキルだな。スキルが変更されたぞ。属性専用スロットだ。
there any reason why I shouldn't burn?
スキルが変更されたぞ。
Oh, it's only 5. Ah. That's annoying.
スキルが変更されたぞ。属性専用スロットだ。新しいスキルだな。新しいスキルだな。新しいスキルだな。属性専用スロットだ。新しいスキルだな。新しいスキルだな。スキルが変更されたぞ。新しいスキルだな。任せとけ。
Alright. Fortunately, that's going to be a thing for the first little bit. Now, what does it work for?
カスタムの続きはま明日にするか。
車趣味も変わらないわね。まあいいわ。リバーサイドへはバスで向かいましょう。
お花はいかがですか？どうしましょうか？ぜひまた来てくださいね。
どれどれ。朝からサウナってのも悪くはねえな。
はいはい、付き合ってあげるわ。寝ぼけられたままじゃ困るし。
ともかく入るならとっとと入っちまうぞ。
Nice job, Van. You two take as much time as you need. The hell are you getting at? We're just passing by before work, all right? Of course, of course. I totally understand. Nothing like a good wash before getting down to business, huh? I'd hate to put any more on your plate, Elaine, but I'd really appreciate you keeping good old Van here from making too much mischief. Leave it to me. Have a little faith in me, would you? Aw, come on. You know I'm just teasing. Anyway, I'm sure you guys must have some jobs to get to. But since you're here and all, why not enjoy a soak? Our baths are as refreshing as ever, you know? Sounds like a wonderful idea.
さて、
Is there no way to make messages appear instantly instead of that's annoying. Oh, wait. No, there's... All right. Had a lot of new customers lately. Makes me pleased as punch. Anyway, you said you were just passing by before work, but Elaine's in her civvies, isn't she? Something smells fishy. Whatever. Just take your time and relax, okay? The baths will do wonders for your energy.
ラグーナへようこそ。
いい感じだ。
たまにはいいわね。しみるわね。今後もラグーナをよろしくね。
I didn't realize it gave you your Espix gauge up. Oops. Interesting. Or maybe I did realize and I just forgot.
変わった組み合わせだね。やんちゃすんじゃない。
Oh, I do have access to this. I was wondering. Violet Jewel. That wasn't on there my last playthrough.
Yo.
Hey Jin, got any copies of the Tyrell Times? Oh, you selling any new candy lately? What? All you ever ask for is candy, candy, candy. Run a tobacco shop, you nincompoop. Fine, fine. Guess I'll take a candy cigarette then. Wait, maybe I should get a churro. What did I just say? When will you learn? Hey, are you his client? Get him to do his job, would you? Yes, I intend to. I've seen her around before. She's awfully active for her age, isn't she? Probably just got up, didn't you? Don't start getting all lazy because your assistants aren't around. Get out there and get working, got it? So bossy. Oh, here we are. Haven't been here in a couple months. Last time was when we were knocking a few back with Brunei over at Bermati's. Ah, yes. It was nice that our schedules happened to align for once. Can't recall the last time we had done something like that. Yeah, me neither. Hopefully we could do it again sometime. That'd be nice, but at this point in our lives, free time's a rare commodity. And this place is so peaceful. Hard to believe such a violent incident took place here a few days ago. Apparently a little spat between gangs escalated into a case of manslaughter. With this place being so close to Old Town and all, I've been making sure to keep my ear to the ground. Yes, that's the story that was fed to the public. However, the police and the guild suspect it may be related to the serial killer case. Scene of the crime is in the underground maintenance tunnel. It's just past the entrance. Got it. So it's connected to one of Giacomo's old haunts, huh? The area has been picked clean for the most part, but yeah, there's something fishy about that place. I can smell it. Well, before we head over there, let's drop by Bermati's. I want to ask him about the case. That's fine. Shall we then? Man, fishing really is the best. Wonder what I'll catch today. Just make sure you don't fall in the river again, alright? Oh, this is a first. You normally only find old geezers fishing out here. Oh, you got the bug too? Or maybe you're an experienced angler, aren't you? Me personally, I'm just a beginner. Only got my start thanks to Makino here. Oh, he certainly knows his way around a fishing rod. I remember you used to invite me and Renee on your trips to the lake when we were kids. Oh, yeah, guess we did do that, huh? I'll do it whenever the itch hits, but I haven't really had much of a chance lately. That's no good. Fishing is one of the highlights of life. Actually, my grandfather runs a bait and tackle shop here in Edith. Here, take this. He ordered an overstock of supplies recently. While I appreciate the free stuff, I probably won't have to use it anytime soon. That's alright, just keep it for whenever the urge hits you. By the way, we put up pictures of all our catches on our socials. We go by the name Piscatorial Party. On social media, huh? Guess I have heard lots of people use it as a place to show off their hobbies. Fishing groups seem to be quite popular on social media lately, particularly those from the Empire and Libero. I think the Republic still views fishing as something best left to the professionals, however. Yeah, it can be a bit of a bummer sometimes. But that's what makes finding new fishing buddies such a treat. You'll join us, won't you? Well, I guess I don't mind. I'll go ahead and keep the gear then. Maybe I should try my hand at it again. What's up, Bradley? Working hard? Hey, Van, how's that tune-up feeling? The suspension any stronger? Yeah, it feels loads safer now. Thanks for doing that. Just remember not to go customizing your car all willy-nilly again. Don't want to lose out on any power after all. And if you can't resist switching things out, at least make sure you know what you're getting into. Understood, boss. As for you, young lady, you got any problems with your car, just let old Bradley deal with it. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Wait, what? How do you know Bradley? We met while I was working on another case. He's quite skilled at his job. Oh, he did used to do work for Ingrid after all. Practically a font of mechanical knowledge.
バンちゃんにエレインちゃんじゃない。
よ、邪魔するぜ。
こんにちは、ベルモッティさん。
いらっしゃい。二人とも時々飲みに来てくれてるけど、一緒にっていうのは久しぶりね。やだ、まさかデートかしら。もうなんで私に黙ってたのよ、いけず。
違いますから。
勝手に色めき立ってんじゃねえよ。店を開けたところみたいだな。ちょうどいい。話を聞かせてもらえねえか。
例の事件についてね。いいわ、座ってちょうだい。私もちょっと気になることがあってね。例の映像なら金慶ド君づてで私のところにも回ってきたわ。とんでもないことになってきたわね。噂になってた猟奇殺人鬼がまさかあんな。
I'm sure you're well aware the Guild and the CID have you pegged as the culprit. Why they think so is beyond me. Perhaps it has something to do with the incident in Tharbad or the strange happenings in the capital 2 months ago. Yeah, it's complicated. And there are other parties involved besides me, so honestly, I'm not sure how much I'm at liberty to say. Sorry, I know our usual bit involves more give and take, but we could really use some info. Mind doing me a solid here? Oh, very well. I suppose even us seedy types have one or two secrets that we'd rather keep under our hats. But remember, if you ever need someone to confide in, my door's always open. Thank you, Bermati. You're a real one, man. Now then, here's all I know about the incident 3 days ago. It happened right here in Riverside, so naturally I looked into the matter. I learned it transpired at the same time as when the power went out here. Wait, you had a power outage? Indeed, I did. All Orbital-related facilities in the store were affected. The lights, fridge, jukebox, everything stopped all at once. As you can well imagine, it caused quite the stir, even apart from the incident. That's strange. Shouldn't those devices be operating independently? Yeah, it should be impossible for them to all shut down simultaneously. That is, unless there was some kind of outside interference, like with what happened in Liberal over half a decade ago. The outage was over just as soon as it started, so it wasn't widely reported. But I still did some digging, and I found out every place in the surrounding area has similar outages. I've yet to determine the cause, but regardless, I find the whole affair rather suspect. Can't say I blame you. Well, if we find out anything about this, you'll be the first to know.
助かるぜ、ベルモッティ。この借りはまたいずれな。
もう水臭いこと言わないで。私たちの仲じゃない。エレインちゃんにも世話になってるし、最大限サポートさせてもらうから。
頼もしいです。
It's always a pleasure to see you two working together, and to think your relationship is thriving once more. Just make sure you don't mess up this time, Van. Can you stop already?
「現場はあそこね。
ちょうど警部たちがいるな。話を聞いてみるか。
お疲れ様、アルビス君。
警部殿もご苦労さんだ。
エレインさん、今日は非番じゃ。ってお前は。
裏解決や。何の用だ。
釣れないね。ただの野獣馬さ。永久遊撃士の仕事ぶりの見学ついでにね。
エレインさん、どうしてオフにこんなやつと二人で？ん？
オフだけど少し調べたいことができてね。ちょっと事情があって同行してもらってるの。大丈夫よ。私が一緒にいる以上、遊撃士規約に反する行為はさせないから。
いえ、そういうことじゃなくて。
ま、心中察するぜ。
察するな
I had done a sweep of this area as part of the guild's investigation of the incident, but I'd like to take another look. Would that be a problem? Yes, that Hercules incident has started making the rounds. Fine, I'm not going to turn down a request from an A-rank bracer. Bear in mind, though, that the site has mostly been cleaned up already. I'd be interested to hear what you make of this case, Arkwright. Sure thing, Inspector. Follow me, you two. Still so much blood left over, and it's already been 3 days. Not like they could have covered it all up. I imagine it must have been a terrible scene. There were 3 victims. To say their bodies were in bad shape would be the understatement of the year. They were crushed by some extraordinary power and then torn limb from limb. At least, that's the impression I get. I've seen a lot of murder scenes, but this might be the worst one yet. There's no way a human could have done all this. I won't believe it. Gotcha. So, have you identified the victims? Oh. We barely had anything to identify. All we could glean from what little was left was that they were part of some organized crime groups. There was no proof that a transaction transpired beforehand. Well, there goes the old deal that went up in smoke theory. This is a tough one. No wonder the investigation stalled. Did he just... Honestly, I'm not convinced there were only 3 victims here. Wait, what? Ah, look! There's a stain over here. Looks like something brushed up against this spot. But how'd it get here? Kinda hard to see, but there's some blood mixed into it. There's also a faint trail along the tracks over there. It might have been from another victim fleeing the scene. Maybe he hightailed it out of here while his friends were being slaughtered. Wait, do you seriously think there's another victim? They were all killed, weren't they? Why are you so confident that you're right? Trade secret. Anyway, the part about him taking flight is just speculation, but I'm positive that's blood over there. I'll trust your instincts then. I'll call forensics and have them come by immediately. If there was a survivor, he'll be an important witness. I feel like I might have just derailed their investigation a bit. More than just a bit, I'd say. Can't say I expected the possibility of a survivor. I'm assuming that trade secret of yours was the tech you received from Rosette? Bingo. Forgot I told you about that. Before the start of the new year, she asked me to get a test run, so I use it every once in a while. Works pretty well. Doubt it'll be long before it becomes standard issue. Well, I suppose it came in handy this time at least. Thanks to that, we found a very important clue. Maybe it'll come in handy throughout the rest of our investigation. Alright, I think we've learned all we could from Riverside. The next place on the agenda is the Grand Circuit. We can depart whenever you're ready. Alright. Very limited freedom right now.
さあ向かうわよ。
February 20th, 11 a.m., 12th District, Grand Circuit. So this is the Grand Circuit. I'm sure you're no stranger to this place, what with your passion for all things car related. I drop by to catch a race every now and then, yeah. I also come here during my rounds since people post 4 SPGs here. Did you hear there's going to be a Grand Prix exhibition race today? Yes, I read about it in the Tyrell Times. They said Maxim Lugan will be taking part. Ah, then it ought to be a damn good show. You know, it's hard to imagine a bunch of murders taking place among all this peaceful hustle and bustle. Yet that's exactly what happened, and only 2 weeks ago at that. The actual scene of the crime is in a back alley a little ways from here. A full 2 weeks have passed between then and now, so I doubt we'll find as many clues as we did in Riverside. Never know till you try. In any event, let's head to the street on our left. It's over in that general area.
クライミングウォールか。楽しそうね。もう少し高さがあればいいのだけど。
いやいや、十分高いだろ。お前の運動能力を基準にしてもな。
What in the world is this? Couldn't say, but it's bizarre as all hell. Why is it here in the middle of the city? You don't suppose that it's an explosive device? Nah, I'm not getting a whiff of anything dangerous. Looks like it's fitted with some sort of orbital locking mechanism. That's all the protection it's got. I might actually be able to get it open. Oh, by what means? Marduk gave me a little trick for this kind of thing. Might as well give it a shot. see. So it's a hacking system that uses a holo as an avatar. Or perhaps I should call it a feature specific to your holo in particular. Yeah, it renders the protection as a virtual space, then disables it through a specialized procedure. Never tried it before, though. Glad I didn't embarrass myself. Your tricks of the trade never fail to surprise me. Just try not to use them for anything illicit. On a separate note, what do you suppose this was doing here in the first place? Good question. Almost feels like they wanted somebody to crack it. Doesn't seem dangerous though, so we could take on any others we find down the road too. Not a speck of prudence in you, is there? So the crime scene's just past here, yeah? Damn. Must be blocked off for construction or something. Actually, the CID put this here to stave off any curious onlookers. Public was informed that there was a shootout between rival gangs. They found a few unidentified descendants here. Decedents. Here, like in Riverside. Normally, I'd vote to bust this wall down and let ourselves in, but there are too many people around here. Besides, I doubt there will be many leftover clues to sniff out, like you said earlier. But we might learn something over at the Grand Prix. A lot of people come and go this way because of it. If we're lucky, we might find someone there who remembers what happened that night. Suppose we have nothing to lose at this point. Yume and Paulette are there now, yes? Why don't we check up on them? Sure, sounds good to me.
エキシビションレースは確か無料開放されていたわね。
ああ、そろそろ大詰めのはずだが。さーて、さーて。白熱の Z1 レース開幕まであと少し。
Admission is free today, so we've had a lot more people coming in and out of their premises. That's why we've got more security than usual too. Wow, that was rather exciting. I know they broadcast these on the radio and on the city screens, but it's so much more engaging in person. Yeah, you said it. Champ's been on a roll lately. He's just getting better and better all the time. But he still can't afford to rest on his laurels or he'll be left in the dust by this year's new rising star. The 1209 Grand Prix is going to be an event to remember. I could feel it. Well, color me intrigued. Perhaps I'll keep an eye on the finals then. Alright, once things settle down a little, we could start casing the place.
危なげなく見事優勝を手にされましたね。
何、今まで積み重ねてきたものとファンの皆さんの応援のおかげさ。この勝利を捧げるよ、観客席の天使たちにね。
マクシム、こっち向いて。レッドシューティングスター最高よ。
やれやれ、マシンに乗ってる間はチャンピオンなんだが
マリエルさんも頑張っているわね。
バーも来てたの。で、あれエレインちゃんだ。
こんにちは、ゆめちゃん。ボーレットさんも。
こんにちは。珍しい組み合わせでもないのかしら。
まあちょっとした仕事でな。
最後の方しか見られませんでしたが、すごいレースでしたね。
マクシムのおじさんすごかったね。ビューンって超速かった。
ま、レース上じゃ右に出る者はいねえな。今年は手強いライバル候補もいるし、本戦はまだわからねえだろうが。
そうね。あとは頑張りと集中力次第でしょ。今日みたいに妙に観客席を意識しすぎていると難しいかしら。
手厳しいね。
ゆめ、本戦も見る。おじさんを応援してあげないと。
おじさん。
マクシムさんも100人力でしょうね。
ここでスポンサーを代表してこの方から記念カップが授与されます。エルザイム広告ジータースバール工場店下。
おめでとうございます、ルーガン選手。実に見事なレースでしたね。決勝でのご活躍も楽しみにしています。
光栄です、麗しのプリンセス。
あのお姉ちゃんお姫様なんだ。
エルザイム皇太子シェリド殿下の妹君か。
へえ、今回のレースに広告が出資してるのは聞いてたが。ああ、妹君がいらっしゃるんでしたね。だいぶ年が離れた。
これがまた私の立つ背がなくなるくらい頭の切れる娘でね。王位継承予定ながら不甲斐ない兄を支えようと何かと口を出してくる始末さ。
確かまだ17、8歳だったか。聞いてた通り兄貴よりしっかりしてそうだな。
チャンピオンのレースを間近に見られたのはまさしく良好でした。
確かまだ17、8歳だったか。
特に最後のデッドヒートは胸躍るようで、あのパーフェクトドライバー2の名シーンが蘇るようでしたね。
あの映画も見ていただけましたか。重ねて光栄の至りです。ポーレットたちへの絶好のアピールチャンス。いやー、当時のオファーはまさしく運命的でした。演じたマックス選手も僕に通じるところがありまして。
それは興味深いお話ですね。何でも全てのレースシーンがノースタントで撮影されたとか。映画産業と Z1 レースを進行する我が国としてはぜひ3のロケ地としての名乗りを。
はあ、なんだこの熱量とオーラは。
工場殿下も含めて改めてインタビューさせていただければ。長くなりそうだし、私たちはこの辺で失礼するわね。
おう、夕方の仕込みもあんだろうしな。
ねえママ、夢観覧車になりたいな。
ちょっとだけよ。それじゃあね、バンさんたち。
はい、お気をつけて。
さてと、面倒だが俺たちはもう少し付き合っていくか。
ええ、 せっかくだしマリエルさんにも話を聞いておきたいところね。
ポーレットたちは？
あれ、あそこにいるのは兄様から聞いていた。
After the awards ceremony drew to a close, Van and Elaine met up with Marielle. They decided to have a little chat with her in the beer garden outside.
いやー、奇遇ですね、バサにエレイさん。まさかお二人で観戦に来てたなんて思いませんでしたけど。
いろいろと事情があってね。それについての話をしたくて。でもその前に最近頑張ってるみたいね。
お前さんが俗っぽいレースの取材を精力的にやってるなんてな。政治記者志望とか言ってなかったか？
今年からどんどん仕事の幅を広げていきたいなと思ってまして、あの人の背中に追いつくためにも、いつか乗り越えていくためにも、今はとにかく精進あるのみですから。
そうかい。ま、やりたいことが見えてんなら俺から言うことは何もねえ。せいぜいやるだけやってみるといい。あいつの背中に恥じねえようにな。
私も応援しているわ、マリエルさん。同じく道半ばの身としてもね。
はい、ありがとうございます。ところでお二人が動いている事情っていうのは？そっちもスクープの匂いがプンプンしますけど。
ああ、改めてお前さんにも話を聞かせてもらうか。
Van and Elaine caught Marielle up to speed on the ongoing murder case. So the rumors were true. The police and the CID have been keeping a tight lid on the situation, but that hasn't stopped me from digging into it on my own. Oh yeah? Well, that makes this easy for us. Did your investigation bear any fruit?
もしかするとなんですけど、私犯人に遭遇したことあるかもしれません。
Wait, what? Are you serious? You really ran into them? Well, I'm not like 100% sure, because it's possible my mind was playing tricks on me. It all happened 2 weeks ago. I was covering the final qualifying round of the Z1 Grand Prix. For some reason, my camera was acting a little funny that day, so I left in a hurry to get it checked. And because I was in a rush, I took a route that, in hindsight, wasn't exactly the safest. Then I came face to face with a man wearing a black trench coat. He had his hat pulled down over his eyes, so I couldn't get a good look at his face. But I realized immediately he was bad news. The moment I saw him, I was totally paralyzed from head to toe. While I was standing there, completely frozen in place, he walked right past me. When I was finally able to turn around, he was gone. The next morning, I heard there were bodies found near that very same passageway. The police told the press they were victims in a gang fight, but I didn't buy that for a second. That's why I started looking into it in my downtime. Sounds like you practically brushed shoulders with the culprit around the time of the incident. It's a wonder you're even alive right now. You really do have the devil's own luck, you know that? Too bad the victims didn't share your good fortune. Speaking of, I was looking into those unidentified bodies. Believe it or not, I was able to dig up a name. I think it was Desire or something? Oh yeah, those guys. We ran into them during one of our 4 SPGs last year. They're a gang here in the capital that had ties to Amara. Those guys have been stirring the pot all over the place since the end of last year, apparently. We've received numerous reports of violence, fraud, and acts of aggression on their account against other criminal entities. The guild has been keeping tabs on them as a result. From what I heard, they've been uncharacteristically quiet of late. Could it be they're involved in this case somehow? You really think so? The more I think on it, the more the pieces seem to fit together. Maybe. I still think it's too early to make any solid conclusions. Except for one thing. You need to steer clear of this case. Start poking your nose where it don't belong and you'll find yourself sleeping with the fishes real soon. Hey! Why do you have to go and put that image in my head? Are you trying to give me nightmares? Okay, fine. Try not to cross the line of fire. I'll just tiptoe around the edges. Swear to Eidos. We need to wrap this case up quickly, for her sake. To recap, we learned two things. One, there was a survivor of the incident at Riverside. Two, Desire may be involved. What do you make of all this? Well, first, I think it's a given that Desire is wrapped up in all this somehow. Their friends were murdered here 2 weeks ago, so they were probably all up in arms and clamoring for revenge. I bet they charged headlong into Riverside 3 days ago to find the culprit, and then got their asses beat. Still missing a few pieces to this puzzle, but the picture's becoming clearer. What we need right now is proof. So why don't we pay Desire a little visit? Wait, you know where their base is at? I know its approximate location, yes. The guild has been gathering information on them for quite some time now. Their members were spotted in the 9th district. What, the Center March? That's right. There's a strong chance their base of operations is located there. Now, let's say we find them and crash their little party. Now you're speaking my language. Center March has been added to the travel. February 20th, 12:05 p.m., 9th District, Center March. Market's as bustling as ever. People are packed in here like sardines. Hardly a surprise, seeing as how this is the largest marketplace in the capital, and that's why it's popular with CD types as well. Hard to believe we're coming here together again after all these years. You're telling me. Feels like it was just yesterday when we were dropping by to pick up supplies for the student council. That bastard Rene just loved pushing that job onto me. I wasn't even a real member, damn it. I mean, you may as well have been one, considering how much work you ended up doing for us in the end. Alright, enough reminiscing. We gotta figure out where those Desire punks are holed up. Right, let's start by asking around. I'm catching a whiff of something here. It smells like trouble. Maybe I should check the bulletin board just in case. So what did I not do? I didn't do chaos and I didn't do gray. I see. So I need to take a lot of chaos choices this game if I want to max chaos.
リジナルのアクセ見ていきな。どれにすんだ？ありがとな。
悪くないかも。
よう見ていくか。また来な。おお、また顔を出すといい。いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。
さすがの品揃えっつうか。
何でも言って、またいつでもおいで。
あの頃より数段豊富になったな。
そうね。貿易も年々盛んになっているし、仕事とはいえまたこうして回るのも悪くないわね。
冷やかしはごめんだよ。もう終わりかい？
ご注文は何かな。ありがとうね。
おお、よく来たの。また待っておるぞい。何か必要かね。満足したなら何よりじゃ。
Well, Everenchino, setting up at the center march for the day, huh? This must be the mobile bar I've been hearing so much about recently. All good things, of course. I'm flattered. No doubt I have my regulars to thank for that. Are the two of you off duty? Despite the plain clothes, no. Van and I have some business that needs taking care of. Hopefully we'll manage to wrap it up before the sun goes down. I see. Here's a little something for you then. It's on the house. Best of luck with your work. Thoughtful as ever. Good looking out. Yes, much appreciated. We'll stop by again once things are finished on our end. Glad to hear it. I'll save you a seat. Okay, let's go take care of this side quest.
どうしようかしら。
A patisserie of ill repute. A new up-and-coming patisserie in the Center March by the name of Gâteau de Dune has been the subject of an unseemly rumor recently. As a fellow vendor in the March, I refuse to let the matter go unresolved. If you'd be willing to discuss this issue further, you'll find me at my stall, Kenny. Hey there, you the Kenny that put out that request? That would be me, yes. I'm assuming that makes you the Spriggan. And you? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. I get that a lot. It's likely you have me confused with someone else. I'm just your average citizen looking to lend a hand to the Spriggan. Anyway, why don't you start by explaining your request to us? Right, of course. Now, where to begin? Are either of you familiar with Gâteau de Dune? No, I don't believe I am. Yeah, I know them. They're that other patissier that just opened at the end of last year, right? The guy running it used to be involved with some rough types, so I heard he had a pretty hard time bringing in customers at first. Now, though, word's been getting out about how great his sweets are. Stuff's top-notch, apparently. Haven't had the pleasure of trying it myself, though. Ever the expert. Sounds like you have quite the sweet tooth. If I may, have you had the chance to try the sweets at our shop? You open around the same time as Gâteau de Dune, right? Nah, not yet. But I've definitely had my eye on you guys. Maybe I'll come back when I have more time. Then I await your patronage. Back to your request, this rumor about Gâteau de Dune. Yeah, that's new. What are they saying? Well, I hate to contribute to all the gossip, but I heard they're using spoiled ingredients. Spoiled ingredients? That sure sounds like an issue. There's been no word of anyone getting food poisoning, but people are complaining of the flavors tasting a bit off. I see. This has the potential to ruin the reputation of everyone in the district. Why? Considering we sell baked goods as well, turning a blind eye would spell nothing but trouble. Anyway, once you have proof of his wrongdoing, I'd like for you to bring Dune to me. I'll try to convince him to use more quality ingredients. It's like he assumes he's guilty. If this were to be taken to the police or the bracers, it's likely that suspicion would be placed over the entire march. You contacted a Spriggan so that you could keep it self-contained, didn't you? That's correct. So, does this sound like a request you're willing to take on? Looks like you're in a tough spot. Yes, but it's hard to believe Gâteau de Dune would do something to jeopardize their recent rise in popularity. I suppose it's possible that they're using cheap ingredients to keep down costs. Some places will do anything for more money in their pockets. Anyway, as someone who's had his eye on Gâteau de Dune, this is personal. Alright, we're on the case. For the record, I'm fairly knowledgeable about the Center March. Leave getting the proof up to us. We'll be sure to take care of it. Thank you very much. Now then, let's start by asking people in the area who might have some info. The market manager is Old Man Romaine, right? Yes, if anyone knows anything, it would be him. You should also talk to Sabrina, one of the food truck owners. She has plenty of contacts, plus she handles ingredients for restaurants throughout the march. Whenever I need to investigate something in the area, I tend to rely on her. In that case, I'll go ahead and talk to one of the march's brokers, Malcolm. He does a lot of business with Victor at Montmartre and some other places around town. I'm sure he'll have some insight on the situation. Well, it sounds like neither of us has any shortage of personal connections. Let's start by talking to those three. Right, let's get going.
4SPG 始めるとしましょう。
悪く
かせてもらうぜ。
Why, if it isn't Elaine, and you're wearing your normal clothes, not on duty today? Oh, I see. You're on a date. No, I'm just here helping with his work. There's something we'd like to ask you. Here. Van handed her his card and asked about the Gateau de Dune rumor. I see. A Spriggan, are you? Yeah, I've heard the rumor. It seems like there's more than a few people in the March that believe it. I'm sure that has a lot to do with what they know of Dune's past. That does seem to be what their reasoning is based on. He's used to shady business, or I knew he'd go back to his old ways. And that's just a few of the things I've heard people saying. Everyone's got something to say, huh? Still, not like I can deny impressions matter. That being said, it's a little hard to justify their opinions when the rumors are baseless. Although, I suppose we don't know the whole truth yet. Yeah, we need to remember to remain unbiased here. Anyway, do you know anything else? Not really. Dune and I aren't particularly close. There's not much more I could say, to be honest. Alright, thank you for your help. Oh. I remember my first playthrough, I didn't know this area existed, but there's no NPCs or anything to talk to up here, so I guess it's fine. Hey there, how's business? Well, if it isn't the Spriggan from Old Town. Something I can do for you? Yeah, we wanted to ask you about some of the goings-on at the March. Van asked about Gateau de Dune. I've heard the rumor, been keeping an eye on his shop myself. I was even thinking of helping him out with his supply purchasing recently, you know, to give his business a boost. But now, I can really only watch from afar. Does that mean you believe Dune is guilty? No, I'm totally neutral here. It's a bit of a toss-up on whether or not it's all true. Anyway, Dune's been able to keep out of hot water so far because of his popularity. He's going to need to keep that rumor in check. It's possible that some people from his past are coming back to haunt him. Or it could simply be the work of someone who's jealous of his success. I can't argue with that. But it's not just a rumor. There really is something wrong with his sweets, right? Yes, he has unfortunately received a few complaints. And every one of them mentioned the fruit sauce on his featured dish. Because of that, there's really not much more I could do for the kid. Not if there's even a smidge of truth to them. Hey, if you can, do your best to find out what's really going on here. Don't worry, I always finish what I start. Thanks for your help. The respectability of Dune's business is also business of mine, so to speak. I eagerly await the results of your investigation. More and more people are putting stock into those rumors about Dune. Honestly speaking, I'm not sure which way I lean. Oh, unless you've tried it yourself. Oh, here's a couple of familiar faces. Don't suppose you're here to buy some vegetables? What's the problem? Sorry for the trouble, but we wanted to ask you a few questions. If that's alright with you, of course. Van asked about Gateau de Dune. Ah, that rumor. Yeah, I've heard of it too. If I'm being honest though, I think it's just a load of nonsense. You seem pretty confident about that. I take it you trust Dune? More or less. Listen, I know where Dune came from, and I get that it's easy to get the wrong idea. But the boy's serious about his business. Got a good eye for ingredients too. If it was just a one-off thing, I would understand, but he isn't the type to make the same mistake twice. I talked to him about this myself, one-on-one, and he seems just as confused about the whole mess as I am. Dang. Praise from you isn't something to scoff at. Guess Dune's someone who's really got it together, huh? You bet your behind. Anyway, Maybe these complaints are just some kind of misunderstanding. Like I said, Dune's always been keen on using the most quality ingredients available to him. Passion like that can't be faked. I say we should just ignore the rumor for now. That way I won't have nothing to feed off of. I see. Thank you for your input. While we're on the subject, can I ask about the other patisserie? Ah, you mean Kenny's shop? Well, their stuff's certainly not bad, though you don't hear a ton of praise about them neither, for better or worse. Seems like they get fewer customers than Dune's, though. You think that's contributed to a rivalry between the two? Wouldn't say it's impossible, that's for sure. Alright, thanks a lot. This was really helpful. Well, that's everyone we wanted to speak to. Let's go get some answers from Dune. Yeah, I think we have a good grasp on what others think of him now. Let's go. Whatever the case, I believe in Dune. The quality of his product speaks for itself. Thanks a ton. Come again. They weren't kidding about this place being popular. It's like the rumor hasn't had any effect at all. Maybe word hasn't actually spread yet. I mean, I doubt he'd have so many customers if they thought they were going to get sick. Hey, the hell's going on here? What's the deal, old man? Got a problem with my sweets? Problem? Yeah, I got a problem. Sauce on my canal's gone bad. If I eat this and start puking, what are you gonna do about it? The hell are you talking about? Ain't no way that's true. What kind of attitude is that to take with a customer? You clearly ain't been raised right, boy. I want a refund. Give me back my money. Like hell I will. Sorry about that. Man. Yeah, something's up. Let's ask him what's going on. Hey, can I get a canal? Sorry, not right now. I gotta look into something. Can you let us look into it with you? The hell? We might be able to give you a hand here. The canal that guy returned, it was definitely one of yours, right? Yeah, I guess so. The berry sauce was mine too. At first, I thought he was trying to give me something he bought ages ago. But there's no way that dough wasn't baked this morning. Maybe I really did use some bad sauce. You don't seem convinced. I'd like to believe I didn't. But looking at it now, I'm losing confidence. Plus, this is the 5th time this has happened. Man, I never screw up like this. This is pathetic. Anyway, I'm guessing you two were sent here to look into my shop, huh? Well, here it is, crumbling under my inexperience. But I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. I gotta make things right. So I'm begging you, please don't report me to the cops. Look, man, I'm a Spriggan. I'd never do something like that. It seems like it was a genuine mistake, so we'll just be on our way. Well, after seeing all that, there's a lot that's not adding up here. Yeah, we should go over what we've learned. This rumor that get towed at Dune is using spoiled ingredients. The market manager said it was bogus, but there have obviously been some complaints. Dune himself said that the canal sauce was bad. Not only is he starting to doubt his skill as a chef, but he feels responsible for fixing the issue. We need to determine whether this rumor is true or false. Yeah, it's still possible that he bought cheap ingredients on purpose. By the way, going back to Kenny's request, he wanted us to find proof so that he could convince Dune to use more quality ingredients. In other words, he doubted Dune from the beginning. So, what do you think is really going on here? Honestly, Dune doesn't strike me as the type to put on a performance. I think the chances are pretty high that someone set him up. I think so too. And there's only one person who stands to gain from Dune's downfall. Suppose that means we have a clear answer then. Yeah, it's Kenny. That Kenny guy is pretty suspicious. You think so too, right? Yes, he talked about putting in this request for the sake of the march and Dune, but he seemed awfully confident that Dune was using spoiled ingredients. He even admitted he wanted proof of Dune's wrongdoing. Right. And that customer we saw had to be in on it too. I'm betting those two arranged it so we'd be there when he made a scene. That canal he had was probably also prepared by Kenny. Or maybe he tampered with one of Dune's. If even Dune was fooled, it's likely he bought it from his shop beforehand. And then he put some spoiled sauce on it, is that right? Yep. Kenny's also a professional at making baked goods. I'm sure he'd have no problem making a sauce just like Dune's. You know, having you help out saves me loads of time. No need to explain all the extra bits. Thanks to your powers of observation, I haven't had to work all that hard either. So, what do we do now? Good question. I've got an idea. So, we weren't able to find any definitive proof, but from what we saw, it does seem like Dune was using spoiled ingredients. Is that so? How could he? By the way, we've already reported this to the market manager. He decided that it would be best to have Gâteau de Dune close shop for 3 months. Meanwhile, he'll be barred from selling food anywhere else. 3 months? That's a bit harsh, but I suppose it's what he deserves. I hope Dune uses this experience to change for the better. This is exactly the outcome I was hoping for. I don't know how I can ever thank you. I'm sure it would have all come out eventually. But thanks to you, it was solved before there was any real damage done. Hearing you say that makes me glad that I spoke up. Thank you very much. I'll send your payment along shortly. There's no problem. We'll be on our way. Now then. Follow Kenny. What do you mean lost? I can't hide here? The man who complained about the sauce. Yep, that's a bingo. Nice work. Here's your payment. Thanks. Let me know if there's anything else I can help you with. You know, that Spriggan ended up being an easier mark than I thought. He even went to the market manager on his own. Closed him down for 3 whole months. I'm sure Dune had no problem admitting to his crimes. With one more little push, we can get him out of the march forever. Yeah, I don't think so. What? The Spriggan? Looks like you've finally revealed your true colors. So your ultimate goal was to get Dune to close up shop entirely. But, well, there's no way you're going to worm your way out of this one. You had ample motive for wanting to get rid of a rival, not to mention how you'd have no problem recreating Dune's canal and sauce. What's more, you were in cahoots with that customer from earlier, and your words just now were the final nail in the coffin. We recorded all of it. Confess and come along quietly. Wait, if you really believe I'm at fault here, then why is Dune closing down his shop? Oh, that? We lied. So we did inform Dune and the market manager about our setup. And it looks like it worked. Can't believe you tried to tear me down like that. Someone in the same line of work, no less. Like I care what you think. Some punk like you shouldering in on my customers. You're nothing but low-life scum. You bastard! I think we all know who the real scum is, and it's not Dune. He'd never stoop to your level. Anyway, let's make sure Kenny here gets his just desserts. Even if we send the guy to the police, there's only so much they'll be able to do. If we want him to really receive a just sentence, we might want to think of some other punishment. We could get him to compensate Dune for any damages. Might also be necessary to ban his entry to the Center March. Doing so may require us to act in a gray area for a bit, but I think it's rather appropriate. Handing him to the police also means he'll get a record. There's got to be another solution that's fair to everybody. Let's call over Old Man Romaine to see what he's got to say. Damn you. Don't act like you're too high and mighty to send me to jail. After that, Market Manager Romaine was brought over to mediate a settlement between Dune and Kenny. The fact that the rumor about Gateau de Dune was a lie spread to the shops throughout the march. I owe you big time. I can't thank you enough, man. By the way, your reward money's coming from Kenny, right? Well, he's the one who started this mess. Only makes sense he pays. We intend to be greatly compensated for the trouble. Glad to hear it. But I gotta give you guys something too. It wouldn't feel right if I didn't. So here, take a bunch of my Pride and Joy Canels. Chocolate Crunch Canel obtained. Oh wow, there's so many. Thank you. Is everything okay, Van? They're so popular, I didn't think we'd get a chance to try any. This is awesome, man. Seriously, don't hesitate to let me know if you ever need help. Don't mention it.
少しは力になれたかしら。
報酬が振り込まれたわ。
さてと。
I'm just gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I am back. Actually, one more. Okay. Continue with the story now. Well, look what we have here. Cigarette butts. There's quite a few scattered about. There must have been a gathering here not long ago. I'm almost positive said gathering was a group of desired thugs, but if we want to track them down, we'll need a little more to go on. Might be time to give that thing a test run. Alright, that thing? Do you mean the shard search app? That's the active search system that allows you to use shards to track various things over a wide area. It was developed by Marduk, correct? Yep. They just pushed out an update that improves its accuracy. I think we could track it by following the trace elements of tobacco that are lingering in the air.
Sate, 早速シャードサーチの出番だな。
バージョンアップ版の精度確かめてみましょうか。反応があったわね。
ディザイアが捨てていったタバコの匂い、それと同じもんが引っかかったな。追ってみるか。
This is the place. There are signs of multiple people going in and out. Oh, the door's unlocked. How nice of them. If I'm not mistaken, this place was abandoned a long time ago. It used to serve as a sewer system. I suppose a place like this would make for a good hideout. Anyway, that little app certainly is handy. If there's anything I've learned today, is that Marduk is not to be underestimated. You got that right. We also don't want to underestimate these guys. Let's make sure we're ready before we head in. Hey, puppers.
反応はこの先だな。
なるほど。もしかして。
This old sewer is completely dried up. Must be crawling with creepy crawlies now. Good thing I have the famous sword maiden here to keep my ass safe. Oh, like you need any protecting? You could fend for yourself well enough. Or do you always expect your clients to do the heavy lifting? How shameful. Would it kill you to be cute every once in a while? Yes. As I'm sure it would for you. It's been a while since I've seen your stun caliber and hollow style in action. For both our sakes, I hope your skills haven't dulled since the end of last year. You'll see soon enough. Get ready to be blown away. By the way, have you taken a look at your quartz setup? You may want to do some tinkering if you haven't. Good thinking. I'll give it a once-over. Yes, please do. You should know as well as anyone that effective use of shard skills could be the difference between victory and defeat. Great. For quartz combinations, it'll give me different shard skills. Those things have saved my ass more times than I can count. When I have the time, I should mess around with my setup and get it nice and optimized. This is a tutorial I don't. On completing this dungeon, all unfinished quests will disappear. Ah. Monsters ahead. Figured there'd be some down here. Yes, but they seem weak enough for us to make quick work of. Oh, they were that weak. Okay. Guess that brought their little pal out of hiding. This one could pose a bit more trouble. Let's look for an opening and deploy our shards. Wait, did they not increase the level of any of the enemies? I don't like her field skills. I guess we'll stick with that. Oh, I can't use the cards. I see. That's annoying. We can make short work of these monsters with our arts. Hold on for a sec. Why don't we test out that new feature? New feature? Oh, you're referring to quick arts, yes? Yeah, this is the perfect time to give it a whirl. Fair enough. I've been wanting to try it out myself. Oh, cool. That's a nifty little feature. It certainly broadens our tactical options. The downside is that it drains energy like no one's business, so you'll need to take timing into account before letting it loose. In that case, we'll need to be extra mindful about keeping ourselves replenished. That's right. Anyway, let's keep moving. Using field attacks causes quick arts ever sooner. You'll separate items for CP recovery items. I do believe there's
任せてちょうだい。
行くぜ。
アーツ攻撃を進め
相手が悪かったな。
行くわよ。
おう、ま
あなたのフォローコア、確かメアって言ったわね。
ああ、お前も知ってるんだったか。見ての通り、普段はただの AI だ。
いろいろ気にはなるけど、いいわ。詳しい話はいずれで。敵の群れよ。アーツ攻撃を進めよ。攻勢開始。引き締めなさい。
もう一度。
戦闘終了。データを処理するわ。
相手が悪かったな。
アーツが有効なんでしょ。戦闘終了。データを処理するわ。
お疲れさん。怪我はないな。なんだこんな時に。
改めてなんだかおかしいと思ってね。今あなたと二人でこうしてるなんて、あの頃はこんな関係になるなんて少しも思っていなかったから。
だな。 ひょんなことから再会して何度か同じ異変を乗り越えてオラシオンでお前の抱えるもんに向き合えたのも縁だったんだろ。
感謝してるわ、本当に。ねえバン。
すまん。
まだ何も言ってないわよ。
言いたいことはわかる。俺だって可能性は考えなかったわけじゃねえからな。
そっか、考えてくれたんだ。あなたの抱えている問題のことね。
当面の危機は去った。いや、そう思いたいだけだ。まだ何も解決しちゃいない。何の保証もできない今、無責任なことはできねえ。お前にもアニエスたちにもな。
そう、よかった。多少は自覚できるようになったみたいじゃない？私を含めたどれだけの人があなたを思っているのかを。詳しい話を私から聞くことはないわ。なんとなく察してしまってるけど、今あなたとの距離感ももどかしくはあるけど嫌いじゃない。アニエスさんたちという確かな拠り所がいてくれることに安心もしてる。でもいざという時はこっちで勝手に突き止めて関わるつもりよ。永久遊撃士として、そしてエレイン・オークレールとしての全てをかけて貸し逃げなんか二度とさせない。せいぜい覚悟しておくことね。
たく、こんなところでする話かっつう
の。もしかして照れた？可愛いところあるのね、あなたにも。
I happen to agree with him on that one.
アホ。ほら、とっとと行くぞ。
アニエスさんたちを早いところ安心させるためにもね。任せてちょうだい。
行くぜ。ディザイアの下っ端か。とりあえず気絶させて先に進むぞ。
ええ、制圧完了。やるじゃない。
Only 30.
見つけた。行くわよ。
撃破完了。お疲れさん。
Look over there. That's one big lug. There an extermination request out on it? Indeed, there is. It's had us racking our brains since the monster's habitat was never actually pinpointed. Yeah, well, here's your answer. Should we go ahead and take it down? We could also let the guild do the hunting now that it's been located. I'll leave the decision to you, Van. I see how it is. Anyway, this might be a good chance to get some extra warm-ups in. Here's some foes prowling around. Let's go.
覚悟を決めな。バンドロイズライド。これで解決だ。
入金を確認したわ。
相手が悪かったな。
任せてちょうだい。
さあ始めるか。
負けられない。この剣に誓って。やっ。
撃破完了。お疲れさん。
見つけた。負けられない。この剣に誓って。
お疲れさん。怪我はないな。一息つけそうだな。
癒されるわね。
Wait, I can. Oh. There's certain big ticket things I could trade in for, but that's odd. All right. Hey Jeffrey, how long are we going to be squatting in this damn sewer? Our people are being offed one by one, and we're sitting here doing jack and shit. Come on, we gotta avenge our bros. Yeah, you said it. If we don't find that murdering bastard and kill his ass, we can kiss our rep goodbye.
黙れ。いいからしばらくおとなしくしてろ。てめえらは見てねえから言えるんだ。あんな化け物、二度とごめんだ。次は絶対に殺されちまう。
Are you for real? Must be one hell of a monster if it's got you all freaked out. Well. Looks like you and I hit the jackpot. What's up, scumbags? Huh? Who the hell are you? How did you get in here? Oh shit! It's the Spriggan! And you're the head honcho of Desire. Jeffrey, was it? We know all about you. You're a notorious gang that served as a subcontractor for Armada. You're the sole survivor of the attack in Riverside 3 days ago. No. It's that Sword Maiden chick. What's an A-rank bracer doing in a place like this? Oh, we're just here to have a little chat with your boss. Now, we could do this the easy way or the... God. What the shit, dude? Why'd you shoot at him? Shut the hell up! I didn't see nothing. I don't want to have anything to do with that freaking monster. Stay away from me, damn it. It's that fast-acting enhancement drug again. So you still had some left over from Armada, did you? I got no clue what our leader's jacked up on. But that doesn't matter. We're not just going to roll over and let ourselves get taken in. The hard way it is. Let's put these dumbasses in their place. Very well. On guard. That's probably how a lot of boss fights are going to go for the first little bit. They're tough. That's on you for not choosing the easy way. I suggest you surrender and come quietly. If you offer no further resistance, we'll offer you protection from the culprit. I swear it on the name of the supporting gauntlet. In exchange, you will answer all of our questions about the killer you saw, among other things. Damn it all! Jeffrey informed them of everything that transpired in the Riverside incident. With the guild's help, the remaining members of Desire were taken into custody and given over to the police. February 20th, 2 p.m., 2nd District, Seidan. I think I'm going to go grab some food because there's quite a bit of story events here, and we'll continue. Okay, I am back. Oh, I can't say I expected you to find the survivor so quickly. Hats off to you both. Fortunately, I don't think we'll be getting anything useful out of him in his condition. Afraid I can't help you there. Cracking witnesses open like an egg is what you all do best, so I'll leave that part to you. Could you interrogate the other Desire members in my stead, Alvis? Of course. Sorry that you ended up having to work on your day off. We've got it covered from here, Spriggan, so please feel free to turn around and walk straight out that door. You're the boss. Phew. Someone seriously needs to load that guy up with chill pills. Oh yeah, didn't he get promoted to B rank? He's really moved up in the world since I last saw him. Yes, he has, although his disdain for you is exactly the same as it was before. I suppose it's hard for a straight-laced, by-the-books person like Alvis to accept your way of doing things. What, you think that's why he hasn't taken a shine to me? Nah. Somehow I doubt that's the reason. Anyway, we did learn a few things from that little excursion. I'd like to go over what we know. Let's move someplace quiet. Sounds good. How about we drop by my office then?
バンさんバンさんもこちらに来ていたんですね。バイト B 以外に会うなんてちょっと不思議な気分ですけど。
こんなところで奇遇だな。1週間ぶりだ、アニエス。
お疲れ様です。先日のバイトもお世話になりました。例の依頼、あの後大丈夫でしたか？
ああ、お前の作った資料が役に立ってな。おかげで面倒な恨みを買わずに済んだ。ってまだ放課後には早い時間だろ。ついにサボりに手を出しちまったが。
もう違いますよ。学芸祭関係で特別に外出許可をいただきまして。バンさんはどうしてこちらに？まさかまた警察のお世話とか。
そんなんじゃねえっつの。ちょっとした野暮用というか面倒事でね。
面倒事ですか？ってエレインさん？すみません。いつもと雰囲気が違うので一瞬わからなくて。
気にしないで。学芸祭に向けて頑張ってるみたいね。
はい。まだ2ヶ月先とはいえやることはたくさんありますから。ところでどうしてバンさんと2人で？いえ、それよりも面倒事というのは。
ちょうどいい。ことがことだ。お前とも共有しておくべきだろう。いいな、エレイン。
もちろん映像を送らせてもらうわ。ショッキングなものになるけど。
これは最近街で噂されている。でもここに映っているのは。
そういうわけでちょいとめんどくさいことになっちまっててな。当然放っておくわけにはいかねえ。利害一致の上での共同戦線ってわけだ。
そういうことでしたか。でしたらバンさん、エレインさん、私にも手伝わせてくれませんか？
それは
裏解決屋のバイトの一人として見過ごせない状況です。それに変身する直前に犯人が取り出した何か、もしかしたら。
当然その可能性には気づいてるか。 心配するな。一旦この件はこっちで何とかする。学芸祭自体はまだ先だろうが、生徒会は本格的に準備を始めてんだろ。前にも言ったが、学生の本分を忘れんな。それは今しかできない貴重なもんだ。なに、非公式だが剣の乙女もついてる。手がかりさえつかめばあとはどうとでもなんだろ。
そうね。バンに疑いが向かない形で応援を要請することもできるでしょう。現時点で民間人を巻き込むのは遊撃士としても避けたいところだわ。
わかりました。エレインさん、バンさんのことをよろしくお願いしますね。
っておい、一応依頼を受けたのはこっちなんだが。
まあ建前はこの際いいでしょう。いい報告を楽しみにしていて。
はい。あ、いたいた。おーい、アニエス。あれ、バンさんじゃないですか。こんなところで奇遇ですね。
なんであんたがここにいるんだ。
オデット、アルベール君。
よ、学生ども。
特別外出中に堂々と相引きとは不良になったもんですにゃん。
ねえ、そんなわけないだろ。ってあなたは。
こんにちは。待ち合わせしてたみたいね。
おやおや、これはまさか修羅場ってやつなのでは。オデット、すみません、私たちそろそろ行きますね。バンさん、エレインさんもどうかお気をつけて。
おう、結果は次のバイトでな。
学芸祭楽しみにしているわね。よかったの？
ああ、さっき言った通りだ。まだ正体も分かってねえ。関わらせるには早すぎるのもある。
あなたも甘いわね。彼女の強さはあなたが一番分かっているんだと思ってたけど。
どうだかな。
After that, they made their way back to the office. As they went over what they learned, one particular place of interest came up in their discussion. Their destination set, the two jumped into Van's pickup truck and set off post-haste. February 20th, 3:30 p.m. I'll admit this is far more comfortable than the Guild's land carriers. It's also quite fast. I can tell you put a lot of love and care into this vehicle. Thanks. I like going car part hunting whenever my employees aren't around. Just the other day I was tinkering with the suspension system so it'd match the newly expanded frame and you've officially lost me. Changing the subject, I'm a little surprised that place is connected to all this. I never even considered that possibility until our discussion. In short, we don't got a clue who the murderer is or why they're doing this. All we know is that this person has a Grendel form. So that's what it's called. I've seen you transform into it, but this is the first time I've ever heard the name. Under normal circumstances, it'd be impossible to create the huge swath of shards needed to bear it. If you tried, the sheer volume would cause any nearby orbments to malfunction. It could also create disruptions in the orbital waves or shut down orbital devices. Ah, that would explain away a few mysteries from the accounts we heard today. Like how the orbital facilities at Bermati shut down and why Mariel's camera was acting strangely. Desire's leader also mentioned his phone wasn't working during the attack. There were also numerous reports of malfunctions in the areas where the culprit struck. Thanks to an ally of mine, my transformations don't have much of an impact on the environment around me. From the video we saw, I'd wager he was using several times the amount of shards I do. Then it's no wonder our perpetrator causes a mess wherever they go. It's possible that they're doing this on purpose even. Also, they seem to have an ally of their own as well. Honestly, I can't even fathom a guess as to what their goal is. Thankfully, we don't need a motive to predict their next move. Just gotta follow the trail of orbital disruptions. We might be able to find a trend of where they like to appear. And we owe that to your unique circumstances. If not for the Grendel, we never would have found this lead in the first place. Although, calling it a blessing in disguise may be a step too far, seeing as it's also the reason you're under suspicion. Yep, the monkey's paw curls. We gotta bag this copycat, and when we do, I'm gonna force them to tell us how they got that power. Speaking of which, I have a few questions of my own for you that I'd like answered in the near future. Namely about your holo and the devices Agnes has been gathering. Ha, figured you'd start poking and prodding about that at some point. I'll be more than happy to share since you're getting involved in all this, but only if Agnes agrees to it. That sound fair? Yes, I can accept those terms. Oh, Van! Guess who finally obtained the juicy deets you asked for? I've gathered a bunch of info about the recent orbital disruptions. Good stuff. Thanks, you two. I'll make it up to you all sometime. Alright, we now have a list of places where the culprit may have appeared, including some we weren't aware of. I suggest we chart it out on the map. We may be able to discern some sort of pattern. Okay, let's give it a go. Wait, isn't that... You've got to be kidding me. All of the orbital disturbances may appear random at first glance. But after plotting them out on a map chronologically, it's clear they always intersect with one point. The Republican Army garrison on the city's outskirts. Undergoing reconstruction to fit all the military weaponry that was unveiled 2 months ago. So there aren't many people stationed there. I can hardly believe our culprit is using an army garrison of all things as his base of operations. Also, I'm sure you're aware of this, but this clue could only have been noticed by someone familiar with the Grendel. Yeah, I definitely noticed that. And there's another thing. I'm getting the feeling that clue was left behind on purpose, like a carrot dangling on a stick. I could be off base there, but even if we are walking into a trap, we don't have any other leads. No clue how we'll get inside the garrison, though. I mean, it's not like we could just waltz on up to the front door and say, "Hi, mind letting us in?"
来た。守備はどう？
該当駐屯地の方には CID 方面から調査協力要請を出しておいた。こちらの協力員を向かわせるとことづけてある。最低限の聞き込みくらいは可能だろう。
やれやれ。出発前にどこと連絡を取ってやがると思ったが。
まあ、こういう時にせっかくのつながりを使わない手はないでしょ。今は遊撃士としては非公式。しがらみも気にする必要ないでしょうし。
あの頭の固い妹分が随分と融通を利かせたものだ。素行の悪い昔なじみからの影響を受けすぎている気もするが
永久らしい柔軟な対応と評価してもらいたいわね。
つうか、ついでみてえにディスってんじゃねえっての。
こちらも後で確認に向かう。無茶はするなよ、二人とも。
これでなんとか調べられそうね。どうしたの？
くそ、なんだこの感じは。祭殿あたりからか。何か座りが悪いような。
バ
ン。悪い。なんでもね。とにかく細心の注意を払っていくぞ。頼りにしてるぜ、ソードメイデン。
ええ、こちらこそ。スプリガン。
January 20th, 4:30 p.m. Capital outskirts, Republican Army garrison.
着いたか。そろそろ日が暮れちまいそうだな。とっとと聞き込みを。
おかしいわね。見張りの兵士がいない。
動くな、手を挙げろ。CID からの報告にあった極秘手配犯か。
貴様には射殺許可が出ている。おとなしく投降しろ。さもなくば。なんだこれは。
動けない。
当たりだったか。マジで追っ始めやがるとは。
見過ごすわけにはいかない。敷地に入るルートを探すわよ。
I have a feeling shit's about to start hitting the fan. Here, take these. Got a few spares in the car. Oh, these are some nice arts plugins. But we don't have time to drive back to a workshop, do we? Yeah, don't worry about that. Thanks to our resident tech wizard, Chatter, we could swap them out anytime. Just pop them right into your Zypha and you're golden. Zypha? I can't remember how they do the pronunciation.
最近試験導入されたやつか。
戦闘モードで起動しているよね。さあ、対処次に行きましょう。急ぎましょう。
Oh, it actually survived this spell. It's just the one. We can rush it down easy. I take that back. It's got friends. Man, let's try an EX chain. On it. Even normal enemies drop upgrade materials, or is that just because I'm in NG Plus?
Oh, 宝箱だな。お疲れさん。怪我はないな。 やっぱ止められねえか。飛ばすぞエレイン。
ええ、これ以上の被害は見過ごせない。見つけた。
慎重にね。制圧完了。やるじゃない。
帰るぜ。
共和国軍の部隊をここまで。あれが
もう一人のグレンデルか。てめえ。
バン。
来たわね。
赤い妖精。いいえ、フォローのプログラム。
さあ始めちゃいなさい。赤黒き魔装機。今こそ全てを食らい尽くす時よ。
やるしかねえみてえだなエレイ。
ええ、負けるわけにはいかない。行くわよバン。
相手になるぜ。
ブーストチャンス消えるわよ。
このまま攻めるわよ。
いつでもいける。レイジングバスター。行くぜ。
このまま攻めるわよ。
こっちだ。そらそら。気が回ったか。
強い。
このままじゃ。なんだ。エレイ。
逃げ。
お嬢さん下がるんだ。
いや、そんな。バンさん、いや。
頭の中を駆け巡る差し迫り差し合う日々では誰もが感じる断りの中溢れに染まってく Freedom in my heart ダイスの中で叫べ誰もいないステージで Freedom in your heart ダイスの中は抜け出せないのさ Oh yeah 赤黒き方向が過去へ歪んだ迷路の中薄暗い夜の帳に下ったのならば時をかける金の時計今と重なる想いよ新たなる壁越えろ絆に誓って赤黒き方向が過去へ歪んだ迷路の中薄暗い夜の帳に下ってゆくのか時をかける金の時計今と重なる想いよ真実にたどり着け奇跡を越えても新たなる壁越えろ絆に誓ってでしたらバンさん、エレインさん、私にも手伝わせてくれませんか？
それは
なんだ今のは。
裏解決屋のバイトの一人として見過ごせない状況です。それに変身する直前に犯人が取り出した何か、もしかしたら。
当然その可能性には気づいてるか。心配するな。一旦この件はこっちで何とかする。学芸祭自体はまだ先だろうが、生徒会は本格的に準備を始めてんだろ。前にも言ったが学生の本分を忘れんな。それは今しかできない貴重なもんだ。なに、非公式だが剣の乙女もついてる。手がかりさえつかめばあとはどうとでもなんだろ。
そうね。バンに疑いが向かない形で応援を要請することもできるでしょう。現時点で民間人を巻き込むのは遊撃士としても避けたいところだわ。
わかりました。エレインさん、バンさんのことをよろしくお願いしますね。
っておい、一応依頼を受けたのはこっちなんだが。
まあ建前はこの際いいでしょう。いい報告を楽しみにしていて。
はい。あ、いたいた。おーい、アニエス。あれ、バンさんじゃないですか。こんなところで奇遇ですね。
なんであんたがここにいるんだ？
オデット、アルベール君。
よ、学生ども。
特別外出中に堂々と相引きとは不良になったもんですにゃん。
ねえ、そんなわけないだろ。ってあなたは。
こんにちは。待ち合わせしてたみたいね。
おやおや、これはまさか修羅場ってやつなのでは。おてっと、すみません、私たちそろそろ行きますね。バンさん、エレインさんもどうかお気をつけて。
お、結果は次のバイトでな。
学芸祭楽しみにしているわね。
なんだこの感覚は。何かこのままだと。アニエス。
バンさん、
次のバイトは来週の日曜だったな。これから忙しくなるんだろうが、来るならきっちり用事は片付けとけよ。
はい、もちろん分かってます。また来週よろしくお願いしますね。
バン、そういえばさっき何か。
わからねえ。だがとにかく情報整理で一旦事務所に戻るぞ。
何かあったのかしら。すぐに連絡するって言っていたけど。
どうした？そういや出発前にどこかと連絡を取ってたみたいだが。
いえ、ちょっとね。とにかく急ぎましょう。何かが起きてしまう前に。
着いたか。そろそろ日が暮れちまいそうだな。とっとと聞き込みを。
バンさん
予想通りの時間だな。
アニエスさん、ルネ。
お前ら
どうしてこの場所に？
生徒会の用事を急いで片付けて来させてもらいました。やっぱり私にも手伝えることがあるんじゃないかと思いまして。
エレインからの頼まれ事の直後に連絡があってな。保護プログラムの一環としてのホットラインで問答無用に協力を取り付けられたわけだ。まさか初めての利用がこんな形とは思わなかったが。
何分緊急だったもので、前にお父さんからも困った時はいつでも頼れって言われてましたし。
そういうことだったのね。
アニエス、お前
勝手なことをしてすみません。でもどうしても気になってしまったんです。あの時の バンさんの顔が伸ばしかけて結局収めてしまったその手がただの勘違いかもしれないし、どうしてかまでは分かりません。でも何かしなくちゃいけなくて、だからこそ私を巻き込めなかった。そうじゃありませんか？
アニエさん。
正直何が何だか自分でも分かってねえくらいでな。
This music's really good.
そんなことにお前を付き合わせるのは
言ったじゃないですか、寄り添うって。狭間で困っている人を救い上げるのはバンさんの方からだけじゃありません。どうか頼ってください。私だって裏解決屋の一員なんですから。
叶わないわね。
ふん、やや過剰とも言えるメンツだが、その分何があってもフォローできるだろう。この建前なら貸し借りも発生しまい、断る理由などないと思うが。
ったく分かった。きっちり学校の用事も済ませてきた以上言うことはね。押しかけてきたからには最大限のサポートをしてもらうぜ、助手1号。はい、
任せてください。
駐屯地には CID 方面から調査協力要請を出しておいた。私の権限で指令と引き合わせよう。十分以上の情報が得られるはずだ。
頼りになるわね。だったら早速。
動くな、手を挙げろ。
CID からの報告にあった極秘手配犯か。貴様には射殺許可が出ている。おとなしく投降しろ。さもなくば。なんだこれは。動けない。
全て
当たりだったか。マジで追っ始めやがるとは。
それにこの反応は。
見過ごすわけにはいかない。
念のためカードキーを用意してある。あの通用口から行けるはずだ。
用意のいいこった。急ぐぞ。
For that, we need to deal with equipment.
Movement を調整します。ローレン
ずじっくり行きましょう。アーツドライバーを切り替えたわ。いいわよ、見てあげる。新しいスキルね。いいわよ、見てあげる。新しいスキルね。新しいスキルね。新しいスキルね。新しいスキルね。新しいスキルね。新しいスキルね。新しいスキルね。メンテナンスモードに移行しました。フォローコア、アイム。メンテナンスモードに移行しました。アーツドライバーをメンテナンスモードに移行しました。新たなシャードスキルが登録されました。シャードスキルが更新されました。シャードスキルが更新されました。新たなシャードスキルが登録されました。新たなシャ属性専用スロットにアクセスしました。新たなシャードスキルが登録されました。新たなシャードスキルが登録されました。シャードスキルが更新、属性専用スロットにアクセスしました。シャードスキルが登録されました。シャードスキルが更新されました。新たなシャードスキルが登録されました。シャードスキルが更新されました。新たなシャード属性専用スロットにアクセスしました。新たなシャードスキルが登録されました。シャードスキルが更新されました。
Alright.
任せてちょうだい。
Fortunately, that's going to be a recurring theme when we get new characters.
Oh. 動かないで。あなたね、首都の裏で動いていた惨殺事件の犯人は。
まさか本当に軍の駐屯地に乗り込んでくるとはな。
新兵器導入のゴタゴタの隙をついたようだが。
でもなんとか間に合ったみたいです。
遊撃士規約に基づき現行犯逮捕する。おとなしくしなさい。
不気味な野郎だ。こんな騒ぎを起こした以上軍も黙っちゃいねえ。すぐにここは包囲されるはずだ。その前に聞かせろ。てめえは一体何者だ。どうしてその力を持っている。目的は何だ。
バン
来たわね。思ったよりも早かったけれど。
赤い妖精。いいえ、フォローのプログラム。
まさか最後のゲネシス。
やっぱり持っていやがったか。だがあの形は。
さあ始めちゃいなさい。赤黒き魔装機グレンデルゾルダ。今こそ全てを食らい尽くす時よ。シャード新色ブート・ザ・クレンデル。
映像にあった。
Crimson-clad armored demon Grendel Zolga.
これが赤黒いグレンデル。バンさんのとは全然違う。
出番みたいね。
メア、久しぶりじゃねえか。
メアち
ゃん。あの時の。
バックグラウンドである程度は見ていたわ。顔を出さないうちに随分と厄介なことになってるみたいね。もう一つの枷に赤いフォローだけど、私たちとは明らかに違う。一体何者なの。
そいつは。
違うって何のこと。何者。私は私でしょ。あなたなんだか不愉快。一緒に消えてちょうだい。
バンさん。
ああ、メア、待とうぜ。とっととやれ。
わかった。
々に行くわよ。シャード解放、テイクザグレーテル。
Darkness-clad armored demon Grendel.
だが油断はできん。最大限の警戒を。
サポートします。なんとか乗り越えましょう。
おう、背中は任せたぜ。
Grendel has learned Savage Blade, Limited Blaster, Radiant Sunray, True Oblivion Fist. It's only got 27,000 HP, so it's toast.
このまま攻めるわよ。
続いてください。
まるで読んでいたように。
アニエスさん。
何？
重いんだよ。ナディア。
はい、それダウト。今だよ。
お前らは。
久しぶりだな。厄介なのとやり合ってるみたいだが。
少し見ない間にコスプレ始めてるのはちょっと意外。
コスプレじゃねえよ。だが助かったぜ。
あなたたちは一体。
まだよ。
傷一つついてないとはな。
高密度のシャード走行か。このままだとまずそうだけど、なんとか脱出ルートくらいは確保できるかな。
ああ、あんたに借りを返す絶好の機会だろ
う。お前ら。
いや、十分だ。おかげで時間は稼げだ。
No hesitation is done.
周辺の包囲は完了しています。 となしく投降なさい。ハーキュリーズ、大統領直属のアルファ中隊ね。
仕込んでやがったか。
しまった。影。
待ちやがれ。
消えたか。
あの人は一体。
何よ、寄ってたかって美しくないわね。まあいいわ、これで準備は整った。また会いましょう、次の悪夢で。
スーちゃん、
面倒なことが起きてるのは確からしい。だがこれで少しは借りが返せたか。
そうだな、正直返しすぎなくらいだろ。でかくなったもんだぜ、二人とも。
だったらお釣りはしっかり返してもらおうかな。
頼みたいことがあるんだ、あんたに。
この日をどれだけ待ちわびたか。これでようやく世界は変わる、変えられる。待っていてくれ。近いうちに必ず迎えに行く。共に見届けよう。私たちが作る新たな世界の夜明けを。
仕事終わったよ。
これにておっさんの仕込みもバッチリ完了って感じ。
まあそう焦るなよ。まだ仕込んだのは狂気と動機だけ。最高の化学反応を見るためにはもう数滴とびきりのスパイスが必要ってね。お前さんたちにはここからが本番だ。おじさんの分までしっかり働いてもらおうか。
面白そうじゃん。
まあこっちはこっちで好きにやらせてもらうかな。
さあ、あのカルナバルもパンデモニウム化すらも超えた最大級の劇場型犯罪の幕開けだ。せいぜい楽しんでくれよ、裏解決や諸君。
Prologue Crimson Roar End.
ま、こんなもんだろ。ランクアップか。はあ、気前のいいこった。はあ、完璧じゃねえか。
当然のことをしたまでよ。
All right, here we go. February 21st. 12:09.
1日遅れになっちまったが、久しぶりだな、2人とも。昨日は助かった。にしても、こっちはあの後手厳しく問い詰められて大変だったぜ。いつの間にかとんずらしてたお前らは知らないだろうがな。
逃げ足とサボりには自信があります。
威張るところじゃないから。
まあいい。知っての通り、ここが俺の事務所だ。で、こいつが
アニエス・クローデルです。今は2週間に1回くらいしか顔を出せていませんが、アークライド解決事務所の一員としてバンさんの助手をしています。ほうほう、昨日のアラミスの制服もあれはあれでクーだったけど、今日の私服はまた一段とキュートですな。
目立ちすぎず、それなりに動きやすく、それでいて個性も感じさせる格好。解決事務所の助手にふさわしいかもな。
ありがとうございます。ちなみにバンさんはどう思われますか？
そうだな。前の服装よりもより 4SPG 向きっつうか。何にせよ似合ってるじゃねえか。
ありがとうございます。ふーん。
ナディア。
たまにはコーヒーもいいものですな。
それはいいが、少しミルクを入れすぎじゃないか。
バンさんも角砂糖4個は入れすぎのような。
ま、細かいことは気にすんな。とりあえず改めて助手相手に自己紹介してもらうとすっかね。
俺はスウィン・アーベルだ。
ナディア・レインだよ。
ナディア・レイン。
以後よろしく頼む。
こちらこそよろしくお願いします。
So, I'm gonna take a stab in the dark and guess you're this place's poster girl. Clever, if so. What? Totally get it. Van's been polishing a diamond in the rough to compete with the guild's ever-popular sword maiden. Wasn't she the one with Van yesterday? Yeah, I can see why she sent the media into a frenzy. Just when people thought her looks were unrivaled, voila! In comes Arkride Solutions' very own Aeneas. She packs a smile that pierces the hearts of those in need and renders them vulnerable, so that Van can milk them for all they're worth. Just what the hell kind of business do you think I run here? Although, that might not be a bad way to make some easy money. But please don't entertain that idea. And don't say that in front of them. What if they think you're serious? Don't worry, we know he's just kidding around. Yeah, there's no way he could get that venture off the ground, especially with the daughter of a super important person at his center. Oh? How did you... After yesterday, we did a little background check on you, just for funsies. The result? Not a single shred of dirty laundry. Your record was squeaky clean. Thank goodness for the protection program. But then how did they find out about... In fact, you might even say it was a little too clean. Face it, most ordinary high schoolers don't come into the employ of a place like this. Yeah, that tipped us off for sure. But the dead giveaway that something was up was your companion. By companion, you mean Renee, yeah? Could you elaborate, please? Specs had all four of his eyes on you during that fight. He was looking out for the Spriggan and that Bracer lady too, sure. But protecting you was clearly priority number one. He didn't strike me as either a close friend or a hired hand. Even bodyguard feels like a stretch. It looked like it was all just part of his job. and his job doesn't involve protecting ordinary civilians. He isn't the bracer, he's a CID operative. We know he served as a temporary aide to the president during the Krail incident. It's hard to imagine someone like him going out of his way to protect a normal student. So that's your reasoning. Or maybe you and Specs are just engaged in a torrid love affair. What? No! Oh, so quick to deny. Why is that, I wonder? Is it because there's someone else you like? I have no idea what you're talking about. Well. That denial had no bite whatsoever. Not only that, but you didn't even try to refute that you're the daughter of someone important. You're like an open book. Now it's time to reveal your true identity. Close this case for good. Your real name isn't Agnes Claudel, it's Nadia. This isn't a mystery novel. Leave the poor girl alone. Oh, whoops. Should have got caught up in the moment. My bad. Uh-huh. Who in the world are these two? They don't look that much older than me. Anyway, I'll admit I'm impressed. You two reminded me of Van when he's solving his cases, even if your methods are a little different. Well, that's because we're in the same trade. We also take jobs from people who can't go to the guild. That makes you our business rivals. We actually came by today to scope out the competition. Oh, I see. Can't tell if she's joking or not. If that was your aim, you're wasting your time. Afraid there ain't much to see here. Yeah, that much was obvious. All the juicy bits of intel are kept under lock and key. But I wasn't about to leave this place empty-handed, so I helped myself to the yummy cocoa pudding in the fridge. She's such a brat. You what? That was a one-of-a-kind limited edition treat. God damn it! Calm down, Van. I'm sure she's just messing with you. Eidos above, Nadia. Will you please stop veering us off subject? We're going to be here all day at this rate. I know this is your usual bit, but can you dial it back for a while, please? Okay, but only because you said please, and because I'm a good girl. What universe is that true? Take back what I said yesterday. You two haven't changed a single bit. I could say the same about you, save for the sweet tooth, which only seems to have gotten worse. So, have you known them for long? We go back a little ways, but we haven't seen each other in 2 years. He helped us out with the 4 SPG back then, so we were happy to pay back a little of what we owed. We've been through a lot together since then, and it looks like the same goes for you. Sounds like a lot went down these past 6 months in particular. These two are uncannily well informed. Guess we do have some mutual acquaintances, so I'm not surprised you're in the know about that. Anyway, I've been meaning to ask, what brings you two to Edith? If you're here to sightsee, I can give you some tourist spot recommendations. Oh, and if you're looking for some good sweet shops to hit up, I may know a thing or two about that. A thing or two, he says. Unfortunately, this isn't a leisure trip for us. Yeah, we came to Calvard with a clear purpose in mind. We aren't here to goof off. But I do want to hear this sweet shop Rex later. We came to the capital because we're looking for something. And we were hoping you could help us with our search. That said, we realize you have your hands full with that case. It's not every day we see a throwdown between two dark-colored monsters. You being one of them definitely surprised us. We had heard all the rumors, of course, but still, we were taken aback. Well, don't worry, we don't intend to pry. Believe me, we understand wanting to keep secrets close to the vest. Guess we came at a bad time. But even an expert problem solver has to prioritize when they're snowed under. Looks like we'll just have to look for help elsewhere, even if the pickings are going to be slim. Hold up, you two. I've got an idea. One sec.
あら、お取り込み中だったかしら。
Ah. Well, if it isn't the CID division chief. Never thought I'd see your face pop up on my screen. Kilika Roran.
こんにちは。アークライド解決事務所の皆さん。そちらはもっと賑やかだと思っていたけれど、二人だけかしら。
I wish, but nah, my other assistants had just taken some time off. Pretty sure you knew that already, though.
それでも、お客さんくらいいてもおかしくはないかと思ってね。
Guests? The hell you going on about, lady? The only ones here are me and Agnes. Huh? When did those two...
まあいいわ。そんなあなたたちに 4SPG があってね。今はそれどころじゃないのも重々承知だけど、話だけでも聞いてもらえないかしら。
Another job from the CID, huh? Hold up, these requests normally come from Renee. Isn't this kind of thing below your pay grade?
今回は少々特別でね。うちとマルドゥック社の合同依頼になるわ。
Huh? Why are you two working together?
本来は MK 側の問題なんだけど、こちらとしても無視できない状況になってね。まあ、私はあくまで顔つなぎのようなものよ。詳細は向こうのスタッフに聞いてちょうだい。では、悪いけどお願いするわ。
Click. Hey, what the hell? She hung up on me. Guessing someone from Marduk will be calling us next? Well, that answers that. Wonder if Rosette's the one calling.
久しぶりやな、裏解決屋の兄さん。リゼットやのうてがっかりしたか？というか、うちのこと覚えとるか？
Oh yeah, I know you.
へえ、兄さんが噂の裏解決屋さんか。あいにくリゼットは不在でな。3週間うちが世話させてもらうで。カシム主任のしごきはえげつないやろうけど、骨は拾ってるさかい。安城決まりや。
Last time I saw you was when I went to Ored for a crash course in tactics. You're one of Rosette's colleagues.
皆まで言わんでええで。初対面の子もおるみたいやし、改めて自己紹介させてもらうわ。リゼットの同僚のマルドゥック社サービスコンシェルジュ、ミラベル・アールトンや。よろしゅうな。
She's got such a thick Kansai accent. Kansai dialect. It's very nice to meet you, Mirabelle. My name is Agnes Claudio. Rosette's always been a big help around here. I'll bet. She's told me a bit about you, you know. You're just as polite as she said. Glad to see you've been doing well. Out of curiosity, is Rosette not around? Yeah, Rosette's off on some other assignment. Pretty sure she wrapped up her regularly scheduled maintenance. But I think it's safe to say it'll be a hot minute before she's back in Edith. Got it. Well, as long as she's doing alright, I can't complain. No reason for her to hurry on back here. Yeah, but I remember her fretting about all the paperwork that, in her words, no doubt began piling up in my absence. Ugh. Well, you could tell her not to worry. I'll do my best to hold down the fort. And let your own schoolwork pile up instead? No way, Jose. It's not easy to find people who will jump at the chance to do your paperwork. You totally have it made, Van. Oh shoot, I almost forgot what I was calling you for. We've got a doozy of a job for you. Guessing it ain't the usual testing gig, yeah? Really doubt the CID would be involved otherwise. And if it were a regular job, I bet Rosette would have been the one to deliver it. Bullseye times 3. We need you to fix the problems that have cropped up in our new venture. What kind of new venture are we talking about? Oh boy. I got a bad feeling about this.
まあまあ、そう警戒せんと。むしろこれは財ファの民生化とともに一般市民にまで客層を広げた事業でな。
財フ
その名もメルヘンガルテン。
A Mehrhengarten, huh? That's a pretty name. So what is it exactly?
まあ、そりゃそうやろ。何せ財ファと動力ネットを利用した世界初の仮想空間サービスやさかいな。
What the hell is a virtual space?
確か我が社の仮想戦闘シミュレーターはテスト済みやったな。
How could I not? Did more fights in that thing than I can count. It was so realistic. The program even simulated pain whenever an enemy hit us.
ああ、その再現度の高さは兄さんたちも体験した通りや。で、メルヘンガルテンはそれをさらにアップデートさせたもんになる。動力ネットからデータを読み込むことでより大規模な領域が生成できるようになった上、遠く離れたユーザー同士でも同じ仮想空間に接続できるようになったことがもう一つの利点やな。つまりいつでもどこでも誰とでも行ける。それがメルヘンガルテンの世界っちゅうわけや。
Gotcha. So in a nutshell, you guys have created a mock reality. Or maybe you could call it a whole new reality. A reality where you can meet up with people around the world without having to leave your own bedroom. I'll admit, I'm having a little bit of trouble wrapping my head around the concept. But it certainly sounds ambitious. I'm glad you think so. It's the stuff of dreams for sure. Shame it was hijacked. What? You heard me. The Mehrhengarten was hijacked. What does that mean? Are you serious? You're saying the almighty Marduk company got its ass handed to him by some random hacker? Basically, yeah. And we've got absolutely zero clue as to the who's, why's, or how's. And it gets worse. The hacker, or hackers, not only took control of our in-development virtual space, they nabbed the source code too. They've taken the reins of the entire program and are pushing a whole lot of nasty changes. Ooh boy, sounds like a nightmare. Cybersecurity at Marduk's is top of the line. Even Kitty would have trouble doing all this. Hell, I doubt any world-class hacker would be able to break in without leaving some kind of trace. Hard to believe someone was able to pull this off. So, that brings us to our request. We want you to investigate and retake our Mehrhengarten. That's quite a tall order. Okay, so I get what you want us to do. I just got one question for you. Shoot, I'll answer any question you have, as long as it won't require me to spill the beans on company secrets. I'd get it if you just needed testers, but that's not what you're looking for, clearly, so why give this job to us? Marduk should have plenty of pros on payroll who are much more qualified for this kind of thing. Well, all of our so-called experts gave up. That's why. The Mehrhengarten is completely inaccessible, by normal means anyway. The fact that you requested our help means you think we have a way of dealing with the problem. Right on. To infiltrate it, we need an AI that isn't powered by the Orbital network, that has computing power that's way ahead of anything we have. That's what our team of analysts seem to think anyway. No one has been able to create an AI like the one that ran the Retributive Tower 2 years ago, even with all the latest tech. But we've got a sneaking suspicion you've got something like that. Well, did I win the prize? She must be referring to Mare. Damn it, Yoel's info network is freaking insane. Well, don't worry. We don't know all the details. That was just a conclusion we came to after combing through some stray data. And just so we're clear, Rosette didn't leak any of this. I don't want you thinking she broke any kind of confidentiality agreement she might have had with you. The thought never even crossed my mind. I trust her, don't worry. Besides, I figured you guys would find out about this sooner or later. Great, so, want to take the job? Oh, right. There's another thing I forgot to mention. The Marehen Garten was hijacked around the same time that Crimson Beast started its rampage in Edith's underbelly. Now, we don't have any proof that they're related, but I figured that might sweeten the deal. You know, because it's relevant to what you're dealing with and all. What do you think, Van? I think we don't got much choice but to accept, especially after that last bit. Alright, you've got us on the hook. Should have figured Rosette's co-worker would also be a force to be reckoned with. Well, duh. Getting our contractors motivated to take on more work is all part of the job. Alrighty then. I'm going to send over a program to your office terminal. If you run that using your Zypha, you'll be able to access the Marehen Garten. Good luck, guys. Those two really did take off without a word. I was surprised when I realized they were gone. I wish we got to talk a little longer. I'm sure you'll get more chances to chat with them. Anyway, let's focus on this for now. Okay, this is it. Yep, no dice. Running the program normally won't cut it. Looks like we'll need Mare's help after all. But how are we supposed to contact her? Won't we need to create a situation where we need the Grendel? Not necessarily. Remember, she came out on her own back in Longlai. Oh, right. That's true. Now that I think about it, she also answered my call that one time. Something wrong? Oh, no, not at all. Anyway, it really does look like someone hijacked the Marehen Garten. Wouldn't shock me if that Crimson jackass did the deed, but it's too early to jump to conclusions. It's a long shot, but why don't we try calling out the Mare? Worth a shot? Huh? Oh, cool. She heard us.
昨日の今日なのに忙しいったりありゃしない。あの赤黒い風が一体何に関わってるって？
Mare? Eh, someone was eavesdropping.
ま、裏から断片的にだけどね。ふーん、これがメルヒエンガルテンってやつね。確かに普通じゃない気配がするわ。
Got a favor to ask. Can you get us into that virtual world? I tried to access it with my Zypha, but I didn't have any luck.
やれやれ。勘違いされても困るから改めてちゃんと言っておくけど、私は由緒正しきなのよ。気安く頼っていい存在じゃないんだから。
I know I heard what she says, but part of it just slipped away again. Is that right? Well, I won't force you then. I just thought a top-of-the-line holo like you would be able to do this in your sleep.
まあ、確かに私はそんじょそこらのフォローとは違うけど。
Please, Mare, you're the only one we can turn to here.
ああ、もう仕方ないわね。そこまで言うなら。ふむふむ。確かに入り組んでるわね。でも、私にかかれば。プロセス完了。お望み通りルートをつないでおいたわ。これであんたの財宝を起点にすればいつでもあっちにアクセスできるわよ。
Cool. You're the best. Thank you, Mare.
ま、何があるかは保証しないけどね。
That's fine. You've done more than enough already. So you can leave the rest to us.
そう。ならせいぜい気をつけなさい。
Mare. That girl's as temperamental as they come. Still, she really came in clutch. Okay, ready to see if this Marehen Garten thing lives up to the hype? Yes, let's go. Overture, the Marehen Garten. Okay, we're here. Wow, this view is incredible. Whoa, it really does feel like we're in a whole other world. I wasn't expecting it to feel so lifelike. I wonder if technology continue to amaze. Yes, I'm completely blown away. The virtual battle simulator was certainly impressive as well, but this is even more. Wait. Hey! Nadia and Swin! Sorry, we didn't mean to startle you. So you guys followed us in, huh? Were you two just hiding all that time? Listen, nothing against the chief lady, but we'd rather avoid the CID like the plague. Those guys just won't leave us alone thanks to a certain former employer I won't name. There was a time when they were hounding us, so we're just a little bit wary. Oh, I see. Wonder what put them in the CID's bad graces. That's why we took to hiding when the call came in, and we couldn't find the right time to come back out after that. You two were working your butts off, so we didn't want to distract you while you were in the zone. We just waited till you were done, downloaded the thingy to our Zyphas, and then boom, here we are. So you two were close by that whole time? I never realized. That's to be expected. We didn't go through years of covert ops training for nothing. Doesn't sound like we were able to pull the wool over your eyes, though. Actually, it was my trusty nose that sniffed you out. Nothing gets past it. Anyhow, Agnes and I are on the clock here, so we better get going. Wait, hang on. I've got an idea. Oh. Technically, you two aren't supposed to know about any of this, and you sure as hell shouldn't be here. But since confidentiality's out the window, who cares? Since you're both in the know, I may as well have you help me out. Sweet. Sounds fun. You'd be more than happy to lend a hand. You sure about this? Yeah, don't worry. These two have seen more than their fair share of carnage. But besides, this may be a simulated world, but that doesn't mean investigating this place will be a walk in the park. We could use a few more hands, and it won't hurt to have a couple extra pairs of eyes to watch our sixes. Got it. That makes sense to me. Okay then. Not sure what this place has in store for us, but we'll find out soon enough. Let's mosey, gang. Understood. And away we go. Alright, I gotta do some more equipping. Nadia. Thankfully, I took some screenshots of my setups. Okay. Alright. Oops.
僕はライムだよ。よろしくね。ドライバーを変更したよ。メンテナンスモードに移行するよ。新しいスキルだね。スキルが属性専用スロットだよ。新しいスキルだね。スキルが更新されたよ。スキルが更新されたよ。スキルが更新されたよ。 しいスキルだね。新しい属性専用スロットだよ。新しいスキルだね。新しいスキルだね。
はい。
これがなーちゃんの実力なのだ。
充電完了よ。
戦闘の感覚もまるで本物みたいだな。
はい、さすがは MK 社というか、それだけに気をつけた方が良さそうです。
痛みにもリミッターがかけられているはずだが、何せ正常じゃないらしいからな。
うげえ、リアル以上に痛かったら MK を訴えちゃうんだから。
敵の群れだ、気をつけろ。
戦闘終了。データを処理するわ。
これがなーちゃんの実力なのだ。
悪くない宝箱だな。
Oh, cancel my art? Oh, or did he just run out of EQ?
相手が悪かったな。
行くぞ。
行くぜ。行きます。
俺が行く。悪くない宝箱だな。
I do like the frequency of the upgrade materials.
あれはゲートでしょうか。
こんなもんだ。
思っていたより強いらしい。お前らの手を借りて正解だったかもな。
えへん、それを見越していた姉ちゃんたちでした。
完全にただの成り行きだが、まあ最後まで付き合わせてくれ。
これも計算のうちだな。
お、宝箱だな。
That's what I'm working on.
敵の群れだ。気をつけろ。
相手が悪かったな。
ざっとこんなもんだ。
お疲れさん。怪我はないの？
Harry.
行くぞ。
敵の集団厄介ですね。
お、任せろ。
行きます。
行くぞ。
行くよ
戦闘終了。データを回収するね。
This place is going on forever. I'm tired. That's strange. I thought the battles up until now have been relatively tame. Should we take a quick breather? Not necessary. She's just looking for an excuse to slack off. You can ignore her when she gets like this. And the winner of this year's Most Ungentlemanly Man award goes to... Say it with me, Ah-chan. Huh? Ah-chan. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna call you. Just so you know, I've been trying to up my nickname game a little lately. So what do you think? Do you love it or do you love it? I suppose it's fine. She doesn't give nicknames to just anyone, you know. You could take it as a sign she likes you. Oh, I see. Well, I'm glad we're becoming fast friends. Anyway, I'm impressed by how well this place integrates sensory input. Same. It's not only replicating our body's natural abilities, but our combat skills too. I mean, the base for this thing is a battle training simulator. Kinda comes with the territory. Speaking of, I'm pretty sure combat practice is this place's main function. Though it's not like Swin and Nadia need it. They're already amazingly strong. Yeah, they're as tough as they come. You two have come a long way since the last time I saw you. Even among longtime partners, it's rare to find people so perfectly in sync. Well, duh. That's because we're the bestest team in the whole wide world. We're a match made in heaven. Goddess ordained. Yeah, I don't know about that. If I were to describe your fighting styles in one word, it would be efficient. Two of you don't waste a single beat in battle. Your approaches are totally different from Aaron and Judas, for example. They like to toy with and overwhelm their opponents respectively. And your finishing blows are quick and clean. You make it all look so effortless. Wow. Couldn't get any more spot on if you tried. And here I thought fighting wasn't really your thing. Not only are you proficient in providing support, but you're able to see the forest for the trees. Even in the thick of battle. Looks like Van isn't the only person here we should be wary of. I have my eye on you. I just felt a chill run down my spine. Intimidate my assistant one more time and there's gonna be hell to pay. Okay, easy. We were just kidding around. Yeah, force of habit. Our bad. It's alright. If anything, I should apologize. I can see how I might have come across as prying.
別にいいよ。あーちゃんが言ったことは大体当たってるし。
その理由は簡単だ。なぜなら俺たちの戦闘スキルは見せびらかすためのものでも屈服させるためのものでもない。相手を殺すための技術だからな。
殺すための技術？
ああ、俺たちはもともとガーデンに所属する殺し屋だ。
それってあーちゃんにも何人か心当たりあると思うけど、スーちゃんとなーちゃんはそんな自分たちのことが嫌になって数年前に組織から抜け出したんだよね。
前に国防外でジンさんがおっしゃっていた庭園の脱走者、もしかしてそれがスウィン君とナーディアちゃんたちのこと？でもいいんですか？ほとんど初対面の私にこんなことを話して。
いいんだよ、もともとそのつもりだったし。
ナーディアちゃん。
ガーデン、正式名称はフォーガーデン。ソード、ソーン、アウルム、ラストという4つの円から構成された暗殺組織だ。そして円にはそれぞれを統括する管理人が存在する。
ソードのエンペラー、ソーンのメルキオル、アウルムのオランピア、そしてラストのアリオッチ。この4人がガーデンの管理人だね。エンペラーは昔なーちゃんたちがやっつけたけど残りの3人はアークライド解決事務所が決着をつけてくれたんだよね。
ああ、
最悪としか言い表せない連中。本当なら元メンバーである俺たちが決着をつけるべきだったかもしれない。だから一つ礼を言いたかったんだ。ありがとうバン、アニエス。
お前ら
この場にいない人にも伝えてくれると嬉しいかな。
スウィン君、ナーディアちゃん。はい、必ず伝えます。
ともあれ、これで庭園は4人の管理人を全て失ったってことになる。もう何かしでかすこともねえだろ。
ああ、庭園という組織は実質崩壊したと言ってもいいだろう。これで俺たちの心残りも一つ消えたな。
ゴロゴロのんびりライフに一歩近づいたね。
あとは探し物の方だが、とりあえずはこの仮想空間を。ナーディア、
捕捉したよ。と言っても隠れるつもりはないみたいだけど。
そう警戒しなくてもいいだろう。一応昨日の借りもある。
この声は。
ルーネかよ。相変わらず性格の悪い登場の仕方だな。
だから名前で呼ぶなと何度。それはともかく、昨日のことについて礼を言いたかったのは本当だ。ついでに色々と聞かせてもらいたいというのも本音だがな。
残念ながら CID の分析官殿に話せるようなことはないけどな。
絶対腹黒いことをいっぱい考えてそうだよね。そのメガネが証拠。
それはさすがに偏見なのでは。
あながち間違ってなさそうだがな。
ガンさんまで。
別に難しい質問をするつもりはない。そうだな、例えば君たちは本当に2人なのかとかね。
ああ、今は本当に2人だ。これで満足か？
元仮面さんが今どこにいるかはなーちゃんたちも知らないからね。いくら探っても無駄だよ。
それは残念だ。
元仮面さんって一体キンケイドさんというより CID がかなり警戒している人物みたいですけど。
For good reason.
ね、そんなことを聞くためにわざわざこんな仮想空間まで来たのか？
あくまでことのついでだ。忘れたのかバン。これは CID からの依頼でもある。見聞を兼ねて一応手も貸す。つまりはそういうことだ。
そいつは頼もしい子って。
そういえばここって動力ネットを介して接続した空間だったよね。メガネさんはどこから来たんだろう。
少なくともあの事務所からってことはなさそうだな。
ああ、実際に今私がいるのは 一区バンタイユ地区だ。たとえイーディスの外からでも同じことだろうかな。
便利なもんだぜ。
無駄話はほどほどにして先に進むぞ。時間は無限じゃない。
それはそうですけど、二人は大丈夫なんでしょうか。
人員が一人増えたことだし、テキパキ片付けるか。
なんならなあちゃんが応援係をやろう。
いや、それサボりたいだけだろ。
キンケイドさんが同行することを完全に割り切っているみたいですね。
さて、訳ありの2人も含めたっぷり働いてもらおうか。
このメガネさん、やっぱり腹黒だ。
せめて報酬くらい欲しいもんだ。
賑やかになりましたね。
さあ始めるか。相手が悪かったな。
Where's my goal this time? Can't remember.
任せろ。
行きます。
俺が行く。
I got Kincaid all. Oh, I should probably get some SP back for swing.
敵の群れだ。
Or EP. Oh, medium boxes.
来るなら来い。そこだ。食らえ。
私が相手です。やっそれ続くよ。これで一安心ですね。
やるもんだな、アニエス。遅い。捕らえた。
させません。
What's with their speed?
負けません。星の力貫いて。これで一安心ですね。
アニエス、よくやったな。
シャード展開。
この調子でいきましょう。
Oh, you can grab those in battle?
遅い。捕らえた。続け、ナディア。
ブーストのチャンスだよ。
決まってけよ。
これがなあちゃんの実力なのだ。
よくやった、ナディア。
お、宝箱だな。
敵がたくさん。面倒そう。変革攻撃に注意だよ。頑張ります。
本当に綺麗ですね。
なあちゃんの同感。データ
女性陣の受けはいいでしょうな。リリースしたら人気のレンジャーだね。
魔獣さえいなければだろうけどな。
まあまだわからないことも多い。最後まで気を抜くなよ。
Gilga Taurus. Careful, this one's strong. Yeah, it's on another level from the rest of the small fry. Might actually give us a hard time. So this being is the sentinel of this domain. Must have been given a false role to play as a result of the hijacking. So basically, we just have to kick this thing to the curb and then we're golden. Just remember that if you get hurt here, your bodies in the real world are going to feel it too. Don't let up for even a second. Understood. Oh, it's got a decent amount of HP.
この調子でいきます。
型をつける。クロスナンバーズ。
Zarin powder. Shard tokens. Phew, we got through that somehow. Two of you held your own quite well. I'm impressed. Though I shouldn't be surprised. You were members of the Gardens, and the so-called Imperial Picnicking Front, after all. You weren't half bad yourself, Specs. Well, I'm glad they're somewhat getting along now. Alright, good work, people. We didn't catch the culprit, but we did what we were asked to do. I think we can call this job done. I beg to differ. Come again? You may have cleared this floor, but many more still remain. It's much too early to pop the champagne, I'm afraid. You gotta be shitting me, dude. Bet that concierge lady left out that very important detail on purpose. Whatever the case, we definitely didn't know the full scale of the Merhengarten going in. Just how many floors does this place have? I haven't the foggiest. The hijacker may very well have increased the number of floors since they seized control. If you wish to know the answer, you'll simply have to fight your way to the top. What a pain in my ass. That said, I believe we've done more than enough for today. You can finish the rest on your own time. If the remaining floors are going to be as difficult as this one, this will not be an easy task. No kidding. We're going to need all hands on deck and then some for this gig. At least there's one silver lining. We don't all need to be in the same room to connect to this place. That's right. I've taken the liberty to inform Elaine about all this, so you could call on her next time if you so wish. Seriously? That woman's going to burn the candle at both ends with how much work she takes on. Don't know if there's anyone in the world who cracks the whip like you do. Indeed, one might say it's my specialty. Now, if you'll excuse me, there are a number of pressing matters that demand my attention. Before I take my leave, I have a message for the two of you from the Chief. We have no intention of interfering with your activities during your stay in the Republic. That is all. What? You were so persistent before. Why are you only now pumping the brakes? Two reasons. One, the Gardens have fallen. Two, you aren't privy to the location of your masked friend. Therefore, the CID has determined there's no merit in pursuing you further. You have neither the time nor the resources to waste. That's the best news I heard all day. Bye-bye, Specs. Miss you already. Guess he logged out. Might as well follow suit. Are we going to be using our Zyphas to return, like he just did? Yeah, we cut the connection to this virtual space while it's stable, our consciousnesses should go back to the real world. See y'all in a sec. There. Oh, it's that fairy thing again. I didn't expect to see you here. Oh, right. I nearly forgot you two were in the office when we were talking with her. Didn't realize you knew about Mirko. Whoa, she has a remarkable range of emotion for an AI. You said it. Almost reminds me of her. Her. You're just the cutest little thing, aren't you? I think I'm gonna catch you. Then I'll shove you in a bottle as a keepsake. Don't worry, she's just messing with you, I think. Anywho, what you doing here?
実はこの仮想空間が乗っ取られて改造された時に動力ネット上から膨大な量の情報を取り込んだみたいなのよね。
Really now? I wonder why. I bet they had to get their greasy little hands on a bunch of data in order to push all those changes. And if some of that was top secret, then it's no wonder the CID is involved.
あんたたちが第一階層を攻略したことでその中の一部が取り出し可能になったのよ。もちろんほとんどはゴミ情報だけど普段はネットの真相に隠された情報や暗号化された情報も紛れているみたい。というわけで念のためあんたの端末に転送しておいてあげたわ。
Good deal. Thanks for doing that. We're sorry. I know we said we could handle everything from here.
今回に限って特別よ。それに私は有能なフォローだからこのくらいは大したことないわ。
You say that, but I'm pretty sure even the most top-of-the-line hollows can't do what you're doing.
とにかく力を貸せるのはここまでよ。あとは自分たちで何とかなさい。
Everything's back to normal again. What a strange little creature. She's an interesting one, all right. You guys want to head back and take a look at that info? Yes, let's. She wasn't lying about there being a bunch of junk. My PC is littered with this shit now. This is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Oh, scratch that. It sounds like cake compared to this. Only Rosette and Cotter were here. Could call over Ren, I suppose. Maybe I'll just hit up the CID or MK and throw them at the problem. Better idea, throw me at it. Oh, right. Forgot that you're tech savvy. Yep, so give me the keyboard. I'll wreck your computer with viruses in 10 seconds flat. Stay the hell away from my PC. Just kidding, just kidding. Anyway, data analysis is my forte, so let me at it. Could have spared Van some grief if you said that from the start. Never a dull moment with Nadia around, is there? Look at her go. It's all coming together now. There, I've put the data into groups based on pattern similarities. All that's left is to run this through the Kitty engine. Huh? Incognito mode. What is this? I've never seen this before. That's to be expected. It's a hidden function that your average person isn't going to know about. And even if they did, it's not like they know what to do with it. And presto! Kitty, you are a goddess. The engine should be able to process the rest on its own. Huh? What's this?
Armataの遺産か。
アルマータ。もうこの名前を聞くことはないと思っていましたが。
ああ、俺たちにしても二度と聞きたくなかった名前だな。
うん。もしかしてお二人も？
庭園絡みで奴らと因縁でもあったか？
いや、俺たちはアルマータと直接の関係はない。あるとしたらクレイユ村の方だ。
もう2年前か。いろんなことを片付けた後にふらりと立ち寄って、骨休みがてらみんなでのんびりして、ガレットなんかもお腹いっぱい食べて、なあちゃんの人生史上でも最高にまったりできたんじゃないかな。
ああ、それで気づいたら一月も滞在してしまっていたな。
そうだったんですか。そういえばあの時村で聞いたような。
They must have visited it right after they dealt with the Retributive Tower incident. Sorry, we got a little off track. We were talking about Almata's legacy. Yeah, we got a lot of hits on that in the data. Even so, we know next to nothing about it besides the name. Wonder what it could be. Maybe it's some leftover Mira or some sort of treasure? Ooh, dibs. Stop trying to call dibs on everything. Anyway, it could also be a narcotic or a weapon of some kind for all we know. I doubt it'd be a spare nuclear weapon given how hard they are to make, but bombs or explosives wouldn't be out of the question. Their top guys were packing some super powerful weapons, right? Maybe it's one of those? Could be. Their leader and two of their executives used artifacts. Wouldn't be a stretch to think they left something like those behind. There are too many possibilities on the table. I think trying to narrow it down without any hard facts would be a wasted effort. In my opinion, our time would be better spent trying to find it. According to the data, it's hidden somewhere outside the capital. And there was only one place that was mentioned. Yeah, Messeldam. I think we'll find a lead on its whereabouts there. Messeldam is a port city facing the Northern Sea. I hear trade with Remiferia is really popping off over there. They're also famous for their ballet. That and their annual film festivals. I heard they had to cancel it last year because of a terrorist threat and a series of fires that broke out. No doubt those incidents were orchestrated by Almata. Yeah, and here's the kicker. That city is where their old base was at. Believe it or not, I've been eyeing Messeldam for a while because of something else. I've been meaning to drop by for a visit, so this works out nicely.
Oh-chan, なんか光ってる。ゲネシスが反応を。
去年と同じパターンだな。こいつが光ったってことは確実に何かがあるってことだ。
バンさん、でしたら私も。
気持ちはわかるが、お前は学校だろうが、しかも学芸祭の準備が忙しい時期だしな。
ですが、
心配しなくても他の女子たちにも声をかける。人手不足なんてことにはなんねえから、ここは俺に任せておけ。
そうですね。この時期にあまり欠席していたらアラミス星の本分も果たせませんし。
さて、そうなると割と長めの出張になりそうだ。事務所の方はしばらく留守になるが。そういえばスイン、ナディア、お前らの予定は？
どういう風にやるかはまだ決まってないけど、首都で探し物の情報を集めてみようと思うの。
そういうわけで当分はこっちに滞在するつもりだ。
だったらちょうどいい。本当はあの室長の連絡が来る前から言おうと思ってたんだが。お前らに一つ提案がある。
A proposal. Overture. The Meerhengarten. End.
この調子でいくぞ。
Oh. Huh. Okay.
ランクアップか。はあ、気前のいいこった。はあ、完璧じゃねえか。
まあ、喜ぶほどのもんじゃないさ。
CID top secret research reports have been added to the archive.
Garden 正式名称はフォーガーデン。大陸西部と中部で一時猛威を振るったという暗殺組織。ソード、ソーン、アウル、ラストという4つの園から構成され、それぞれの園は管理人によって統括されていた。特徴として挙げられるのが、各地で子供をさらい暗殺者として仕上げる残酷かつ合理的な育成システム。その成果によって信じがたいほどの暗殺達成率を誇った。一説によると、組織の依頼は中世からの暗殺組織月光木馬団とかの DG 教団の生き残りを結社の使徒千の破壊者が合流させたのがきっかけらしい。しかしその後、破壊の手を離れ独自路線を進んだ結果、最悪のマフィアアルマータと結託し暴走したとみられる。ウロボロス、ゼムリア大陸で暗躍する秘密結社。結社または蛇と呼称されることが多い。ここ数年、大陸で起きた大きな事件の裏には必ずと言っていいほど彼らの関与が確認されている。グランドマスターが遂行するオルフェイス最終計画なるものを進めるため、7名の最高幹部アンギスがより具体的な計画を立案し主導する。そしてそれを実行するのはレギオンと呼ばれる特別なエージェントたちである。それぞれ超人的な戦闘力を持って計画を遂行するが、組織としてはおよそ考えられないことに、名手からあらゆる自由が認められているとも噂されている。執行者は現在ナンバー19までが確認されている。イスカリオ、アルテリア報国において風星省と対立する天霊省の傘下にある治安維持組織たる総兵長。その中でも存在が秘匿された特殊な部隊。主任務は下法と認定されたものを断罪することで、聖杯騎士団と対立することも多々あるようだ。詳細は不明だが、メンバーは戦術動力機を応用した霊視法院で常人をはるかに超える力を振るう模様。なお、彼らを束ねる総兵長は代替わりしたようだが、正体は教会内部でも秘匿されており、未だ判明していない。ドミニオン、七葉教会が非公式に要する聖杯騎士団を統率する12名の特別な騎士たち。一つの時代に必ず12人いると言われるスティグマを持つ者たちによって構成される。聖魂により超常的な力を振るい、その戦闘力は未知数。各騎士に支給された専用作戦艇メルカバを借り、秘密裏にアーティファクトの回収や風星省が決定した特別な作戦に従事していると思われる。DG 教団、女神を否定し悪魔を崇拝する宗教団体。成り立ちは中世まで遡り、クロスベルに存在したとある錬金術師の一族の末裔が関わったとみられる。大陸各地にあるロッジと呼ばれる拠点で数々の非人道的な儀式や実験を繰り返した。その目的は人工的に巫女を作り出し女神の代わりにすることと推測され、 そのために各地で子供を誘拐し実験体にした。
I just realized the children in those two pictures, image 2 and image 5, are Carter and Ren.
あまりの悪行ゆえ、七曜暦1198年、ギルド、教会、および各国の軍や警察の共同による教団殲滅作戦が実行され、DG 教団は壊滅した。その際に救出された被害者はごくわずかで、
Those two.
未だに教団が大陸諸国に残した爪痕は深い。
Right? Do 1A for now.
Kusa, どこ行った？
有力な手がかりだ。必ず見つけ出せ。
父さん。
Nestle down.
あいつら本当に撃ってくるなんて。こっちは引きつける。その隙に君は。
まったく面倒なことになったわね。でも鍵が連中の手に落ちるのだけは阻止しないと。
何？
やれ、やっちまえ。
でもこの手がかり絶対にロンさんに。黒い女の人、あなたここで一体。来なさい、逃げるわよ。あっ、
こっちだ。二人とも急げ。
はい、カット。いやー、バッチリじゃったぞ、ジュディス君、ニナ君。二人が出会うハイライトシーンをよくぞ演じきってくれた。程よく濡れたエロスーツもカメラ映えしておるし、これぞエロスとバイオレンスの融合じゃ。
で監督、開口一番セクハラ発言はいい加減やめてもらえません？でもゴッチ監督の作品に参加できて光栄です。アクションシーンの迫力はさすがですね。
それをミシェル役で演じきれるあんたも大したものさ。
ドミニクさん、おばあちゃん。
おお、ドミニクさん、わざわざ現場まですみませんな。
いいってことさ。私は現役の頃から現場主義だからね。孫娘の働きぶりも間近で見れるし、またとない好機だろうよ。
いや私も気合い入れないとね。
今をときめくトップ女優の2人に演技指導で往年の名歌手ドミニク・ランスターが参加。この映画とんでもないことになりそうだな。
ゴールデンブラッドと狼たちの鎮魂歌のクロスオーバー作品なんだっけ。それだけでも話題性は十分すぎるけど、それはそうとバンさん、
すげえ。あの特撮の合成がこんなにスムーズに進むだなんて。
タイミング合わせも完璧じゃねえか。坊主、一体何者なんだ。
いえ、理科大学で研究に携わっているので端末の操作は慣れているだけですよ。映像編集は天体観測の画像データ解析と共通点も多いですし。
ほう、若いのに大した坊主だな。おい、お前らもしっかり見ておけよ。
ウィース。
なんでこんなことになったんだっけ。
Several hours earlier, Kata Cilicia.
ここがメッセルダムの港湾区か。思ったより栄えてるみたいだね。バンさんから聞いた住所は
目的地まで約200アーチュと推測。
うん、あの角を進んだあたりみたいだね。それじゃあ行こうか。フィオ、ゼロスも。
おっと、来たか。久しぶりだな、カートル。こうして会うのは2ヶ月ぶりか。
うん、通信では話してるけど、やっぱりちょっと感慨深いかな。バンさん、ジュディスさんも変わりないみたいでよかったよ。
Judith Lanster.
そっちもね、カタルくん。でも理科大学の方は良かったの？
うん、今期の必修単位は取ったからね。あとは合間にフィオやゼロスのバージョンアップなんかをしていた感じかな。
処理速度が 15% 向上。カトル、頑張った。
さすが、うちの技術担当は優秀だな。
One moment.
.っていうか、この子たちまた賢くなったわけ？
あといくつか新機能を少々。まあそのあたりはおいおいかな。ジュディスさんの方は映画の撮影中って聞いたけど。
ええ、年明けから本格的にロケ撮影が始まっちゃってね。
ゴッチ監督とラム監督の共同制作にして去年の大ヒット作同士のコラボ作品。今はゴッチ監督の撮影パートなんだけど、みんな気合が入りまくっちゃってて。悪いけど例の調査は撮影の合間ってことでお願いするわ。
こっちは構わねえし、手を貸してくれるのも助かるが、そこまでして無理に動かなくてもいいんじゃねえか。
首都の件軽く聞いた限りだけでも到底放置はできないわ。カトル君も来たことだし詳しく話してくれるわよね。
うん、僕も確認しておきたいかな。
わかった。手短にはなるが改めて共有しておくか。
So that's how things went. It's almost too surreal to believe. A dark red beast that resembles the Grendel and Almada's legacy. This demands our attention, especially if the first Genesis reacted. No kidding. I borrowed this one just in case, but to be honest, I don't know how much use it'll be. True, they tend to only glow in Agnes's presence. That strange phenomenon you mentioned earlier is another point of concern. Wish I could explain it better. It ain't easy to put it into words. Doesn't sound like we have much to go off at this point. Is the capital safe at least? Yeah, I left Agnes and a few other folks I could trust to hold down the fort. If worst comes to worst, Elaine's there too, so they should be fine for now. Understood. And I suppose the three of us should get to looking for Almada's legacy. Right. It's been too long since I've seen some real action. And I'm not about to turn a blind eye to anything involving Almada. Besides, even on a tight schedule, I've always found time for a side gig or two. That's right, a case like this is nothing for Judith Lanster. Let me at him. Something happened to Judith since we last met, Van? Her Grammy put her through the ringer when she got home back in December. Sure, I've made a lot of mistakes lately, but who hasn't? I'm doing my best here. That whole scandal with me and Maxim wasn't even my fault. And yet, even Mum won't stick up for me. If I don't start showing some improvement front stage and backstage, I'll never hear the end of it. I don't think I've ever seen Judith like this before. Her grandmother must be terrifying. Oh, look who it is. And we were just talking about him too. Arkwright here. How's it been, Director? Director Salvatore Gotti.
おお、バン君、つながってよかったわい。ジュディス君から君がメッセルダムに来ていると聞いたんじゃが。
Sure am. Let me guess. You in some kind of trouble?
実は俳優の一人の到着が遅れておってな。このままでは撮影が大幅に押しそうなんじゃ。今日からニナ君もクランクインだという時に臨時の代役を立てようにも少々体を張る役でな、なかなか任せられるものが。
Are you asking what I think you're asking?
そういうわけでバン君、突然で悪いんじゃが一つ頼まれてくれんか？
For real? Despite Van's initial reluctance at the director's request, Gotti's relentless passion eventually convinced him to accept. With Cotter's help, the filming went off without a hitch. Playback looks good. Let's take 5, everybody. Act 1A, Port Capriccio. You sure saved my ass, Van. I had no idea you were such a talented stuntman. We'll have to shoot some pickups when Ethan gets here, but the whole day would have been a bust without you. That fight scene you choreographed for us was the cherry on top. Heck, I ought to get you and Cotter on staff. Nah, it was no big deal. But out of curiosity, Do full-timers get access to unedited cuts of the adult scenes? Okay, that's enough out of both of you. Oh, brother. The job does seem fun, though. By the way, what's Grammy up to? Oh, she's helping Nina run lines for the next scene. I'll tell you this much, bringing her on board really lit a fire under our asses. Dominique Lanster, the biggest chansoneer of her generation. Even after retiring, she still has a finger in every corner of the business. Apparently, she'll only take on jobs when the mood strikes her, but any production she touches becomes a massive hit. That's an impressive resume. She sounds like a woman of many talents. Grammy coaches everything from stage and screen actors to professional athletes. She even has experience planning large-scale events. It's all done behind the scenes too, so the industry sees her as a legend, a real genius in her field. Who'd have thought we'd end up working with her here in Messeldam? I take it you didn't hear about it till the last minute either, eh, Judith? Well, the good news is, now we've got a cinematic masterpiece for the ages on our hands. Keep an eye out for the premiere. I gotta run, but I'll see to it you get paid in a few days for all your help. No rest for a director, is there? I hope we were able to lighten the load, if nothing else. For sure. In fact, you bought me some time too. With today's shoot out of the way, I should be free until evening. Alright then. I think we've hung around here long enough. You two ready to roll? First things first, we need to track down Almada's legacy. Of course, that's easier said than done. Should be able to sniff out some clues in town, though. Let's make the rounds and see what turns up. I'd like to poke around Almada's old stomping grounds in particular. Right, as far as Messeldam goes, that place tops the list. Oh, and I've spread the word about 4 SPGs like you asked, so we might have a few of those to do. Good looking out. While we're at it, we might as well stop by the White Whale Inn. There's something in my room that I wanted to show you guys. You must mean that new software from Marduk. Very well. We could drop in at some point as we work through our requests. We've got some more equipping to do.
髪型とサングラスだけだが。首都でもそのスタイルだったか。
案外バレないんだよね。
さてと。
Just trying to find the right. Oh. All right.
メンテナンスモードに移行するよ。コロコアロレイ起動します。ドライバーを変更しました。メンテナンスを開始します。スキルは属性専用スロットです。新たなスキルです。スキルが更新されました。スキル属性専用スロットです。スキルが更新されました。スキルが更新されました。スキルが更新されました。スキル属性専用スロットです。スキルが更新されました。新たなスキルです。スキルが更新されました。スキルが更新されました。スキルが更新されました。
All right, that's another 2 characters' equipment taken care of. Items. Huh? You still not satisfied with this scene, Mr. Goatee? I could tweak my performance however you like. No, you played your part to a T, Nina. This feels like we need a little je ne sais quoi to tie things together before cutting to the climax. No shame in asking for advice if you need it. The whole point of this blockbuster crossover is to raise support for the survivors of Crail Village, right? Knowing that, I'd like to help in any way I can. Looks like Grammy and them are ironing stuff out. Let's not butt in. They've got enough on their plates.
映画の撮影って思ったより大人数でやるものなんだね。
ええ、脚光を浴びる役者や監督だけじゃない。大勢の人に支えられてるのよ。
北海か。でもこの季節なのにそこまで寒くないんだね。
ああ、確か海流の関係だったかで不登校だったはずだ。
オレドやレマン、レミフェリア、北方諸国とつながるまさに北の玄関口ね。
Oh, it's Van, and he brought friends. Fancy seeing you all the way out in Messeldam. You know these people, Van? Yeah, we met a little while ago in the capital. They, persuaded me to take some fishing gear off their hands. Doesn't seem like you're too pressed about it, the way you've been carrying that rod around everywhere. What can I say? It helps pass the time. Hey, what matters is that you're enjoying yourself. I'm just as much of an angling aficionado as these two, so any newcomers to the sport are more than welcome. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I'm Makino's cousin, Kyle. You and your team actually helped me get my stolen bicycle back at Crail Village, Van. Imagine my surprise when Shannon and Makino brought up your name. Fate's a funny thing, huh? Oh, yeah, I remember now. You mentioned being there to fish at the time. It's the same with us. We came to make a rare catch that could be found in Messeldam's winter waters. We also plan on posting a pic of it on our social media account afterwards. We just launched it, so check us out when you get the chance. Oh, here's a little something for the road. You should cast a few lines with us if you're up for it. Thanks, we'll keep it in mind.
いい釣り場じゃねえか。
何でも言ってちょうだいな。 またいつでもおいで。
I think I can't go out there right now. Yeah.
This ここの浴場、ちゃんとサウナが完備されてるから安心しろ。
当然のようにチェック済みなんだ。
寒い日は風呂にか。
最高だ。
ちょっと暑すぎない？
体温上昇。汗がすごいな。
極楽気分ね。
また温まりに来な。
たまんねえな。
お伺いしましょう。またお越しください。
どれにするんだい？またどれにするんだい？またよろしくな。
So used to being able to like go upstairs and stuff from Trails of the Sky. I have a lot of those blocked off in this game by comparison.
ここの映画館、マイナーな作品も余さず上映するのよね。
へえ、映画好きにはたまらないだろうね。
さすがは映画祭の街。こだわってるみてえだな。
いらっしゃいませ。
貴重な場絶賛上映中。カプセルたち。
Oh, right. So there is a reason for me to be doing that. Okay. Alright. Oh, look who it is. You're that detective. Nate, right? Nice to see you. Detective Nate.
はーい、奇遇だね、ジュディスさん。いやー、撮影に来てるって噂は本当だったのか。じゃなくて、どうしてお前たちがメッセルダムにいるんだよ。
We're here on a work trip, same as you, I'd wager. Let me guess, tidying up after Almada turning out to be more than just a year-end job? Boy, you really know how to hit the mark. I gotta tell you, rounding up every organization on their fringes is a slog. We've been making arrests ever since we arrived early last month. Worst of all, they've got 6 of us guys griming up one room at the inn. It's like sleeping in a sardine can. It's going off on a venting session. Works for me. Let's see if we could get him to spill a few beans. So, they brought in Ida's best and brightest, huh? The brunt of the investigation must have been a breeze after that. Heh, well, what can I say? Just comes easy to me. But the police can't take all the credit. The Guild and the CID are in high gear on this too. Naturally, we've cleaned up all of Almada's stragglers. Same goes for any group they've so much as shaken hands with. So, you could just focus on filming worry-free, Judith. That's good to hear. So in other words, they haven't found anything worth mentioning. If that's the case, why haven't you gone back to the capital yet? Well, we're talking about a pretty wide-reaching mafia here. There's still a few bits and bobs that need clearing up, like the finer parts of their cash flows. But hey, that's just a tiny slice of it. We've got most of the rest on lock. That's what makes us the best and brightest. So I see. Guess that means people in the know about Almada's legacy are in short supply now. Well, that gives us the gist of things. Hit us up if you get any info, Mr. Best and Brightest. Sure thing, leave it to me. Wait a minute. Why should I have to share information with you guys? Sure took them long enough. Hey, don't sweat the small stuff. Still got a lot to clear up regarding Almada's cash flows and affiliates, but they shouldn't have any stragglers left standing at this point. Anyway, keep us updated if you and your team come across any new intel. Almost got hit by a car. Prized possession. About 9 years ago, I happened to lose a childhood treasure of mine here in Messeldam. I know the idea seems a little far-fetched, but I'm hoping it's still somewhere in the city. Would you be willing to help search for it? I'll be waiting for your answer at the chapel. Francisca. So this is where you were. Francisca, right? You're the one that put up the 4 SPG? 4 SPG? Then you must be... The Spriggan, yeah, from Arkride Solutions. We just happen to be in Messeldam for some business. Anyway, not to jump the gun or anything, but can you fill us in on the details of your request? Wow. Having a hard time talking. Of course. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Let's discuss this where we won't disturb the others. So, your request said you wanted us to look for something important to you? What would that be exactly? Right, I suppose that's the best place to start. I'm looking for a music box, one with a little ballerina on top. It has a crank that you could turn to play music. The ballerina will even spin if she's dancing. As if she's dancing. Oh, I've seen those before. They're so cute. I agree. It was incredibly dear to me when I was a little girl. You see, my father was a busy man, and because I didn't get to see him very often, he decided to have a gift made for me, to remind me of his love. Sounds like he cared for you a great deal. He did, yes, but unfortunately, there came a time when we had to depart from Messeldam. I had no choice but to leave the music box behind. It's been on my mind ever since. I've always longed for the day I could come back and look for it. It's only now, 9 years later, that I've finally been able to visit. So you're trying to find the music box while you're still in town? Yes, of course, there's no guarantee that it's still here, but if there's even the slightest chance... Even if you can't find the music box itself, any information on where it might be would be more than enough. Does this sound like something you could help me with? Well, I think I got the gist of your request, at least. You had no choice but to leave it behind, though? Sounds like something crazy must have happened. Yeah, that does seem a little strange. It's not exactly hard to bring a music box with you. I wish I could tell you more, but I can't. There's really nothing more I can say. I apologize. Well... Listen, if there's stuff you feel you can't share, I get it. I mean, dealing with complicated matters is practically our whole business. But at the end of the day, you can't really expect us to head out on a search for some music box without having all the info. I didn't mean to... No, I'm just making more excuses. Hey, you didn't have to be so rude about it. Not like I don't get why you're skeptical, though. Is there a reason you can't ask the police or bracers for help? I'd prefer not to complicate the situation, personally. I only want the music box back. I did think about trying to find it on my own, but I'm a bit hesitant to go wandering around town. Look, I really would like to help you out, but it's ultimately up to our leader here. What do you think, Van? Let's see. She's got reservations about telling the truth, but it doesn't feel like it's because of a life or death situation. Still, something's bugging me. Not that that's stopped me before, per se. What to do? You will accept. Alright, we'll take the case. You did go to all the trouble of putting out a 4 SPG. Plus, it might be nice to do some extra legwork while we're in town. Thank you so much. Words can't explain how much this means to me. So is there anything else you could tell us about this music box? Seriously, any info at all would be helpful. Well, my memories could be a bit hazy at times, but I'll try my best. As I mentioned, it's a music box with a little ballerina on top. I think it was made of ceramic? Yes, if I'm remembering correctly. I was told it came from a famous workshop here in Messeldam. Oh, you must mean the Orbital factory across from the public bathhouse. Sounds like that should be the place we start asking around. Well, let's get going then. Gotta strike while the iron's hot.
解決業務開始だね。
Quest a prized possession started. I believe my ballerina music box was made at a ceramics workshop here in town. It isn't much of a lead, but that's all I really know. The rest is up to you. Please find it for me. A music box with a ballerina. Again, huh? That's an interesting reaction. You know something? Funnily enough, I happened to come across some old paperwork on it recently, so yes, I do. Well, that certainly makes things easier. Let's start with the simple stuff then. I'm guessing it was your shop that made the music box? That's right. It was actually crafted by my grandfather, but the request for it was made roughly a decade ago. The order slip mentioned it was a present for the customer's daughter who wanted to be a ballerina. Money didn't seem to be an issue for the man who ordered it, though. I imagine he must have been a real up-and-comer. That's why my grandfather felt so much pressure to make it perfect. He poured all of his know-how into that thing. I don't think there was a single piece he was more proud of. Huh. Sounds like this is more of a luxury item than I thought. It really is. And considering the last time I looked it over, I imagine it's still appraised at 100,000 mira. His craftsmanship was like no other. Wait, you've seen it before? Yep, just last month actually. I'm not sure if you'll be pleased to hear this or not, but an antique dealer brought it in. He wanted me to refurbish the parts of the doll that fell off. Talk about a coincidence. I only realized it was my grandfather's work when I noticed his signature on the back. That's what got me digging through our old documents in the first place. Anyway, your best bet is probably going to be that antique dealer. No telling if he still has the music box though. Right, if the repair was last month, he may have already sold it. Suppose we should at least try to find him though. Yeah. You know if the guy's still in the area? Well, I've seen him around, sure, but I'd be careful if I were you. He's not exactly known for being the reputable type. Word is that he buys some of his goods through the black market. I've even heard that he has dealings over in that underground club in the back streets. Black market goods, huh? That doesn't sound great. Well, it's the only lead we've got right now. Come on, let's head to that club. Thanks for the info, Ivan. That old music box with the ballerina was brought in to us by an antique dealer. There have been a few shady rumors about him. Not sure if it's related, but I hear he does some of his business at a club in the city's back streets. That's about all I could tell you. Hope it helps. How did I miss that one? Give me that.
毎度サポートは任せとき。ええもん揃えとるで。おおきに。ええもん揃えとるで。おおきに。必要なもんがあったら言うてや。
Oh, I can buy those? Don't mind if I do. I was using inferior ones. Oh. Oh, I have access to everybody here. Well. Then I could do all of my equipping right now. Yeah, I can. Okay. Let's get this all out of the way then. So we don't have to stop to do this every time. Oh, she's got... He had good stuff equipped still. Okay.
あー、木に必要なもんがあったら言うてや。
メンテナンスモードに移行したよ。
ホローコア神を起動するぜ。メンテナンスモードに移行したぜ。スキルが更新されたぜ。属性専用スロットだ。メンテナンス属性専用スロットだ。スキルが更新されたぜ。スキルが更新されたぜ。スキルが更新されたぜ。スキルが更新されたぜ。スキルが更新された。属性専用スロットだ。スキルが更新されたぜ。スキルが更新されたぜ。スキルが更新されたぜ。スキルが更新されたぜ。スキル属性専用スロットだ。新しいシャードスキルだな。スキルが更新されたぜ。
メンテナンスモードに移行したよ。
Can you? My D-pad on this controller is completely messed up. But what do you mean unopened? D and Zin? Okay. That's weird. Oh, it increased their levels. I guess because you only get access to them in the epilogue section. That's interesting. But it brought them up to the level of my main character. Something like that. Come on, controller. Irritating. Is there any...
更新されました。 替わったよ。
アーツ更新。
アースドライバーを変更したのじゃ。ドライバーを変更しました。ドライバーを変更したよ。
Alright, I guess that's the last that I'll probably have to fool around with that.
毎度あり。ええもん揃えとるで。おおきに。またいつでもどうぞ。
And yes, Elaine. One more skill zone for. Okay.
歓迎すんで、ゆっくりしてってな。必要なもんがあったら言うてや。
Oh, I can't get errands yet. It's annoying.
おきに。応援しとるで。
Alright.
いいポイント。この辺りはなんだか雰囲気が違うね。
ええ、メッセルダムの裏通り、治安が悪いエリアらしいわ。
ま、例の元本拠ビルもあるし、無理もねえか。
I think I'm going to go quickly get some food before I continue. And then we'll do our side quest and continue the main story. I'll be back in a bit. Alright. Gonna have to go refill my drink soon, but food break over. Let's explore the rest of Messeldam. By the way, I intend to go the distance here. Right after 12 hours and perhaps a second stream after that. But we'll see how I'm feeling when I get to the end of this one. Anything turn up on your end? Not yet. Where the hell is that damn brat? His lookout's posted at every way in or out of the city, so he's got no place to run. We'll find him if we have to turn over every last rock in the street. Someone's coming. You know the drill. What's up with those two? Sounds like they're in the middle of a manhunt. Something smells off about this. Let's just focus on our investigation for now. We still need to get a handle on the situation in Messeldam. This isn't your everyday establishment? Maybe not, but places like these are a surefire bet for underworld intel. That's about the size of it. Would you rather wait outside, kiddo? There's no need to coddle me. It's only the middle of the day, so we'll just take 3 mocktails. Right away, sir. I didn't realize bars even offered non-alcoholic drinks. Depends on the joint, but it's not too uncommon while it's still light out. Hey, this is pretty tasty. Just right for an afternoon pick-me-up. I have to agree. You've got some killer skills, barkeep. That's very flattering, sir. I'm not just talking cocktails, by the way. It's hard to tell by looks alone, but you're packing a lot of muscle under that uniform. I also noticed the glances you sneak at the door and customers. That's more vigilance than a typical bartender needs. My take's that you double as this club's bouncer. I'm lost for words. Are you, perhaps, involved in some form of detective work? That's one way to put it. You wouldn't happen to be an ex-Jaeger called Robson, would you? I heard your story from Dingo. You were acquainted with him? That was a telling response. So you knew each other too? Yes, as you presumed, I am Robson. Dingo has done much for me in the past. Shame what became of him. So you already heard the news. Even now, I struggle to believe it. Since you were a close friend of his, it would be my pleasure to accommodate you in whatever way I can. That being said, I would advise you not to bring his name up in front of the owner. Did something happen between them? In a sense. You see, our club's highest earner used to be a hostess by the name of Mistress. That's the lady from the Blacklight district. Mistress, huh? I know she and Dingo got acquainted when he was in Messeldam, but it sounds like there's more to the story. I can't discuss this too openly, but at the time, Mistress was being blackmailed into doing the owner's bidding. Dingo was the one who pulled every trick in the book to secure her freedom. It would seem the owner harbors a grudge over it to this very day. Damn, that's a hell of a history. What brings your investigation here, if I may ask? I would be happy to answer any questions you have to the best of my ability, Mr. Call me Van. I'm a Spriggan from the capital. Ah, the one from the rumors. I'm here in Messeldam to find something, so we're out doing a little info gathering. Have you noticed any sketchy developments here lately? Particularly in relation to Almada? Police were scouring the place as part of their own investigation not too long ago. But as far as I'm aware, they didn't discover anything of note. The truth, however, the owner has worked with Almada on numerous past occasions. It was only ever to line his own pockets, however, so he is likely ignorant of their inner workings. Even if he weren't, he's crafty enough to keep the police from delving into him too deeply. So he actually gave them the slip? Sounds like interrogating him wouldn't get us much of anywhere then. There are many others in this town that are also connected to Almada in some shape or form. In most cases, however, it was that they were either threatened or exploited. The only people who truly know what went on in Almada would be those who worked directly under them. The way I understand it, each and every member was arrested at the end of last year. That is the extent of my knowledge. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help. Not at all. This gives us a much better grasp of things. Yeah, you definitely saved us some trouble down the road. That pleases me to hear. We'll hit you up again if we need anything else. Heck, even if we don't, we might just stop by for some more drinks. I'll save you a spot at the counter. That slight smile. This guy's pretty cool. I can't help but sense fate's hand at work bringing an acquaintance of Dingo's through the door after all this time. Nevertheless, I am merely this club's bartender, or, at times, its bouncer. While that regrettably limits the ways in which I can help you, do let me know if you're ever in need. And though this may be remiss of me to say as an employee, watch your back around the owner. Mr. Steve would be the owner. Can't you see it's occupied? Leave me alone. Okay, sorry. What are you even doing? This may be a unisex bathroom, but I can't wait to get out of here. Normally this wouldn't be that big of a deal, but I've got a feeling the owner won't take too kindly to us asking lots of questions. Might be easier to see if any of the dancers know something. Excuse me, miss? Oh, got a tip for me, mister? Feel free to put it anywhere you want. That's not what we're here for. if possible, we'd like to ask you something. Powder might act like he's all grown up, but he's still just a kid, huh? Powder explained that they were looking for an antique dealer. Oh, you're looking for that guy, are you? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's here today. Good. Sounds like we're in luck. But where is he? I haven't seen anyone matching his description so far. Hey, the guy that just walked out of the bathroom. Yep, that's him. He's probably got some business with the owner today. Stops by to sell his wares here every now and then. He uses this place as a sort of hunting ground. Finds suckers who are into buying old junk, then pulls them into another room for a sales pitch. So yeah, he's a little shady. He's also a great tipper, and that makes him okay in my book. I see. Thank you. You've been very helpful. Alright then, let's see what this guy's got to say. Ah, that hits the spot. I'm feeling a mite peckish now. Might as well order some snacks to go along with my drink. Huh? A music box with a ballerina on top? Damn, I finally get it off my hands and now someone takes an interest. You sold it? Yep. Gave it to the new owner a few days ago. Sorry, pal. I was afraid of that. I figured it wouldn't be so simple. Mind telling us who you sold it to? The original owner's looking for it. The original owner, huh? Yeesh, I don't want nothing more to do with that mess. It was some old lady. Pretty sure I saw her wandering around by the docks this morning. I think she was wearing a yellow scarf. Thanks for the tip. By the way, what did you mean by get it off my hands? From what we heard, the former owner of the Orbital factory put a whole load of effort into that thing. The old man was pretty famous at his trade, wasn't he? I kinda expected people to be banging down your door for it. Yeah, well, I thought the same thing. Hell, that's why I bought it in the first place. I even brought it down to the club to try and sell it to somebody who might be into antiques. Only thing is, every one of them told me that music box comes with a lot of baggage. Baggage? What do you mean by that? Sorry, lady, but if I tell you, I'd be wrapped up in it myself. Anyway, to make a long story short, if I couldn't sell it to some sleazeball, I figured I'd just target your average Joe instead. And that's how I finally managed to get rid of it. Not sure how I feel about you selling something with a sketchy history to the general public. Anyway, we should try and find that old lady and see what she could tell us. Yeah, if we're lucky, she might be willing to make a trade. Sounds like a plan. Said she was over by the docks, so let's go take a look. You gonna track down the old lady who bought that music box or something? It's none of my business, but I did spot her over by the wharf. Couldn't tell you if she's still there or not, though. According to our intel, this should be Almada's old headquarters, but this isn't exactly what I was expecting. Zect Arms Messeldon branch. Yeah, after the place got abandoned, it fell under police jurisdiction. Once Almada was out of the picture, they put the building up for auction and another company snatched it up. Some people just have too much money to throw around. They even did some remodeling by the look of it. Sign up there says Zect Arms. Wait, didn't they show up in Erasion? Oh, great. Those guys. To the public, they're just an up-and-coming manufacturer. but dig deeper and crooked practices abound. Rumor has it they develop and produce illegal weaponry, distribute archaisms on the black market, and more. Ingo's notebook even mentions that they were suppliers to Amada. They also have an axe to grind with Master Barkhorn. Didn't realize you've been investigating him too, though, Cotter. Couldn't help myself after everything that happened. Still, to think they would buy up Amada's old property. It's definitely shady, but it's not like they were working directly under Almada. Yeah, all their dealings aside, the company was founded outside of Calvard. On top of that, this building's been searched by the police several times over. I can't really see them leaving any traces of Almada behind. Which probably means no legacy either. Oh well. Wanna try somewhere else? Yes, let's. Good day. How may I be of service? If you're looking to enter the upper floors, I'm afraid you'll need an appointment. I'd be happy to take a message, though.
いいポイントみたいだね。
All right, that happens tomorrow.
いいポイントみたいだね。
Gazing out at the ocean never fails to refresh my mind.
ちょっといいか。
Oh, a music box with a ballerina? Why, yes, I actually just purchased something like that the other day. Looks like we were on the right track. That music box brought back a fond memory of mine. I was so moved when I saw it, I thought, surely Eidos must be guiding my hand. You said it brought back a fond memory? Well, you see, I used to teach ballet several years ago. I suppose it's been over a decade by now. One day, a little girl I used to teach brought in that exact music box. She said her father had given it to her, and that it was her prized possession. Oh, you should have seen the glow on her face. I was a bit surprised by how lavish it was, but just seeing her enthusiasm was enough to make me smile. How lavish? Fortunately, a lot happened after that. Her family was separated, and everything in their home was auctioned off. When I saw it, I could hardly believe something so dear to her had been sold along with everything else. I thought, why not buy it myself in case I get a chance to return it? Her family was separated. I wonder what happened. Wait a minute. The girl you're talking about must be... Yes, there's no doubt about it. Did this student of yours happen to be named Francisca? How did you know? I think I'm getting a clearer picture here. Van told the elderly woman about the request made by Francisca. Goodness, what a wonderful coincidence. Seems Eidos really was calling me to buy that music box. My house isn't very far from here. Let me go and get it for you all. That'd be great. Sorry again for all the trouble. If you'd rather not make the walk by yourself, we don't mind tagging along. Van and the others helped the old lady back to her house to retrieve the music box. After, the group headed to the chapel together to see Francisca. Oh, my old ballet teacher. I thought I'd never see you again. It's been far too long. I've missed you so much. If no one else, I always hoped I'd at least get to see you again someday. I felt the very same. Though it may be little more than happenstance, I'm so very pleased to see you again. My, look at how you've grown. You've become such a fine young lady. I see you're still just as quick to tears as when you were little, however. Oh, you... A reunion after 9 long years. I'm getting a little misty-eyed myself. She must be overjoyed. Sorry to interrupt your get-together, ladies, but I've got the music box you were looking for right here. Mind checking to make sure we have the right one? Oh, I'm sorry. I was so wrapped up in the moment. Let me take a look. Yes, that's it. That's the one my father gave me. It's beautiful. I can tell your dad really cared about making you happy. The melody is rather nice as well. The crank turns just fine, so there's no need to worry about the inner mechanisms being broken. That's a relief. I can't tell you how much it means for me to have this back. And to think you even brought my old teacher along. I don't know how I'll ever be able to repay you. Thank you so much for all that you've done. No thanks needed beyond the fee for our services. You know, I actually thought that music box might have been that other thing we were looking for. But I didn't catch a single whiff of anything fishy, so I guess not. Huh? You thought it was related to Amara? What in the world made you think that? It was just a nice gift from her father. But Francisca, It's okay, ma'am. We're just fixers who happen to have had a few run-ins with Amara in the past. It wasn't until we were in the middle of investigating that I started to realize what was actually going on. I see. So you figured it all out already. To be honest, having to keep it from you was starting to eat me up inside. If it's okay, I'd like to explain. Yeah, I'm still a little clueless over here, so that would be great. Several years ago, my father was the most powerful man in Mesodem's criminal underworld. His name was Enrique, Amara's former boss. Enrique? Why does that name sound so familiar? I think it was written in Dingo's notes. I see. So your father had the music box made for you over a decade ago. Then, a year later, Dantes took over Amara. I suppose all this took place while your dad was still at the top of the underworld then. To be honest, the rumors I've heard about him aren't great. You're right. My father did many horrible things while he was with Amara. He used to be a traitor, but his craftiness got the better of him. That eventually led to his takeover of the Mafia. These days, he'd be considered a bit player in the grand scheme of things, but there was a time when he was feared even outside of the city. However, my mother and I only ever knew him as a kind and gentle soul. Just like what he did for me with the music box, all he ever wanted was for us to be happy. Well, people aren't always what you see on the surface, that's for sure. Yes, even so, the people of this town hold his name in contempt. To this day, there are many who carry a grudge against him. I was scared of what they might do if they found out who I was. And that's why you didn't want to ask anyone else for help, right? Yes. Hold on. We read something in a few notes a while back. It said that all of Enrique's family and connections were killed. The truth of the matter is that Francisca was the only one who survived. 9 years ago, my parents risked their lives to help me escape. However, in a town completely under Amara's control, there was nowhere for me to go. That's when an informant came to save me. He told me it was the least he could do to make amends for selling info to Dantes. Hey, that sounds like Dingo. Yeah, it must have been him. Only somebody Dantes thought highly of could have gotten her out alive. I suppose that makes sense. Wait, you know Dingo? Yeah, he was working in Edith as a reporter for a while. Still did informant work on the side though. Me being a Spriggan, it made sense for us to do business, but in some ways, he was also kind of like an older brother. This has been an incredible day for coincidences. I owe him a debt of gratitude as well. You see, several days after that tragedy befell her family, Dingo appeared to me once more to say, Francisca wanted me to tell you something. He wanted me to know that she was safe, but warned me to act as though she were dead. Ever since then, I've kept Francisca in my heart. I could only pray that we might meet again someday. I see. Makes this reunion all the sweeter, huh? Is it possible that Dingo's still in the capital? I always hoped I'd be able to find him someday. He introduced me to a family that took me in as a foster child. If not for his connections, I might never have had a family again. Unfortunately, searching for him while Amara was still around was too dangerous. I've always regretted never telling him how grateful I was. Well, what's wrong? The thing is, Dingo passed away. It happened last year while he was trying to follow up on Amara. In the end, it's because of the information he left us that we were able to fight back against Dante's. Oh dear. The guy was one hell of a reporter, that's for sure. Even helped me out sometimes too. A lot of what I know is through hearsay, but he seemed like a really great guy. I remember he saved Marielle when a politician targeted her for digging into his affairs. Yeah, he was the kind of guy who was always one step ahead of everybody else. So flawless you almost hated him for it. And he cared about other people to a fault. No matter what happened, you always knew you could count on him. Based on what he did for you, I guess he'd always been like that. Yes, even though he tried to feign disinterest, I could tell he was a gentle soul. But why? Why did that have to happen to someone like him? I lost everything because of Almada, and now Dingo too? I never even got to thank him. Oh, Francisca. I know it hurts, dear. Everything will be alright. Wherever he is now, I'm sure he knows how you feel. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get so emotional. I'm sure he meant a lot more to you than he did to me. You got nothing to apologize for. It's good to know there's one more person out there who misses him just as much as we do. I'm glad I finally found the courage to come to Messeldown. I've gotten back so much of what I lost, irreplaceable things, and it's all thanks to you. And despite knowing that Dingo is gone now, even if I can't thank him in person, the least I could do is continue to live my life looking forward. Sounds like a good plan. I'm sure that's what he'd want for you too. Well, that was certainly unexpected. Yeah, I'm glad we decided to take on her case though.
これにて終幕ね。
入金を確認したわ。
No doubt today's events were Eido's guidance at work, but it also feels as though we have that informant to thank for bringing us together. While the two of us never spoke much, he is something of a benefactor to me as well. I pray that his soul, as well as those of Francisca's family, is able to rest in peace. Thank you again for all your help. I actually plan to walk these streets again from now on, as a way of moving forward with my life. It still frightens me, to be sure, but I'm told that this place has been relatively peaceful recently. Continuing to turn away from my past would only disrespect Dingo's memory. Side quests in these games are so good. Whoa there.
すみません。
Well, someone's in a hurry. So much so that he failed to notice us in his way. Wonder what had him so worked up. He was headed for the back streets. Might be worth taking a look around there later. I wonder how much SP I need for the next rank. At 91. I need 9 more. Okay. Oh, does it tell me what the rewards are before I get there?
まったくこのガキチョコマかと。
とっととそのトランクを渡せ。痛い目に遭いたくなきゃな。
こいつは穏やかじゃねえな。よ、兄さんたち。白昼堂々荒ごとかい。
未成年に刃物を向けるなんてまともな連中じゃなさそうね。どうする？警察の厄介になる？それとも相手してあげましょうか？
こいつらは確か
首都の裏解決屋どもか。
はあ、
僕たちのことを知ってる？ 4SPG の噂を流したからかもしれないけど、油断しない方が良さそうだね。
っていうか私は違うからね。解決事務所に入った覚えはないんだけど。
問答無用。邪魔者は始末する。
あの武装は腕も両兵クラスか。加減はいらねえ。一気にぶちのめすぞ。
うん、了解。
実践テスト開始。
That's a lot of HP there, boys.
我が社のために。
こっちだ。そらそら行くぜ。いつでも行ける。
おせおせで行くわよ。
おまけだよ。お許しを。
実力はそこまででもなかったけど、あの銃の威力は厄介だったわね。
うん、この武装もしかしたら。
ボゼ、怪我はねえか？
はい、おかげさまで。皆さん危ないところを助けていただいて本当にありがとうございました。うわ
あらら、やっちゃったわね。
慌てなくても別に逃げやしねえっての。
バンさんってこれって。
ルカと言ったか。親父さんを探しているそうだな。
はい、失踪して3ヶ月くらいになります。
ルカ。
もともとあまり帰ってこない人だったんです。仕事も日雇いを転々としていて。でもさすがにおかしいと思って母さんのためにも行方を探さないとって。このトランクは父の部屋にあったものです。何かの手がかりになるかもと。そしたら
この数日あの妙な男たちに付け狙われるようになったと。
裏通りとはいえ、あそこまでやらかすなんてそれなりの事情がありそうね。そのあたり心当たりはないわけ？
はっきりしたことは何も。
そうか。こいつの親父さんの件、もしかすると裏の動きと連動している可能性もあるが。
皆さんは裏解決屋なんですよね。だったら父のことを。僕と一緒に父を探してもらえないでしょうか？
ルカ君。
でも手持ちのミラが。どうしよ
う。まあそれはともかく、またあの連中に狙われるかもしれないわね。大人がついてた方が安心でしょうけど、どうするの？
そうだな、もろもろ気にはなるが。悪いがルカ、その依頼は引き受けられね
え。やっぱりミラがないから？それとも僕が子供だからですか？
いや、そうじゃねえ。父親が3ヶ月も失踪。正直ギルドか警察を頼るべき案件だ。よそから来た裏解決屋なんて頼るよりも先にな。
それはそうなんですけど。
あれ、これって。
ま、俺たちもどこかで親父さんの噂を耳にするかもしれねえ。そん時は連絡してやる。それでどうだ？
わかりました。ちょっと残念ですけど、どうかよろしくお願いします。
約束するわ。その代わり一人で危ない場所には行かないこと。いいわね？
はい。皆さんもどうかお気をつけて。
The innkeeper will watch over him for the time being so we can rest easy. Yeah, not much room for an armed assault with all the foot traffic this place gets. So, you think Luca's dad was caught up in something shady? Without a doubt. These streets won't turn squeaky clean overnight just because the mafia was wiped out. Messeldom's always been on the rough side, but that recent shift is making more waves than ripples. Luca getting jumped might just be another aftershock of Almada's big fall. I had a hunch this would lead back to them. It's bound to whenever the underworld comes up. The biggest tip-off was that photo. It was of the first Genesis, the one Agnes has. Couple that with Luca's pops having criminal ties in the city Almada called home, and it all points to one thing. You think his father was part of their ranks? But aren't all of their members in custody? Almada was a huge syndicate. It's not impossible that a few stragglers slipped through the cracks. Not to mention, the city was their base of operations for a long while. So they'd have plenty of spots to lie low. This just gets better and better. It bears investigating. We might learn something about the legacy in the process. But what should we tell Luca? He seemed to be unaware of what his father was involved in. Then again, he may have had an inkling judging by his reaction earlier. Yeah, no matter how well his pops kept things on the sly, Luca still hesitated when the police and bracers came up. I'm not so sure he has the stomach to unmask the whole ugly truth. Not enough for us to take on his request, at any rate. That's just the Spriggan way, I guess. So, what's our next move? Well, we can't afford to drag our feet with those goons closing in. No way around it. One of us is going to need to flex our connections. What are you looking at me for? Hold on. You don't mean... The very first Grim Cat and a famed chancellery of bygone days. Even as a retiree, she seems like a powerful ally to have in our corner. I'll admit, Grammy does stay on top of what goes on behind closed doors. She's practically got a sixth sense for when something fishy is brewing, no matter how big or small. To this day, she'll go sticking her nose into other people's business whenever the mood strikes her. Wait, I think I'm starting to get it now. Yep. Chances are her sudden interest in your latest gig isn't just surface level. It's at least worth asking her about. You're not giving me much of a choice, are you? Grinds my gears to lean on her, but it's probably our best bet right now. I knew you'd come around. Shall we head to the shooting location then? Oh, now that I think of it, didn't they say they were going to move somewhere else? Yep. Assuming things are on schedule, they should be pretty close by. Let's go take a look around. Another one I missed. Way to go, me. I wonder what that is. Gotta be pretty good if it required a new game plus to get. Also, Renee, Nadia, and Swin. I see. Oh. Wait, what? Oh. So there's more than 15, obviously. So Kata, Fairy, Judith, Rosette. That's 4. Oops. Swin, Nadia, Renee. 7. Alright. These guys didn't even get a chance to attack. Another one I missed. How? Man, I wasn't looking very carefully earlier, was I?
あれ、ニナさんとスタッフさんたちだ。
次のロケ地はここだったか。
おばあちゃんもいるはずよ。行ってみましょう。
So let me double check the map here. This should be good.
なんだって？連中の船が港に？
あの資料はフェイクよ。急いでロンさん。なんとかして行き先だけでも。
待ってくれミシェル。これ以上危険なことは。
誰もいない。どうして？
ミシェル。おいミシェル。
はい、OK です。
ニナさん、すごいっす。リハナスの一発撮りだなんて。
いやー、たまげたな。しょっぱなからこの完成度とはな。
指導してくださった皆さんのおかげです。あ、監督、どうですか今のシーン。
ラム相手ならともかくわしのイメージに完璧に合わせてくるとは。ひらめいたわい。こうなったら最高にマーベラスにしてスペクタクルな追加シーンを撮るしか。監督、
またっすか？勘弁してくださいよ。
先輩にバンさんたちも。
はーい、ニーナ。
調子もいいみたいだな。
Nina Fenley。
改めて今日は撮影を手伝っていただいて本当にありがとうございました。ジュディス先輩とのコラボ作品、おかげさまでいいものにできそうです。
そいつは良かったが、何よりもお前さんの実力だろ。
うん。狼たちの鎮魂歌のヒロイン役、思わず見入っちゃったかな。
そう言っていただけると嬉しいです。こういったクロスオーバーは初めてなので戸惑いもありますけど。
そうね。でも私も期待してるわ。ニナとどこまでやれるかね。
先輩、はい、引き続きよろしくお願いしますね。
ニナ君、ちょっと相談なんじゃが。
はい、今行きます。
呼ばれちゃったわね。それじゃまた後で。
はい、現場でお待ちしてますね。
やれやれ、トップ女優だってのに伸びしろしか見えない。大したもんだな。
悔しいけど同感ね。改めてポテンシャルに驚かされるっていうか私も負けずにレベルを上げていかないと。
その言葉が聞けて安心したよ。
Dominique Lanster。
彼女との共演、あんたにとってもいい機会だったかもしれないね。その息があれば私のしごきも乗り越えられるだろうさ、ジュディス。
おばあちゃん、こんなところで気配消すのやめてよね、もう。あとおばあちゃんの特訓はちょっと撮影中は負担が大きいかなーなんて。
何遠慮してんだい。またとない機会じゃないかい。そうだろ。
わかったってば。もう勘弁してよ、おばあちゃ
ん。いろいろな意味で納得っていうか。
普段の力関係が見て取れるな。
それでそっちの二人はさっき撮影を手伝ってくれた子たちだね。私に何か用事かい、スプリガン。どうやら表の話じゃなさそうだが。
おっと、どうやら孫娘から聞いただけじゃなさそうだな。
ああ、 あんたの噂は前から耳にしているよ。ひとまず話を聞かせてもらおうかい。
I see. Something sketchy's afoot, that's for certain. I've heard talk about this legacy of Almaras, but I can't say the same about them having stragglers. In any case, you seem to be left guessing. That's what we're hoping to get your take on. The way you're talking, it sounds like you've already done some poking around for the first one. You'd have to be real thick to turn the other way, assuming it actually exists. Amada's legacy has been the subject of much speculation throughout the underground grapevine. Something of an urban legend at this point, especially now that most of the mafia is kaput. Rumor says it's a massive pile of mira or some other grand treasure that was left behind. For a time, everybody and their mother was trying to find the thing. Though nowadays, it feels like only the occasional gangster or Jaeger is still worked up over it. But haven't the police made a thorough inquiry into Almada at this point? Just how likely is it that something was overlooked? Good question. Word is that they seized everything from shell company holdings to assets squirreled away in foreign countries. Any rational person would tell you there's no way anything of value would be glossed over. And yet, some folks have enough grounds to believe the search is worth keeping up. Some folks, meaning, all things considered, there's only one real answer. Zect Arms. It's gotta be that new weapons manufacturer, Zect Arms. As I suspected, something about them moving into that building didn't sit right with me. They must have bought the place in hopes that a certain something of Almada's remain. Yeah, and remember all that heat those goons that jumped Luca were packing? Those were Zect Arms models, the kind you can't get on the market. Common sense says they've got a horse in this race. Now that you mention it, I've been noticing a lot of guys in black suits around town. It's a reasonable assumption. Regardless of their methods, it's clear Zect Arms is hunting for something. That fits in nicely with everything else we know. Looks like the pieces are lining up for you. I wager one of them will provide a lead on tracking that boy's father down too. Luca's pops knows something about the legacy. Zect Arms wouldn't openly throw that much manpower at him if they weren't sure of that. Then perhaps this calls for a little digging on that front, Zect Arms started up just 6 years ago, as I recall. They're headquartered in one of the free cities, but their actual operations and what have you are shrouded in mystery. On the surface, they design and manufacture weapons while marketing themselves as a private military company. But beneath the veneer is a whole bevy of nasty business, from testing illegal armaments to inciting conflict in war zones. The thing is, nobody has enough evidence to punish them for it. Not within the confines of the law, anyway. What are you getting at, Grammy? Well now, look at the time. I really should be taking my leave. And Judith, if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000,000 times. As a successor to the Grimcat name, it's on you to decide what to make of it. That includes what you end up doing with this. Are these floor plans? But whatever you do, don't go making a damn fool of yourself. Got it? She's one hell of a grandma. Talk about having an ace up your sleeve. And it's exactly the one we needed. Now we could give Zect Arms the property inspection they never asked for. Earn 2 SP. The same day, 8:38 p.m. The kid went home then? Yeah, well, it was still light out. He wanted to hang around until he heard back from you, but I figured he was better off steering clear. You made the right call. When do you want to leave, Van? The two of us are ready when you are. No rush, though. We're still ahead of schedule. Now hold on. You're not planning to go out at this hour, are you? It's chilly this time of year, and the area hasn't been too safe these days. Don't worry about us. It's just a little errand. We won't be long. You sure? Well, if you insist. probably best to push this plan back as late as we can. Let's kill some time in town before heading over to you-know-where. Good thinking. We'll need to finesse this thing so hard that it leaves Granny speechless. Whatever you say, Judith. Anyway, this is our chance to make sure our equipment is in order. Side quest events. Locked. Seems like the room's occupied. Alright.
お伺いしましょう。またお越しください。
Equipment.
お伺いしましょう。またお越しください。
This place sells the ingredients, cooking ingredients. Is this one?
あら、いらっしゃい。何でも言ってちょうだいな。
Isn't? Oh yeah.
またいつでもおいで。
Oh, is that where he is? Is indeed. Plan on taking a cargo ship across. I plan on taking a cargo ship across the Northern Sea to Northumbria tomorrow evening. Though the nation has endured much tragedy, it was still one of the heartlands of Northern culture. My gut says that I'll be able to unearth some lucky finds that may have been forgotten in the chaos. Something to be said about feeling the local winds when you're out traveling. The night air we're currently experiencing is a mix of the ocean breeze and the mistral coming down from the northern nations. Basking in them as I ponder my next destination is a deeply moving experience, I find.
どれにするんだまたよ何でも言ってくれよ
I've still got a couple of those kicking around, huh?
またよろしくな。
Alright. So it looks like there's a couple of side quests. Alright, movie as well. I'm just gonna skip the movie. The actual scene.
いらっしゃいませ。本日はご来館ありがとうございます。まもなく一番スクリーン
They'll need the relationship points. Alright. Just so I didn't forget before we continue the story later. But the artist. Somebody had the bright idea to vandalize one of my ships recently. I know I should probably report this to the police, but blowing a gasket over something so trivial will get you nowhere in this city. That's why I'd like to let the perpetrator off with a warning, as well as a chance to straighten out their life. Would you mind helping me find them? If you're interested, I'll be waiting at the far west end of the wharf. Wilmer. This one's quite involved from what I recall, and actually probably one of the best side quests in the series. You must be the guy we're looking for. Archive Solutions. We're here about the request you posted. Well, if it isn't the Spriggan. Thanks for coming. Alright, let's step to it. Why don't you start by giving us some more info about your request? Your note said you wanted us to catch somebody who's been spray painting your boats? That's right, it's turning into a real problem. You see, I run a number of different businesses and we use my ships for foreign trade. But just take a look at this one. That sure is something. Kind of impressive, honestly. They did it so quickly, too. One of my employees stepped away for just a moment, then there it was. Artistically speaking, it's very well done. Yeah, but I get why you wouldn't want a skull mark on a foreign trade vessel. Sounds like somebody was trying to grief you. I don't mean for this to sound accusatory, but is it possible you've wronged someone recently? No, I don't believe I have. Not that everything's smooth sailing all the time, but things have been pretty stable in Messeldam for a while now. However, I have heard a few rumors recently. Apparently this exact style of graffiti has become quite the common sight in the area, even in public spaces. I suspect that whoever's responsible for those is also the one who did this to my ship. Huh. Now that you mention it, I guess we did see some graffiti around town earlier. Still, if it's really that big of an issue, why haven't you taken this to the police yet? Right. Seems a bit odd to reach out to a Spriggan for help. Given the nature of the image, the culprit could easily be held on charges of both property damage and slander. Huh. I suppose that's a fair question. But if something like this were enough to rile me up, I'd never be able to do business in Messeldam. Thing is, even with Almada out of town, crime is still pretty high around here. Getting the law involved is a good way to build grudges. By going to a Spriggan, I'm trying to prevent any future retaliation. Is it really that dangerous around here? I guess you can never be too careful about your livelihood. Agreed. If I hadn't heard about Archive Solutions, I'd be in a world of trouble right now. Anyway, given the situation, if you find the suspect, I'd like to let them off with a simple reprimand. That is, if they agree to help clean their art off my ship. What do you say? Do you think you can help me? Well, it does sound like our kind of job. Still, not too sure about this one, but should we just go ahead and accept anyway? Yes. All right, it's a deal. We'll take your case. Thank you so much. I'm in your debt. Oh, and just so you know, the rumors didn't specify anything about what the artist looks like. That being said, I believe I've heard they work almost exclusively at night. Using the dark to stay hidden, huh? Makes sense. Sounds like now's as good a time as any to start investigating then. Yeah, let's head to the back streets first. If somebody's slicking around at night, we'll probably find them there. I suppose it is where we're most likely to find our next lead. Well, look at the time. I have some work I need to attend to, so I'll leave you all to it for now. Would you mind giving me a call if you find anything? Feel free to ring me whenever. Will do.
仕事を始めるわよ。
そうだね。
There's a lot more people in the club right now, so I'm a little curious.
盛り上がってるみたいだね。
こういう店は夜が本番だからな。ま、軽く情報収集するくらいにしとくか。
I got a letter around the beginning of January from someone who helped me out in the past. It really took me back. Her name is Mistress. Sounds like she's still doing well for herself, despite everything going down at the capital. Hard to believe that 8 whole years have passed since she left this place. Mistress, the Blacklight District's charming lady of the night. Supposedly, the owner here had some kind of dirt on her. She must have been a big deal around here if this girl still looks up to her after all this time. Mistress was the top earner at this club until 8 years ago. A lot of us girls adored her like a queen. If it wasn't for her, I never would have gone from life at rock bottom to finding a steady job at this club. But not even she was able to stand up against the owner. He made sure of that. Sounds like a real piece of shit. Please, make yourselves comfortable. There's no better night for it after all. Incidentally, I don't suppose you've been facing any troubles in your line of work? Oh, I don't mean to pry. Offering business advice to others simply happens to be a pursuit of mine. I find the many different ways people make Mira to be quite fascinating, you see. Do let me know if you ever need a willing ear. So you could get blackmail material on people. The owner seems as unperturbed as ever. No matter. My duties as a hired hand are to be performed without complaint. That much will never change. Can't help but wonder how the owner managed to slip out of the police's crosshairs. It isn't something to be proud of, but one has to admire the extent to which he's taken things. Now this is a piping hot combination. You really know your stuff, Dominique. As if there was ever any doubt. You're no slouch yourself, though, Director. Takes a keen mind to visualize an idea right after hearing it. Well, look who came to pay us a visit. You two sound like you're talking up a storm here. Having a little chat about show business? Now we are, Van. See, I've been racking my brain for ways to push the alluring combo of Eros and savagery to even greater extremes. When I brought it up to Dominique, she pointed out a blind spot that had slipped me by entirely. That's saying a lot, coming from you. Let me guess, did Grammy advise you to mix in some audio magic? You're spot on. Director Goatee here is second to none when it comes to exhilarating staging. But as for sound design, in particular making the most of the movie's score, he's no match for me. I'll say, it never occurred to me to accompany a scene that thrilling with a sorrowful bolero. And without any sound effects at that. I have to admit, I wasn't all that convinced at first, but once I closed my eyes and played the scene out in my mind, I saw it. The elevated sensation and immersion, the pathos bubbling over. What else did you expect from a legendary chansoneer? True enough. In all the events and plays Grammy made hits out of, the music always played a major role. Subverting musical expectations is something a lot of productions have used to transform themselves. Audio usage aside, however, it's up to you to blend all the elements together into a cohesive movie director. At the very least, whatever you put together had better live up to the number I picked out. Ha ha ha! Say no more, Dominique. Your song of choice will be woven into Salvatore Gotti's greatest, most cathartic show of Eros yet. Director Gotti here is a more engaging fellow than most. There are very few men who could talk on my level when it comes to entertainment. It's been a long while since I had somebody worth drinking the night away with. This just might be the one. The world is right to call Dominique a legend. She one-upped me good there. Not to mention, her definition of entertainment slots in seamlessly with mine. Tonight, we're going to while the hours away by sharing as many industry secrets as my heart can handle. Whoops. Just gonna run and grab a drink, because I'm gonna do a lot of talking here. Okay, I'm back. Here we go. Sure looks a lot like the art we saw on that ship. Let's ask these guys about it. Hey, you got a minute? We have a few questions about that piece over there. Huh? Haven't seen you around here before. Sure, you guys like it too, huh? I've been thinking about it ever since we spotted it earlier. It's incredible. Was this done with spray paint? I doubt a public wall is the best place to be doodling, though. What did you just say? Look, it's not just doodling, alright? It's graffiti. Sorry. It's alright, Cotter. Graffiti's still kind of an on-the-rise thing. I'd heard about it before, but this is my first time seeing a piece so up close and personal. Yeah, it's pretty avant-garde. You guys really seem to know your stuff. Can't you just feel the heat pouring off this thing? The subtle messaging? When the world's trying to rein you in, you gotta break yourself out. Huh? I thought this was about causing havoc and wrecking shit. What? Man, this is exactly why I don't associate with uncultured losers like you. What did you just say to me? You're cruising for a bruising, pal. Hey, hold on, guys. To each their own, alright? So, I'm guessing you two didn't make this? No. The real artist actually painted right over a piece of our own. Sorry to hear that. It's whatever. Just something that happens around here. Only so many places in town that'll let us do art on their walls anyway. It's kind of like a turf battle, but for artists. Of course, if somebody paints over our stuff with something lame, we'd probably just beat their ass. But when it's this good, well, we just gotta deal with it. You know, I kinda like their attitude. We have lots of little unspoken rules like that. That's just how we roll around here. But this newbie doesn't seem to have figured that out yet. Newbie? Like I was saying before, there's places where graffiti's allowed and places where it ain't. See, a long time ago, there was this group of punks that liked to paint wherever they wanted. But then they got sued by the tourism department. That's why we have a rule to only graffiti in places where it's not going to cause problems. This newbie doesn't seem to care, though. They're spray painting people's homes and everything, even the ones on the main street. This sounds like it could be our culprit. Yeah, the description's practically a perfect match with their rumors. Huh? What are you talking about? Sorry, don't mind them. We're looking for someone that's been doing some graffiti around town. Any idea where we could find this newbie you were talking about? Nah, never even met him ourselves. Not sure if they're just super stealthy or what. What we do know is that they're apparently pretty young. Now that you mention it, I did see some new graffiti over at the park when I last came through. Looked pretty fresh. Maybe you guys might want to try over there. That's a pretty good lead. Thanks, guys. Park's just up the stairs from here, right? Let's go check it out. Hurts to admit, but this newbie everyone's talking about is the best messer that I've seen in a while. Doesn't seem like they know the unspoken rules of the streets, though. Hopefully we'll get the chance to give them the heads up before they get cuffed. I saw some new graffiti over at the park. It looked pretty fresh, so whoever did it might still be around. He was right. The ink's not even dry yet. They must have just been here. This one's just as impressive as the last. Yeah, you can really tell they have a gift for art. I guess some people are just drawn to this kind of thing. And it feels like there's this longing to be free. Honestly, if you showed this to an appraiser, I bet they'd tell you it was worth a load of money. You could put a price on a wall? I'd never even considered. Wait, if that's true, don't you think the art could increase the value of Wilmer's boat then? I mean, assuming the culprit really is the newbie they were talking about. Yeah, it's possible. You know, from how our client was talking, it sounded like he'd been in Messeldam for a long time. Given his reputation for culture, what with all the commerce, sightseeing, movies, and ballet, seems kind of odd that he wouldn't know about the graffiti scene, or how valuable it could be. Maybe he's just not into art? I mean, it probably just looks like scribbles to some people. Besides, I'm sure having a skull painted on the side of your trade vessel isn't very good for business. Yeah, I guess you got a point there. Huh? Looks like somebody's coming this way. Let's hide. If we're lucky, this might just be our little artist friend. Hide? Where exactly? Oh, let's try those stairs over there. What's a young girl doing out here at this hour, and all by herself? Seems like she's interested in that piece of graffiti. Phew, those punks really freaked me out earlier. I think I'm in the clear for now, though. Just gotta add a bit more shading here, and... perfect. What am I even doing, wasting all my time on this? I must be stupid or something. Oh well. At least it helps me get all that pent-up energy out of my system. Looks like she's getting ready to leave. Seems like she's pretty good at avoiding people. My guess is she'll take off if we try to approach her now. Let's wait for her to get wherever she's going. Try to talk to her when she's less guarded. Follow the graffiti artist. Yeah, I'm just gonna hide behind the lamppost. Phew. Hey there. Cold one out tonight, isn't it? Huh? Who the heck are you guys? Arkride Solutions, or what you might call fixers. There's a job we're on right now, and we're kind of on the lookout for somebody. Listen, all we ask is that you hear us out. If you don't like what we have to say, we'll just tell our client we couldn't find him. But we're going to need you to be honest with us. Let's start with the most pressing question. You're the one that did the graffiti in the park, right? You wouldn't be asking if you hadn't seen me. Yeah, I did it. What's it to you? Alright, let's move on to question number 2 then. Did you graffiti a skull onto one of the ships in the harbor recently? Yeah, I think I did that one earlier this evening. The ship was so big, it's like it was made to be a canvas. You seem pretty proud of it. Sorry, my throat. Sounds like we've got our culprit all right. The guy who owns that boat is looking for the person who's taken to decorating it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to come with us. Huh, whatever. He just wants me to clean it off, right? Pretty funny that he'd send fixers after me for something so small. Don't you think you should be a little more remorseful, young lady? You're lucky he wants to resolve things peacefully. He could have called the police, you know. When you make a mess for somebody else, you gotta apologize for it. Yeah. Thought I'd try and make a break for it, but it sounds like that'd just make things worse. What a pain. By the way, what's your name? We'd like to let your parents know what's going on. The name's Kisara, and I ain't got any parents. Oh, I didn't mean to... Since you'll probably ask, I ain't got a home neither. I'm a stowaway from Northumbria, only landed in Messeldam a few weeks ago. What? Stowaway? Makes sense. Northumbria was in a pretty sorry state after the whole Salt Pail incident. But ever since they declared independence from the Empire, support for their rebuilding efforts has been on the rise. That's what I've heard too. It seems like an odd time to stow away though. Oh sure, everybody else was in good spirits. Must have been nice to get a fresh start. But I couldn't stand it. Everything felt so suffocating. My dad died when I was young, and for a long time it was just me and my mum. Then, 5 years ago, she had a rare disease, and it was getting worse. There wasn't much the doctors could do, so they just put her on bed rest. But that's when the Northern War happened. The Empire invaded Northumbria. Yeah, if I remember correctly, they even declared it a province of the Empire. That's right, and for better or worse, they started reconstruction on Northumbria under their rule. After the war, a lot happened. We declared independence, and life got easier for lots of people. Everyone who needed a doctor could finally get one. But as Reconstruction went on, Mum kept getting worse and worse. The doctor said it was because she didn't get the treatment she needed from the start. And then, at the end of last year, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to make you go through all that again. I don't need your pity. My mom always talked about wanting to live overseas someday. I think Calvard was the place she wanted to visit the most. She used to go on and on about all the legends you guys have here, like Grimcat and stuff. Said it sounded like an interesting place. Oh, did she? So I figured, now that I was on my own, what better place to go? But all these people here got it so good, kinda ticks me off. Anyway, once I learned about graffiti, I just started doing it to pass the time. Nothing more to it than that, really. And now here you are. Is it your story or mine? Whatever, it's fine. Let's just go talk to that ship guy so we can get this over with. Sounds to me like there's a little more going on here than just some graffiti. Let's deal with the request before we cross that bridge. Sounds good to me. I'll get in touch with our client. Van put in a call to Wilmer and gave him a quick explanation of everything that happened. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting a little girl to be the culprit. I don't care if it's graffiti or whatever you call it, but you can't just go around drawing on other people's property. Hey, aren't you going to apologize? Sorry I painted on your boat. Apology accepted. Now, as long as you agree to help us paint over the drawing, we'll consider the matter settled. Phew. I'm glad that was the end of it. As for the rest of you, you have my sincere thanks. I'll have to walk her through the repainting process, so I'm afraid it's goodbye for now. Again, thanks for all your help. Van patted Kisara on the shoulder. It's not going to be easy, but make sure you do a good job, alright? Hey, don't get getting all touchy, you creep. Well then, with that, let me show you to our warehouse. Hey, where are we going? I thought we were headed to the boat. You didn't really believe that, did you? Huh. I assume that means you don't understand the gravity of your actions then. Allow me to explain. You see, the material used to coat the outer shell of my ship is of incredibly high quality. Your worthless graffiti has damaged it irreparably. I'll have to pay roughly 10 million mira to see it repaired. Did you really think something like that could simply be painted over? How would I know? Stupid. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Learn how to speak to your betters, you damn punk. My apologies. Now, how do I get you to pay for this mess? Oh, I know. You can work for my company. Huh? Yes, that's an excellent idea. You can be our exclusive in-house artist. You know, I actually have a few contacts in the art world as well. I'm sure they'd be more than willing to pay for your work. Yes, what an amicable solution. So what do you say? Well, I need an answer. All right, I'll do it. And we have a deal. Pleasure doing business. Of course things turned out like this. I always get the shortest end of the stick. These people, that goddess that just tossed me aside, I hate them all. Now, let me take you to the room I've prepared for you. Don't worry, you'll be guaranteed food, clothes, and shelter. You'll never need to take a step out of my sight for the rest of your life. Sorry, but I don't think I'll be letting this one slide, Wilmer. Spriggan. As much as I appreciate your help from earlier, I'm afraid I must ask that you leave. Trespassing is not an act I take lightly. I think we'll be staying right here, actually, especially after what we heard through the bug I placed on Kisara. You placed a bug on me? Is that why you patted me on the back? Did you now? And I assume you have a reason for going to such lengths? Sure do. See, when we first approached you about your request, you were talking like you'd been in Messeldam for a while. And if that's true, there's no way you wouldn't have already noticed. Kisara's art is crazy good. So good, in fact, that if someone were to sell it, they'd no doubt make a good deal of mira. Huh? Plus, you were pretty quick to declare that the recent outbreak of graffiti and the art on your boat were done by the same person. That's because you have a keen eye for artists. While I appreciate the compliment, I think you might be overstating things. Did I not say that graffiti's all scribbles to me? We heard what you said about having your contacts in the art world buy Kisara's work. I'm afraid there's no coming back from such a contradiction. Just admit it, Wilmer. This entire time, your goal has been to find some unknown, uber-talented graffiti artist and use her as your own personal cash cow, wasn't it? And that's not even to mention that lie about the damages being 10 million mira. That's just what Kisara's art would sell for. I'm only connecting the dots because Van said something to me earlier, but Wilmer's come up as a suggested target in my Phantom Thief files in the past, which means now's my chance. Can't believe it took me so long to notice, though. So what? We've already agreed to settle things, with her approval, too. The way I see it, you have no right to complain. She only agreed because you threatened her. If you're thinking of reporting me to the police, I would reconsider. After all, doing so would likely place the blame squarely on your own shoulders. I mean, think about it. You illegally barged into my warehouse, assaulted me, and even attempted to steal all my valuables. You think they'll believe something like that? Well, you said it yourselves. I've been in business in Messeldam for quite some time. I've got a certain amount of sway around here, enough to cover up any mistakes even. Now, it's high time you meddlers saw your way out, I think. Don't you agree? What are we going to do, Van? We can't just let him go. We'll lose out if we keep pushing. None of our normal methods are going to work here. That said, I'm not exactly keen on letting scheming old men get their way. Guess the only thing we can do now is leave it in her hands. What was that? A card? Can't be. If evil hides in darkness, then my justice will be a shining light. Grimcat at your service. I've come to take a special treasure from a certain villain. Grimcat? Isn't she just some silly legend? What do you mean a special treasure? Are you talking about this girl? You're delusional if you think I'll lose to you. What? Recovery successful. When did you... Could it really be... Hold on, what exactly is happening here? Don't worry, you can leave the rest to me. Not too shabby. So that's who he was talking about. Listen up, from this moment on, the child is mine. You try to take my things, and you'd better be prepared for retribution. I'll steal your entire fortune and spread it across all of Messeldam. Don't think you can intimidate me with your bluffing. Want to try me? For starters, how about I take all the Mira you've piled up from not paying your taxes? Then I think I'll take your secret account book and parade it around town. It's hidden behind a door that can only be opened by a single key, right? One that's on you at all times. How could you possibly know that? Are you truly a phantom thief? Seems you still don't understand the position you're in. I take it that means your status and ill-gotten gains mean less to you than I thought? No, please. Wait. You win. I just have to pull back from the girl, right? How half-hearted can you get? Say it with your chest or not at all. Damn it. All right. I swear I'll leave her alone. I'll never interact with the kid ever again. Are you happy now, thief? You act too big for your britches, but fine. I suppose I'll accept it. Pray we never run into each other again, criminal. And thus, I bid you adieu. Grimcat then picked up Kisara, jumped out of the warehouse, and disappeared into the dark of the night. Damn it! Damn it all! How did that Grimcat end up finding her way here? Everything was going so well. Well, that's the end of that. We could just leave this guy here. Let's get going. Yeah, right behind you. Phew. I thought my heart was going to explode back there. I never thought I'd actually get to meet Grimcat, though. And she even saved me. Yeah, it's a miracle she managed to show up, right, Judith? Come on, no need to act all sulky about things. I wouldn't be acting so sulky if someone didn't wait until the last second to give me the signal. You guys didn't happen to see where she ran off to after she brought me outside, did you? She told me to wait for you all to show up. Are you friends of hers or something? Huh? Oh, no, not us. That'd be crazy. Let's just say we bumped into her a few times. Oh, well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Anyway, I wanted to thank you all. For coming to rescue me, I mean. Still can't believe that old guy was such a creep, though. And I screamed like such a little girl, too. Ugh. Hey, there's nothing to worry about. I mean, I was pretty freaked out myself. Let's just be glad that everything worked out in the end. Oh, I almost forgot. Grimcat gave me a message to pass along. Huh? What did she say? She said, I may have told him that you were mine, but the truth is, you're free now. Oh, that's a little sad to hear. You think so? Why's that? Don't worry, it's alright. She's done more than enough for me already. I'm not sure how to put it, but I guess the world isn't such a bad place after all. I wish I knew how to thank her for saving me. Maybe I'll try giving some more thought to my future. I've kind of been doing whatever I felt like since coming to Messeldam, but it might just be time for a change. Sounds like a good plan to me, anyway. And if there's anything we could do while we're in the area, just give us a holler. We give some pretty good discounts to our success stories, you know? Can't let the act down for a minute, can you, Van? Thanks. I appreciate it. And with that, the curtain closed on the case of the creative culprit. With the reward they got from Wilmer in hand, Van and the others went back to preparing for their big heist.
これで解決だね。
Artist complete. It says it gives you chaos, but like, what is it, like 1 point or something? One more side quest. Excuse me. You didn't happen to run into an actor in that inn just now, did you? An actor? Is she talking about Judith? I swear I saw him sneaking in just a minute ago. Oh, aren't you? Oh, crap. You know, now that you mention it, I think they were doing some filming over by the harbor during the day. Maybe it's worth checking over there? Honestly, I'd be pretty surprised if some big-name movie star was holed up in an inn like this. Yeah, I guess you're right. And it's so dark out here, so maybe I mistook him for someone else. Sorry for the bother. You. Sounds like I wasn't their target. Wonder who she was talking about then. Maybe it really was just a case of mistaken identity. Who knows? There's at least one person that comes to mind, though. Oh, sir, could I bother you for a second? Something wrong? Well, kind of. See, we had a young man come by to check into one of our rooms a little while ago. Dad was busy at the time, so I decided to take care of it for him. The man had this stylish brown hair, and when his sunglasses dipped down a bit, I could see he had these really gorgeous green eyes. Brown hair and green eyes? There's no way it's not him. So, what about the guy? He asked for a corner room, one next to a room that was already occupied. He even specified that he would prefer that the neighboring room be one without any women present. So I ended up putting him in the room right next to yours. Those are some pretty specific requests. Yeah, it seemed like he was trying to avoid being seen by anyone, and it struck me as a little suspicious. I thought about asking him what was going on, but I wasn't sure if I should or not. Nah, if you thought it was suspicious, there's no need to involve yourself further. Was he alone? Yes. He's been shut up in his room ever since he arrived. Got it. I think I'll be a good neighbor and check in on him then. Some of what you said has me a little concerned. This is his room, right? Hello? Anybody there? I'm the guy staying in the room next door. You got a sec to talk? You said you're from next door? What can I do for you? The young lady that checked you in told us a little bit about you. said it seemed like you had something bothering you. She was pretty concerned. Now, I don't mean to meddle, but I see. I can understand why my behavior would come across as odd. But I'm sorry, I'd really prefer not to bother you with the issue. Well, if you can't talk to a stranger, how about a coworker? Judith? Sounds like whatever's going on is part of why you were late to filming. I see. Now I understand why you're here. Let me introduce myself then. My name's Ethan Smith. I'm an actor and I came to Messeldem for filming. However, as you already know, I happen to miss today's shoot. By the way, Judith mentioned that you took my place during filming. Well, you know how director Goatee is. When he makes a request, there's no getting out of it. And I wasn't so much taking your place as I was just filling in for a bit. Definitely not planning a career change anytime soon, that's for sure. Besides, seeing you up close, I think it's fair to say your face is far more suited to the big screen than mine is. Actually, now that I think about it, I read about you in a magazine article recently. You're one of the hottest upcoming stars of 1209. Maybe not too upcoming, given today. Well, I don't think you disrupted the schedule as much as you think you did. Mr. Goatee said they'd only need to do a few partial retakes. You think so? Huh. By the way, how exactly do you three know each other? I guess the best way to put it is that I was one of Mr. Arkwright's former clients, and I'm one of his assistants. Putting that aside, though, why don't you tell us the reason you didn't show up today? I heard it was because you weren't feeling well, but that wasn't true, was it? Well, you see, it's just... Listen, I get that sometimes there are good reasons for skipping work, but I'm going to be real disappointed if you keep trying to hide the truth from us, especially with you acting all fidgety like that. After all's said and done, we're colleagues. If you can't trust me, then what does that say about our working relationship? All right, I get it. It's just... By the way, here's my card. We do lots of behind-the-scenes work, if you catch my drift. Arkwright Solutions? I didn't know people like you really existed. I think I understand how you met them now. I mean, that's the short of it, but yeah. If you can't go to the police or the guild, we're the guys you call. And if that's how you describe your particular problem, we might just be able to help you out. I guess if rumors have already spread about my absence, it's only a matter of time. Alright, I'd like you to help me drive off a stalker. Stalker? Hey, keep your voice down! She used to be just another fan, but around the time I started getting popular, she began showering me with letters and gifts. Not only was she sending them to my agency, but she somehow managed to get them sent to my personal address too. Then I started feeling like I was being watched everywhere I went. Sounds like we're already outside the realm of a little celebrity crush then. Me being late today was because I was having trouble giving her the slip. I'm positive she's followed me to Messeldem. You know, I've heard a little about the mental state of stalkers before. When facing rejection from the object of their affections, not only will most people turn inward, they'll assume they did something wrong. But with stalkers, it's the opposite. They'll get angry at the other person for not reacting the way they wanted them to. It's textbook narcissism. If she's already that far gone, maybe it would be better to get the police or guild involved after all. Well, I considered it, but it's not like she's tried to kill me or anything. And I don't want this to go public either. It could end up driving my fans away. But I can't afford to keep holding up production because of this. I just need a way to sort this out amicably. I think this stalker of yours might benefit from a consequence or two personally, but if that's what you want. Anyway, are you going to take his case, Van? Apparently, a stalker's been harassing an actor named Ethan, and he's asking us to do something about it. Alright, we'll do it. So, any idea what the stalker looks like? No, I'm not really sure. I've never actually seen her up close before. All I know is that she's a woman. I assume that's because she's trying to be stealthy, but although Ethan himself hasn't seen her, it's entirely possible someone else has. Like someone on the film crew, for instance? Should we start with them? Good idea. Let's go see what they have to say. I think the crew's doing some teardown work by the movie theater right now. Oh, by the way, has your manager tried doing anything about this? She's actually outside the inn right now trying to keep an eye out. Not that she knows what the stalker looks like either, though. Oh, and I did have one other request for you. I'd like to keep this private. Don't worry about that. It's not exactly our first trip around the block. That's good to hear. Anyway, I'm sorry for all the trouble, but I really appreciate you doing this for me.
仕事を始めるわよ。
Topic about the suspicious-looking woman. Filming in the winter chill is rough, but it makes for a gorgeous backdrop. That's one of the pros of filming on location. Each place and every season brings new sights to see. Good job on this afternoon's shoot, by the way. You really did us a favor filling in for Ethan. We wouldn't be able to stay on schedule otherwise. A suspicious-looking woman, huh? Don't think I've seen anyone like that around. Have you? Nope, I was too focused on packing up. Guess I wasn't really paying attention to my surroundings either. Maybe she didn't come this way? Or maybe my assumption was off. Sorry we couldn't be more help. Have you tried asking inside the movie theater? Couldn't hurt to try. Good point. I guess it's worth a shot. Thanks for your help. I watched each movie that was up for an award at last year's Tharbad Film Festival, and there wasn't a bad one in the bunch. As a matter of fact, I marathon all of the festival nominees and winners every year. Assuming nothing goes wrong, both Tharbad and Messeldam will be holding a film festival this time around. Fitting in 2 entire catalogs will be difficult, but I'm going to have a lot of fun trying. A suspicious-looking woman? No, I don't believe I've seen anyone like that. Several women have come up to the ticket counter, but they all seemed rather normal to me. And no one's been asking around about someone in the lobby or anything? I don't believe so. They would have stood out to me otherwise. Alright, thank you. Then I guess she didn't come into the theater either? Looks like we still don't have any leads. I have Fio and Zeros running in reconnaissance mode, but they also haven't picked up any clues. Hello. What's up, Ethan? I've got good news. My manager said she managed to get a picture of the stalker. I'll have her bring it over to you right now. I hope it helps. Sounds like just the lead we've been looking for. Sometime later. Hello. You're the Spriggan, right? Ethan told me all about you. I'm his manager. I really can't thank you enough for your help. Well, we've got nothing to show for it yet, so you might want to save your thanks for later. Ethan said you have a picture of the stalker. Would you mind sharing it with us? Yes, I was just barely able to get a shot of her. Take a look. Huh. She seems really normal. Maybe even a little uptight. Doesn't really strike me as a stalker type. I didn't think so either, but appearances can always be misleading. There's no doubt that she's the one that's been following Ethan around. Now, I'll be heading back to the inn to check on him. Please keep us informed of anything else you find. Of course, we always see a job through to the end. She seems to take her job pretty seriously. I'm sure the situation must be awfully stressful, though. Anyway, looks like this picture was taken outdoors. Let's check around outside the theater. Phew, all done with my deliveries for the day. Think I'll take a bit of a breather before heading back. Man, though, I can't get over the way delinquent me used to think this job was cushy. But you know, feeling the sweat drip off your brow after a hard shift at work ain't so bad. Have you seen this woman by any chance? Huh? You know, actually, I think I saw someone like her on my delivery route earlier. We crossed paths on the stairs going down to the park nearby. The park, is it? Let's go take a look. Not totally sure it was her, though. It was pretty dark, so I had trouble making out what she looked like. No worries, you've been a big help. Thank you. Sure. Hope you find her. Me and that lady in the picture might have passed each other on the stairs leading down to the park nearby. It was dark, though, so I couldn't make her out too clearly. Keep that in mind, yeah? Society's underbelly is alive and well in this city. To this day, you still have to watch your back once night falls. That said, it feels quite a bit safer compared to when Almara was around. Back then, even we at the Force were drowning in helplessness and fear. Taking a walk at this time of day is a daily routine of mine. This park is part of my usual route. Still, most of them can be dangerous at night. Any ladies going about on their own should be especially careful. Oh, that lady? Yeah, I've seen her. She was hard to miss the way she kept turning around and looking all over the place. It was like she was lost or something. You have any idea which way she went? Just down those stairs over there. She headed for the back streets? Not really the safest place for a woman by herself. She wasn't alone, actually. There was another lady with her. Strictly speaking, it looked to me like the second lady was tailing the first one. She headed down the stairs too. I guess Ethan's manager finally caught up with her. Thanks for the info. Let's hurry before she gets away. What is it, Zeros? Vital signs detected. Vital signs? Hey, this is the woman in the picture. Wait a minute. What gives? She's the one we're after then. Huh? Looks like somebody got the drop on her. You alright? Yes, I think I've started to feel a bit more clear-headed. Sorry to do this while you're still recovering, but we're gonna need to ask you a few questions. You're Ethan's real manager, right? That's correct. I have my business cards if you need No, that's alright. The picture you showed us is proof enough. I see now. Stalker secretly took the picture of Ethan's manager on the right. Which means the girl we met in the theater lobby was the real stalker. She originally approached me by saying she wanted to talk about Ethan. I tried to shake her off by winding through the back streets, but we got into a fight and... Bad news, I can't get in touch with Ethan. We need to head back to the inn. I'm coming too. Also, it's been bugging me, but what exactly are you doing here, Judith? There's no time for that right now. We'll explain later. The group rushed back to Ethan's room only to find it completely empty. However, someone at the inn informed them that he had left with a well-dressed woman. Ethan. I know stalkers aren't exactly rare in our line of work, but I never expected her to go this far. You better hurry up and find them. There's no telling what she'll do next. Yeah, if we just had some kind of lead on which direction they went. Hey, what's with that stain on your foot? Oh, that. She stomped on my foot when we were fighting earlier. On your foot. Wait, that's it. We just need to read the pattern left from the sole of her shoe. Good idea. Then we can use a shard search to track her. You could do that? Footprints are very specific. They reveal a lot about a person's style, their gender, even the way they walk. Let's have Fio take a sample of that print. Sorry, it'll only take a second. Oh, sure, of course. Analysis complete. Adding visual representation to shard search imaging. That should do it. We should be able to see where her footprints lead now. Then all that's left is to follow her tracks. Leave the rest to us. We can't risk taking you into... No, I want to go too. My agency's problems are my responsibility. Well, you've got guts, that's for sure. Alright, let's go. If she's with us, she'll be fine. Stay back! Ethan! Looks like you all figured things out pretty quickly. Don't try to interfere. Ethan and I have something very important to discuss. But please, help me. Look, just calm down. We could talk about this. This is exactly why I didn't want anyone else to get involved. Look what you've done, Ethan. All I wanted was to talk things out, just the two of us. There's nothing to talk about. You claim to be a fan, but then you go and do something like this? You're crazy. Ethan, wait, don't antagonize her. Look, just back away from him and we won't have to get the police involved. Our client doesn't want that anyway. Surely you're not willing to throw your life away for one man, are you? What do you know? I believed in him. Then he just threw me away like garbage. At least if we both die here, we'll be together for eternity. Right, Ethan? Threw you away. Wait a minute. Wasn't she just a fan? Don't listen to her. She's completely flipped her lid. Just hurry up and get me out of here. Actually, I think we should hear what else she has to say. You may have made the request, but I'm the one who gets to decide how it's carried out. I was a fan, at the start anyway. But he seemed to shine so brightly I ended up falling for him. And then I wanted more. So I sent my contact info in one of my fan letters. I even tried to get his attention at one of the events he was at. And he finally started to recognize me. We even had dinner together one time. Stop, please, stop talking. Ethan told me he loved me. He told me I was important to him. To hear him say those words, it made me feel so warm inside. But eventually, he didn't want to see me anymore. He wouldn't even answer my calls. That's not what happened. None of that ever happened. I don't even remember your name. I didn't mean that. Huh. So what did you mean, Ethan? That you took advantage of a fan? This is a lot different from what you told us at the start. So what if I did? I'm a young, single guy. Why shouldn't I be allowed to have some fun once in a while? Whoa, piece of shit. Ever since I got popular, I've been so busy all the time. I just wanted someone to take my mind off work for a while. But you got to play romance with a celebrity. Don't act like you didn't get anything out of all this. Can't believe you. You ready to commit murder over this dumpster fire? That's ridiculous. You don't need to keep letting this guy hurt you any more than he already has. So please just put the knife down. I can't. Don't you see? I've done so much for him. There's no going back now. Stop. Don't come any closer. Let fate decide is obviously the chaotic way. Hell, it's not like any of this is my problem. Let's just leave it up to fate. Actually, now that I think about it... Huh? What are you doing? Stay back! You're stalling because you're still trying to decide what to do, right? How about this? Let's leave it up to a coin toss. Are you serious? Just a little wager to see who's got better luck, that's all. If it's heads, you two start dating for real and announce it publicly. Tails, you cut all ties and you never come near Ethan again. What do you say? Want to try your luck? That's ridiculous. Surely you could suggest something better than that. Think about it. You've got a 50-50 chance to be done with her forever. Pretty good odds, right? And either way, no one ends up getting stabbed. I see. When you put it that way, yeah, I guess it's not a bad idea. Even if it comes up heads, I could probably still talk my way out of it. There's even the slightest chance we could be together. Okay, I accept. That settles it then. What's wrong? You sure you're okay with this? Huh? Even if you do end up with Ethan, what do you think's gonna happen after that? You probably already know where I'm going with this. Before you decide what your next move is gonna be, I need you to think long and hard about what will really make you happy. Don't think about what anybody else wants. Think about what you want. This is your last chance. I'm dropping out of the toss, and I won't ever get involved with you again. Huh? That's what you wanted, right? Yeah. Yeah, of course. That's all I wanted in the first place. Haha, I did it. I won. I knew I was in the right all along. He deserved that. Now we're even. After that, the others left Ethan at the wharf to stew on what happened. The girl mentioned that she would head home in the morning, so the group saw her at the station to say their goodbyes. Are you sure this is okay? After everything I've done, I just feel like I need to make it up to you. That won't be necessary. Ethan is the one who brought this on himself. What he did was a breach of contract, and our agency will make absolutely certain he's penalized for it. I suppose I'm at fault as well, for not realizing what was going on, I mean. Hey, I'm sure you did everything you could. At any rate, I think we could settle this privately. I understand. Thank you. Well, I should be going. Goodbye. Thank you for saving Ethan. I mean, we didn't exactly do it for free. I'll be heading off as well. I need to go grab Ethan and head back to the hotel. You know, I had no clue what you were doing with that whole coin toss bit. Warn a girl next time, would you? I guess she just wanted a little affirmation before making her decision. But you've really got to stop trying to act so cool and in control all the time, Van. Aw, come on. More than one way to skin a cat, you know?
これにて終幕ね。
入金を確認したわ。
That time I earned some chaos. Oh, it's already 5 stars. Well, that's nice. I don't have to level it up. Ooh, the S-Craft turn delay time thing is good. But considering he's usually my tank, it's definitely best to leave evasion. Oh, a Carnelia gem. Okay. I think gray is almost max. Chaos we just leveled up, so it's going to take a few more points. We're all healed up and everything, right? Hey. Story events. Guess he's never getting rid of that graffiti. Screwed himself out of that one. Zect Arms. Never know it from the outside, but supposedly the place is heavily guarded. Security's part of their business, so we'll just have to stay on our toes. You good to go, Judith? Yep, just say the word. Alright, gang, let's get this infiltration mission underway. Huh? What's wrong? You see something? Nah, just some condensation on the camera lens. We'll report it to the chief developer next chance we get. Okay, looks like this is the spot. Wow, I didn't expect this floor plan to be so thorough. It even shows where all the air ducts lead. It appears to be a copy from the police's internal investigation, with some additional updated details for good measure. According to this, the security system is being monitored from an office on the 3rd floor. The server room will want access is likely underground, but after all the renovations they've made, the specifics are unclear. So we've got two goals here. Knock out the security, scope out a route to the basement. Speed is the name of the game here. Maybe we could give those new functions you mentioned a trial run, Cotter. Oh, you mean the ones I installed into Fio? Yeah, I'll bet they can help get the job done. Same goes for our notorious Phantom Thief here. Fair enough. There's no backing down now that Grammy's spurred me on. Zect Arms branch office, 3rd floor hallway.
おかしいな。急に眠く。
あとは警備システムを眠らせてっと。こっちは順調よ。カタル君、そっちはどう？
少しだけ待って。フィオが向かった地下方面のエアダクト、思ったよりセンサーの数が多くてさ。ちょっと骨が折れそうだけど、フィオ、いける？
OK カトル、自立モードで突破可能。
了解。それじゃあ任せたよ。
Ah!
エリアを確認。侵入できるルートを発見。
Nice, we've got our inn. That we do. Theo managed to secure just enough space for a human to pass through. Great work. I'll rendezvous with you in the basement. See you there. No time to waste. Let's roll out. How about that? Van, there's one more issue. Oh, great. Bit of a tough climb for you, ain't it? So, you want to go piggyback or princess carry? Very funny. Now make like a stool and get on all fours. With Van and Zeros' help, Cotter was able to reach the duct and get inside. The pair then worked their way through the route Theo mapped out, arriving safely below ground. Zect Arms branch office, underground sector. Here we are. Looks like some kind of research and manufacturing zone. Yeah, you can tell it's been heavily renovated. We'll need to watch our step. It seems their automated security systems are still online. That's as sure a sign as any that we're in the right place. Ah, Judith. Nice work earlier. Did you check the other floors just in case? Hey, stick with Grimcat, remember? Anyway, I did a lap through the air ducts, but none of the rooms up there fit what we're looking for. In that case, the server room we're after must be somewhere ahead. Amada probably built this place as a hideaway. Chances are Zect Arms is helping themselves to it. Right. And their main terminal should contain a full catalog of this branch's records. Enough twiddling our thumbs then. It's time to get this show on the road. Okay. Lead the way, Grimcat.
怪盗グリムキャッツの力見せてあげるわ。
やけに気合が入ってるね。
ま、初代から得られた手がかりだし、これでもし失敗したらなんて言われるか。
I love the music here.
さあ、張り切っていくわよ。
生き返るぜ。こっちだ。そらそら行けカトル。はっ
What?
許さないわよ。はっやっ。
おまか。
Oh, what the hell? How do I not have a hit 3 on this guy?
さすが見せるな。
I guess the other option would be a gold get jump. I got one. I don't know if I can turn in for another one. I'll have to check that. I'm going to assume no.
曲の変更やね。任しとき。了解や。ええ曲選んだな。
This one is so
ええ曲選んだな。
so good. One of my favorite songs in the series.
Hona こちらで選曲させてもらうわ。ほなこちらで選曲させてもらうわ。どれがかかるかお楽しみやな。ええもん揃えとるで。
Oh, I can't trade in for.
毎度あり。
Has the
メンテナンスモードに移行したわよ。
Argent
メンテ
gem
ナンスを
right
開
now.
始します。属性専用
With the
スロット
Goldia
です。
gem. And yes, of course.
メンテナンスを開始します。
And
メンテナンスモードに移行しました。シャードスキルが更新されました。メンテナンス
I'll swap these around as needed for now.
専用スロットです。
何かのラボみてえだな。
うん、気になるけどメイン端末はここじゃなさそうだね。マルドゥックの警備マシナリー。いやちょっと違うような。
絶命のおせい。決勝の人形兵器アダンの技術もパクってそう。
節操がないわね。でもそれだけの技術力はあるってことかしら。
どんどん行こう。
こっちだ。そらそら。相手が悪かったな。
やるじゃないバン。
oh, went up. Oh, I see.
アクション開始よ。
You get more experience if you do command battle for those.
相手になるぜ。
バンさん。
こっちだ。そらそら。相手が悪かったな。
やったねバンさん。
Feels like you probably do.
こっちだ。そらそら。出番だ、ジュリス。援護するぜ。
キュットワイライトキス。さすが
トレジャーを感知したよ。
さすが見せるな、ジュリス。
こんなの簡単ね。ま、余裕ね。さあするわ。するわ。こんなの簡単ね。ま、余裕ね。タイムリミットが近いわね。システムは制圧よ。
No, you don't really get much saves for... Oh. Funny man.
相手が悪かったな。
やったねボンさん。
よし、道がつながったな。
トレジャーを感知したよ。フィオにメロスもどうもありがとう。
よし、道がつながったな。
トレジャーを感知したよ。
群れてやがんな。
気をつけなさい。ブーストチャンス消えろよ。
どんどん行こ
おせおせで行くわよ。決めた。
こっちだ。そらそら。
チャンスよ。やっやっ。
おまけだよ。
決めて。バン。
ここだ。
よし。
主役の出番ね。
行くよ。
やるじゃないバン。 ここで休めそうね。
生き返るぜ。
So this is the main terminal? Looks awfully extensive. Even more so than I expected. Just might rival the one we had back at the Institute. You'd need an incredibly talented engineer on staff to get any use out of it, though. Clock's ticking. Ready to do your thing, Catter? I'll get right on it. Fio, Zeros, back me up. I'm in. Wait. What's this? Looks like a list of custom-made armaments not found in their official lineup. There's some recent orders on here from a certain mafia boss for a needle gun and mechanized gauntlets. I think we can guess who those went to. Specs weren't just about raising lethality either. These things were developed to be as excruciating for the victim as possible. The results were of exceptional interest and elevated our company's weapons engineering to new heights. But that's despicable. So what if Amara's the one who asked for it? It definitely crossed a line. Criminal activity is one thing, but this is on another level entirely. The same applies to their experiments on giving monsters the ability to use shard skills. And here's a report from the unit that participated in the death game in Arasion. Neither had to be more to that. Turns out their true aim was test data on the nuclear weapon. This place was purchased about 2 months ago. They must have been hoping for more information on that front. After closing the deal, we inspected every nook and cranny of the interior and scrutinized each speck of dust. What a filthy pack of hyenas. I'll tell you one thing, these guys wouldn't think twice about abducting a kid in broad daylight. Any intel on that front, Catter? Give me a moment to check. I got a hit. Hold on. This is...
あらあらあら、どこのネズミかと思ったら。とんだ泥棒猫じゃないの。これはいいサンプルになりそうね。確かグリムキャッツだったかしら。使徒の解決やどもといる理由は知らないけど、そのハレンチな衣装品向いて明日の朝刊に載せてあげましょうか。
そうそう、なんなのあいつ。
どうやらここの責任者みてえだが。
Zect Arms Chief Developer Rosalie.
ゼクトアームズ社開発主任のロザリーよ。会うのは初めてね。クソ解決屋の皆さん。何度かうちの仕込みを邪魔してくれたようだけど、こうして訪ねてきてくれて嬉しいわ。
そいつはどうもなかなか楽しい会社見学だったぜ。
数々の違法行為、倫理的問題点についてはしっかり記録させていただきました。
報いはきっちり受けさせてあげる。覚悟しなさい。
どうやらうちのルールを叩き込んでやる必要がありそうね。ゼクトアームズ社則第4項、ロザリー様の研究に身も心も魂も捧げるべし。とりあえず実験台よろしくね。今度売り出す新型兵器なの。
ってどんだけパワハラなのよ。
お前も突っ込んでんじゃねえ。ひとまずここをしのぐぞ。
こんな人たちに負けられない。行くよフィオ、ゼロス。
気をつけなさい。
実践テスト開始。
社名により排除する。
ブーストチャンス消えるわよ。
どんどん行こう。
おせおせで行くわよ。
こっちだ。そらそらチャンスだ。
Oh, they've actually got a fair bit of HP.
ブーストチャンス消えるわよ。
行くぜ。
ブーストチャンス
So many turns in a row.
呪いぜ。
そこまでだ。
何か来る。気をつけろ。
何か仕掛けてくるわ。
ドライブ開始。
許さないわよ。ジュディスさん、キュッ、トワイライトキス。
それ。
カトル君、続いて。
こんなことが。計算ではこちらが圧倒的に優位なはず。戦力評価のミス。いえ、このクズどもが私の武器を使いこなせていれば。
人を人とも思わないあなたに負けるつもりはないだけさ。
そういうことだ。あんたに人を使う資格はねえよ。
さあ、観念なさい。
なんておめでたい連中ね。二重の備えくらいあるっつーの。
何？
開発中の毒ガス。解毒剤が一人分しかないのが残念だけど、なんとこのボタン一つで地下フロアに充満しちゃうのよね。じゃあね、クソったれな皆さん、地獄の苦しみにのたうち回ってちょうだいな。
なんとかフィオに。
私の加速で。途中のラボにあった危険物なら全て処分させてもらったぜ。
面倒なので燃やすか凍結させただけですけどね。
っては
あ。化け物。
歯ごたえなさすぎですね。ま、3下なんてこんなものですか。
まさか噂の教会
の。おいおい、聖杯の2人じゃねえか。なんでこんなところに嫌がるんだ。
聖杯騎士団だっけ。去年もアルマータ絡みで共和国に来てたけど。
Celis Ortesia, 4th Dominion. Leon Balthazar, 11th Dominion.
お久しぶりですね、解決屋の皆さん。どこぞの獣じみたそっくりさんのせいで手配寸前だったというバンさんも。
知ってやがったか。それが目当てとも思えねえか。
ビビってんじゃねえぞ、弟弟子。だがまあ、私らがここに来たのはただの野暮用だ。アルマータの遺産についてちょいと聞かせてもらおうじゃねえか。ああ、そういうこと。
どうやら僕らと同じみたいだね。
まさかあの聖杯騎士団まで嗅ぎつけてくるなんて。かの結社の執行者と互角以上に張り合える精魂使い、正真正銘の化け物ども。捉えられれば最高のサンプルだけど、さすがに戦力が。あ こうなった以上私も手段を選びません。皆さん覚悟なさってくださいな。
あ？ほう、まだ諦めていないと。
あ、隠し通路。逃げられちゃったね。
どこまでもせこい野郎だぜ。おい、出てこいやこら。
これはこじ開けようにもそれなりに頑丈そうな扉ですね。
Freeze it and shatter it?
その通りよ。これはかの結社が開発した超合金製。あなたたちでも突破するにはしばらくかかるでしょう。その間に警備システムを再起動してありったけの兵器を投入すれば。
ま、責任者は取り逃したけど、さばき用はいくらでもあるしね。
一応欲しい情報はコピーしたし、帰る前に後片付けをしておこうか。
ああ、そうだな。このままってわけにはいかねえだろう。世の中のためにもな。
なんだなんだ、あたしらも混ぜろや。
ほう、確かにひどいデータばかりですね。境界法に照らし合わせても非人道的。
ちょっとあなたたち、私のメインサーバーで一体何を。あのね、その研究データは我が社の要とも言うべきとっても大切な。見るのはいいけど大事に扱ってほしいっていうか。
ああ、これネット経由で本社サーバーにバックアップが取られてるみたいだね。やるならそちらも消さないと。
そういや、キティエンジンの裏モード、お前も使えるんだったか。
うん、リゼットさんにもいろいろ教わったしね。年末の一件でレンさんやエレネートもちょっと。本社サーバーとなると厳重だろうけど、あの時のハッキングツールを使えば。フィオ、自立型ハッキングモードを起動。
オーケー、カトラ。
なんとかなりそうね。
へえ、大したもんじゃねえか。でもってやるからには徹底的にってか。
ま、当のご本人も雲隠れしてしまいましたし、仕方ありませんね。
今まで本当に大変だったのよ。あちこちの研究データを盗んだり、裏社会の連中を使って実験したり。嘘よね。大体そんな簡単に。
第一防壁突破、第二防壁のハッキングを開始。プロテクト解析 3%、6%、10%。
ここの端末のマシンパワーも使おうか。キティエンジン展開、一気に行くよ。
この6年間、私がどれだけ苦労して。やめて、やめなさいよ。
Zekdarm's headquarters experienced a major server crash that day, losing a considerable amount of data in the process. A packet of evidence attesting to their illegal activities was then delivered to both the police and the Bracer Guild. Although Rosalie, their chief developer, managed to escape, the company itself had been dealt a critical blow. Your company's dirty little secrets are all mine now. The following morning, police got a card from Grimcat 2. Now let us investigate the premises. I'm sorry, but all of the doors to the building are locked. None of the staff has shown up either, so I'm afraid my hands are tied. Sneaky bastards. Fine, I'll just get a warrant and force my way in. Well, we finally got the intel we need to make some headway. You sure you don't mind throwing your lot in with us again? Yeah, it's cool. You guys beat us to the punch anyway. Didn't realize your crew was gunning after the Legacy too, though. It's not so much that we want it for ourselves. We're more keen on what it actually is. Right now, it feels like it could be anything. A stash of Mira, drugs, heavy weapons. Frankly, nothing is off the table. That's all the more reason to verify what we're dealing with. Seems we share a general understanding then. Our goal, in essence, is to assess the situation, determine whether this legacy is an artifact, and, in the case that it is, recover it. So long as that goal remains unimpeded, whatever you do is of no import to us. No reason we can't join forces then, at least until we actually find the thing. Artifacts mean jack to us anyway, so yeah, you scratch our back, we'll scratch yours. Now that we've settled that, let's cut to the chase. I've been sifting through the files from Zekdarm's server. So far, this is the best lead I've got. Robin Glasgow. Must be a report on Lucas Pops. Right. Evidently, they were investigating him in great detail. As for why, well, see for yourself. Robin Glasgow, 43, male. Born to and raised by an impoverished family in Messeldam. Robin spent his teenage years doing lackey work before eventually becoming an errand boy to a prolific drug dealer. In Septium Calendar 1182, he joined up with Almada, a newly formed mafia organization where he would then be placed in charge of procurement and logistics. Evidence points to Almada's executives maintaining direct contact with Robin after establishing their base of operations. Despite his low rank, Robin avoided the purge that followed the unseating of Almada's original leader by Gerard Dantes. It is believed that he has earned a place of trust as a long-standing veteran within the organization. Robin's family remains unaware of his true occupation, as even his wife is fully convinced that he works as a day laborer. With almost the entirety of Almada's membership exposed, he is presently considered the last of their members still at large. I didn't realize we were dealing with someone so close to the Mafia's core. That explains why Zekdarms is on the hunt for him. He's one of Almada's last dangling threads, and their supply specialist on top of that. If anyone's got the dirt on the legacy, it's this guy. The quickest way to get it is to smoke him out and grill him. Zekdarms had that same thought, I imagine. There's also another report in here that caught my eye. Our comprehensive analysis has led us to something known as the Crimson Fragment, a component that Almada referred to as the final key. From what we could gather, this Crimson Fragment is a part of Almada's legacy, and there is a strong possibility that Robin Glasgow is currently in possession of it. Its moniker suggests that it may be an artifact, but chief developer Rosalie seems to have other ideas. The Crimson Fragment, and they called it the final key? If it weren't for this report, I'd think it was made up. Oh, yeah, this thing's the real deal, and with a name like that, it's got artifact written all over it. The likelihood is high, to be sure. But suppose their hypothesis holds water and this Robin Glasgow truly did make off with it. What are the odds of him sticking around in Messeldam? It's certainly plausible that he fled for good. But at the same time, he has roots here, and concealment seems to be a forte of his. Don't forget Zekdarms either. They've been skulking in and around town, probing every place they could think of. Maybe he couldn't bear to leave his family behind? That'd line up with Luca's story, but something about this is nagging at me. Long story short, our next step is to track this man down. It'll be tricky though, with how long he's dodged the guild and the police. True as that may be, Zekdarms did keep tabs on the spots they knew he frequented. There must be a safe house or hidden passage somewhere around one of them. They wouldn't have been combing their way through the city otherwise. Nice find, Cotter. That'll save us some effort. Park Heights, Messeldam Chapel, Stowe and Company, Laka Public Baths, Exeter Cinema, North Sea Hotel, Club Barracuda, Lighthouse No. 1 at Messeldam Port, Warehouse District by Wharf No. 3, all canals and other watercourses, all pass between any of the above. Sheesh, make it longer, why don't they? Sure didn't narrow it down. Ticking these off one by one will take forever and a half. Nothing for it. We're obligated to lend our aid. Oh, but you needn't strain yourself, Celis. Clairvoyance isn't exactly your strong suit, after all. Hey, I could do it no prob when the chips are down. So, you do have more practice than me, so fine. I'll let you field that part. You're talking about the power you pulled out during last year's incident, right? Are you sure that'll come in handy here? Well, strictly speaking, its intended use is detecting spiritual presences. However, it should prove sufficient for identifying hidden rooms or passageways. That's one nifty little trick. It sounds similar to a shard search, only on a much broader scale. We can make use of Fio and Zeros' scanners too. Let's split up and see what we uncover. Since Leon's clairvoyance could cover more ground, he and Celis opted to focus on the larger structures. In the meantime, Van and company branched out, inspecting a wide variety of locations with the help of Fio and Zeros. Eventually, we're down to our final candidate. That would be Club Barracuda over in the back streets. Oh yeah, the one that's underground. Funny, I didn't pick up on any hidden routes in there yesterday. Hey, if it was that easy, it wouldn't be hidden. Well, come on. Let's get in there and scope the place out. We may want to ensure we're prepared first, now that our search is nearing a close. Good idea. If something does turn up, we could be in there for a while. Actually, if it's okay with you guys, can we go see how the shoot is coming along? Goatee was running off on another one of his wild tangents yesterday evening, so I want to check if things are going smoothly for Nina and the others. I'm a little curious myself. We did assist with the production in a way. Works for me. Let's swing by for a bit before heading down to the club.
ぱらつき始めたわね、雪。
今日は冷えるね。積もらないといいけど。
僕は相性的に雪は好
Of
きです。
course you do.
まあ、風情があって私も嫌いじゃね。
And since you hang around him, of course you don't mind it either. One moment. Okay, we're gonna do the. How did I? Forgot to change that. Sorry about that. We are going to do the 2 side quests, and then I'm going to start a new stream. We're at 10.5 hours. Right. Friend gone missing. Help! It's been forever since we've seen our friend. Meet us at the church and we'll tell you the rest. Oni and Mina. Looks like there's more. Monster at the Messeldam branch. At some point during yesterday's chaos, an experiment was released somewhere in the Zekdarm's branch office's basement level, specifically the server room. Clean it up before the police move in. EL. Gotta be Grammy. Oh, yeah. Heir to the Phantom Thief name, keep distractions in your surroundings to a minimum. Basically, she's telling me I wasn't thorough enough. I see. I guess we could sneak our way back in when we get some free time. Let's go deal with that first. Everybody's still equipped how I wanted them, it looks like. Okay, cool. The graffiti she drew. Seeing it in daylight like this gives it a whole different punch. It's a fair bit more artistic than what I usually see. Whoever did this has style. Yeah, I like it. Some people it probably looks like streaks on a wall, but I can understand why others would call it a form of high art. That's a pretty cool picture. I am the reincarnation of the great artist Aramis, and I say the city is a festering pile of shit. Whoa, what's with this old dude? Come on, man. Let's save ourselves a hassle and scram. No, hold on a second. I think I've seen this guy somewhere before. Isn't he the one those finance magazines called the Real Estate Mogul of Messeldam way back when? Willingham or something? Real estate. Never heard of it. I live in a republic. You suppose he really was a wealthy realtor once? Beats me. That old man's past is between him and Eidos now. Still, when people in high places fall, they tend to fall hard. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. Just who are you supposed to be? You look a bit like my 104th son from my dreams last night. Or maybe not. Damn it. Even if their staff is in hiding, searching their premises is bound to turn up a mountain of evidence. I've already contacted Inspector Daswani. All we need now is a warrant. This tinderbox of a company isn't getting off scot-free on my watch. Illegal experimentation? How could we let such a nefarious company dig its claws into our city? I've already contacted Messeldam PD. We need to mount a raid on this place one way or another. Like I said, my hands are tied. I couldn't even tell you one thing about this company. I get that this is an official investigation and all, but that's no reason to pin the blame on me. Looks like all the entrances and exits are blocked off, but all the blockades inside are still unlocked. Alright, as long as we use the ducts, we should be able to reach the server room. Okay, let's get moving. Exterminate.
気をつけなさい。ブーストチャンス消えるわよ。
ぶちかますぜ。
こっちだ。そらそら行くぜ。行けやセリス。
シャードブーストのチャンス。
おせおせで行くわよ。
覚悟はいい。
ガンガン行
とっておきだぜ。その身に刻みや。暗き魔を食らう炎のアビトとなれ。ティアンマミスガルド。
ブーストゲージ上限解放。
Found Revelation.
これにて終幕ね。
報酬が振り込まれたわ。
Complete. Ray's getting real close. One side quest taken care of. Guessing we can't go to the theater today. This, I think, is a fairly in-depth side quest. We're looking for a Tony and Mina that put out a request for us. Is that you two? I'm from Arkride Solutions. We got your 4 SPG. Whoa, he really showed up. See, I told you it would work. Do you mind if we explain our request? Sure, I'm all ears. Okay, well, the thing is, there's this boy who goes to Sunday school with us. His name's Jed, and he can be a little rough around the edges sometimes. He skips school a bunch, gets into fights with other kids. Definitely sounds like a handful. Yeah, he really is. And no matter how many times the adults yell at him, he never listens. But none of that stuff means he's a bad person, you know? He just has a hard time expressing himself. Anyway, the problem is that Jed's... Well, 3 days ago he stopped coming to school, and we haven't really seen him since. He stopped coming without saying a word to anybody? That's what we think, anyway. I know he's got a lot of stuff going on at home, but his dad hasn't reached out to anyone either. And maybe he really is just skipping school. I don't think so. See, Jed might not like most things, but he does like me and Tony. That's why, whenever he skips classes, he'll still come out to play with us. But it's been 3 whole days since we've seen him. There's gotta be something wrong. I see. Can't blame you for being worried, honestly. Oh, right. The teachers have also been acting pretty weird today. I think they've been talking about Jed. But whenever we ask about what they're talking about, they just say it's grown-up business and that we don't need to worry about it. How could they even say that to us? Jed's our friend. Anyway, that's why we decided to come to you for help. Can you please figure out what's going on with Jed? Look, I get that you really care about this kid, but I'm not so sure this is a job for a Spriggan. You seriously about to turn down a little kid, Arkrad? What a shame. This seemed like a wonderful opportunity to witness a Spriggan in action for once. Come on, Van. I get that this probably falls more into the guild's bucket, but I'm worried about their friend too. Wow, no pressure, right? It really isn't the kind of job I'd normally take, but it sounds like I'll have my hands full if I don't. Guess there's nothing to it but to do it. We'll take your request. Not sure if we'll be any help, though. Awesome. Thank you so much. We'll start by talking to your Sunday school teachers first. Sounds like they know a thing or two about what's happened to Jed. Yeah, I think they were having a meeting about him earlier. Father Krenz and Sister Olga are inside the chapel right now. If you find out anything, let us know as soon as possible. Will do. Just gonna grab a drink. Alright. Drink acquired. I know this is grown-up business, but Jed's my friend and he's important to me. So can you find out what's going on with him for us, please? This is the first time Jed hasn't shown up 3 days in a row. Trouble likes to follow him around, and he's probably got a lot happening at home, so... I just hope everything's okay with him. We don't have any proof, Olga. But we can't simply do nothing. I'm going to the police station to file a report. Sorry to interrupt, but we were wondering if we could ask you a few questions. Oh, yes, of course. What seems to be the problem? Well, you see, I'm a Spriggan, and we just got a request from a couple of kids that go to Sunday school here. They wanted us to look into where their friend Jed is. They're worried about him. That must have been Tony and Mina. They ask about him every chance they get. I'm surprised they tried to hire a Spriggan, though. I mean, no offense, but you should really let the church handle something like this. And I'm not sure how comfortable I feel sharing information on one of our children with a complete stranger. That's about the reaction I expected, honestly. It's way harder to do this sort of thing in Messeldam than it is in the capital, huh? I mean, practically everyone knows your face back home. I'll vouch for him. They may not look it, but they're actually pretty trustworthy. Although, given Mr. Arkwright's exceptionally dubious character, your reaction is understandable. Don't worry, if he does anything that would offend the goddess, we'll make sure he receives due punishment. You really have it out for me, huh? Those robes. Are you with the Congregation for the Sacraments? Yeah, sorry for barging in on your conversation, but you were just saying something about filing a report? Why not ask these guys for help first? I'm surprised that you place so much trust in them. Personally, I still have my reservations, but, well, maybe this is Eidos' will. So, you'll let us handle it? Yes, we would be happy to have your assistance. First, let me explain. As you know, Jed hasn't been to school in 3 days, despite us trying to keep an eye on him. Having heard nothing from the boy, we made a trip to his house this morning to see what was going on. When we did, however, we were surprised to hear that he'd simply never come home in the first place. Sounds like things are worse than we thought. So he's completely missing then? Yes, and yet, Jed's father said he had no intention of notifying the authorities. His response to the matter was simply, "I'm sure he'll come back eventually." But after that, he also said something to the effect of, "He'll be sorry for putting me through all this." Sounds like he doesn't care at all about his son's safety. Talk about a rough home. Yes, we believe it's possible that Jed's being abused. We've witnessed his father get upset with him on several occasions. He occasionally comes into school with injuries as well, not the kind you'd expect from fighting with other kids either. However, his father claims they're all Jed's doing. He says he gets them all playing because he's so competitive and quick to get into fights with other children. I know we just agreed to take this on, but maybe it's better if we leave this to the police. You think so too, then? I disagree. Yeah, going to the police is out of the question, for the moment at least. What are you talking about? That kid could be in serious trouble right now. Look, the cops are going to deal with this one of two ways. Either they send him back to his old man, or they place him in protective custody. Plus, if there's not enough evidence or Jed and his father have conflicting stories, the investigation alone will take months. In other words, any potential resolution would be brought to a standstill. And that would only serve to make things worse for Jed. I suppose that's true. That's why you should let us investigate first. I see what you mean. Didn't think you ever thought that far ahead. It's just, I get why some kids would want to run away from home. Been through my own share of stuff in the past, after all. Well, I'm riding your coattails on this one, but I agree with you. That said, you're welcome to put in a report with the police, but would you mind waiting a bit? At least until we've had a chance to do our thing? Yes, of course. We understand. I guess our first stop should be Jed's house then. It's the one right by the entrance to the back streets. Please do whatever you can to help him. Sure, we'll go see what we can find. I'm inclined to ask what it is that's brought the Congregation for the Sacraments to our city, but assuming you've already explained yourself to Father Rodion, I will prioritize this matter with Jed for now. Please do what you can for him. Jed's house is in the back streets by the port. I know I shouldn't say this, but his father could be a bit frightening. Please be careful, everyone. You two are from the Congregation for the Sacraments. I was present for your investigation immediately following Almada's demise. For you to be here again must mean that circumstances have taken a turn once more. Might there be a new threat poised to beset us? If so, then I can only leave it to you. While I do have my position in the Congregation for Divine Worship to consider, Eidos would not wish for us to be at odds at such times as these. I had the same thought last year, but you being so quick on the uptake saves us a lot of trouble, Father. We shall avail ourselves of your blessing and act freely in that case. Okay, this must be the place. Yeah, sounds like the dad's going to be a real piece of work, though. Don't you think it'll be a little tough to get info from him? There's no way he won't be on guard with us. Yeah, I think it'd be best if we formed a plan first. Heh, you're actually starting to sound like a Spriggan. This is exactly what I've been looking forward to. Well, first, we should make sure the ones doing the questioning are the least intimidating out of all of us. I've got a voice recorder here too, just in case. Also, I've got a job for Zeros. For Zeros? Well, I guess I don't mind, as long as you actually have a plan. Yeah, I'll take care of it when the time comes. Now let's get the show on the road. You know, considering we were traveling together anyway, I figured we might as well help them out. But how are we the least intimidating ones? Really thinks he could get away with pushing us around like this? Still, I do think he made the right call. We may as well resign ourselves to it and knock already. Leon knocked on the door to Jed's house. Damn it! I was just starting to get a buzz going. Drinking. Ain't seen you around here before. You at the church? If it's about my kid, I already covered it with the others. Pleased to meet you. We actually just started working with the church here in Messeldam. We heard about Jed from the others. As his father, I'm sure you must be horribly distraught. So you see, we thought that perhaps we might be of some help. Yeah, that's right. We want to help look for Jed. Nah, don't bother yourself about it. I'm not sure if he's run away or what, but it's probably because I gave him a pretty harsh talkie to a few days ago. Give him a day or two, and he always comes back. Huh? This isn't the first time he's run away? I mean, 3 days is a bit of a first, but otherwise no. Huh. Why do I have to sit here and answer all these dumb questions anyway? Wish that broad I was dating never dropped them on me in the first place. I mean, all the kid ever does is mouth off. Doesn't clean, doesn't cook. If it weren't for the money I get for housing him, he wouldn't be worth spit to me. He ought to be grateful he even has a roof over his head. This man's every bit as unpleasant as we were led to believe. Can't believe... Huh? You got something you want to say to me, Missy? I said I can't believe what a lousy piece of shit you... My goodness, where are our manners? The sister here has a very peculiar tick, you see? It presents like verbal abuse on occasion. Huh? Seems like they're hanging on by a thread over there. Maybe it'll still work out? They did seem pretty unhappy about it all. But choosing them was the right choice. It's less likely to be on guard with someone from the church. I mean, after the visit they had earlier, why wouldn't they send someone else over? Oh, would you look at that? I think they're wrapping up. I see. So they're not actually blood related. The only reason he's keeping him around is because of the welfare he gets from the government and the church. Shitty old bastard. Creeps like that make me sick. I didn't see any signs of a child in the house anywhere. Given the way his father was acting, it's likely he hasn't been back since he left. On a separate note, I admire your incredible willingness to voice work onto others, Van. Truly an admirable quality for a Spriggan. Yeah, sorry to throw you guys into the deep end like that. You're a big help. Alright, this next bit is up to our Zyphas, and Zeros. You're talking about the scent of the house you had Zeros pick up, right? We just need to have him compare it against any other scents in the city using Shard Search. Think you could do that, Zeros? Guess we're all set then. We'll take over from here. I guess we could let the clergy rest for a bit. Of course, happy to oblige. Maybe this time we'll actually get to see you do something for once. Seems to be where the trail ends. I fact that it led us to a trash can doesn't exactly fill me with relief, though. Yeah, talk about a bad omen. But I guess a lead's a lead. Now let's see what's inside. Right, here we go. So that's all it was. Oh, thank the goddess. I was afraid we were going to find a kid stuffed in there. You've been watching too many thrillers, Judith. Although, I was also starting to get a bit spooked. Let's see what's inside. An old mop, a scrub brush, and a large towel. All that, and there's also what looks like an old, worn-out set of kids' clothing in here. I assume Zeros must have picked up a scent on the clothes. I'm sure they're Jed's, but why were they thrown away? Items were gathered together pretty neatly. Doesn't feel like somebody trying to dispose of evidence. Maybe whoever threw this stuff out just wanted to get Jed into a change of clothes. They are pretty dirty. Probably wanted the kid to clean up a bit. You think someone's trying to take care of him? That seems like a pretty likely possibility. The question is who? You should be able to narrow it down based on the contents of the bag. Yeah, this doesn't really look like your typical family's trash. Probably came from one of the shops around here. In that case, maybe it was towel, mop, the bathhouse. Whoever works there definitely knows where Jed is. Oh, that makes sense. Bathhouse would totally have all those items. Huh, you're right. Hadn't even thought about it. Take it that means we have our next stop, yes? Yeah, let's go see what they have to say. Excuse me, ma'am. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Oh, certainly. What would you like to know? You're not taking care of a child here by any chance, are you? We're looking for a little boy named Jed. May I ask why you're looking for him? We spoke with a few people at the chapel who were worried about him. They haven't seen him for 3 days now. Yeah, and we promised we'd do whatever we could to find him. Is there any way we can convince you to trust us? No, it's alright. It's plain to see you're good folk. However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you three. Jed just ran off a few minutes ago. The boy practically burst out the doors like his tail was on fire. Did something happen? Well, you see, maybe it's best I start from the beginning. If you don't mind. I've been worried about that boy for a while now. You see, his father is far from being a good man. Some time back, I even saw him push the kid to steal something from the souvenir store. Then, 3 days ago, I noticed him wandering around all by himself at night. I called out to him, and I noticed that his cheeks were swollen like he'd been beaten. I figured I would patch him up a bit. So that's how he ended up staying here with you? Must mean you're the one who had him change into a different set of clothes. You knew about all that? Yes, that was me. I was lucky enough to have some clothes around his size that we usually reserve for customers. So I had him change into those, then gave him a meal that'd be easy on his stomach. That's very kind of you, ma'am. Sure explains what he's been up to these last 3 days. Which leads us back to him running out of here a minute ago, right? He certainly seems to be feeling better. You see, I was thinking of asking him if he'd like to stay here permanently. You want to become his legal guardian? I'm impressed that you'd be willing to take on that kind of responsibility. Well, my husband passed away, and my only son is living elsewhere with his own family. I hardly know what to do with myself if I don't have someone to look after. And in the end, it just wouldn't sit right with me if I sent him back to that awful father of his. You won't find any disagreement here. I was in the middle of asking him what he thought of me taking him in, but that's when he up and ran off. I'm sure he probably just needs some time to think it over. Well, I think you've painted a pretty clear picture. Sounds like Jed probably hasn't gone all too far either. Oh, I'm sure he's nearby. He's probably over by the lighthouse. I'm a bit worried about him catching a cold in this weather, though. If you don't mind, would you be willing to go check on him for me? Of course, it'd be no problem. Oh, guess we're finally meeting Jed. Let's go. It sure got cold out here. Hey, why the long face, kid? Who are you? It's none of your business. Actually, it's very much our business. We were planning to go take a bath over at the bathhouse, but the old lady at the counter was in a bit of a tizzy. I asked her if there was a problem, and she said she was so worried about the little boy who ran out that she couldn't focus on work. Huh? I didn't realize. So, are you this Jed she was talking about? If something's bothering you, why don't we talk it out? Otherwise, we might never get to take a dip in the baths. That's an interesting approach. He seems very well versed in dealing with kids, too. Thing is, that old lady asked me if I wanted to stay with her. She gave me these new clothes and fed me a ton of food. I didn't know what to think of it at first, but it was way better than anything I ever had at home. Sounds pretty great to me. Why not give it a try for a while? Give it a try? How do you expect me to do that, huh? If I did, it'd be like I was running away from my dad. This isn't a matter of pride, though. If he's treating you poorly, it's okay to run away, don't you think? That's the coward's way out, and I'm no coward. I've never lost a fight. This old lady, sure, she treats me like I'm her kid right now, but it's all just for show. She's got to be just like my old man. She just wants me for the Mira. Do you really believe that? Yeah, of course I do. All grown-ups are just liars and phonies. You almost had me fooled, too. Glad I came out here to cool my head. You came out here to cool your head and that's your answer? You're an even bigger fool than I thought. He's got you so screwed up that you don't even know how to accept a little human decency? Hey, don't you think she's getting a little too harsh? Yeah, she's really laying into him. Nah, let's let her handle this one. Why do you gotta yell at me like that? You're just like my old man. Listen, do you know why I am so angry? It's because you said something wrong, and I think you know what it was. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. That old lady is genuinely worried about you. She wants to help you however she can. She doesn't deserve to have her feelings spat on just because you think she's only in it for the Mira or whatever. Why are you saying all this? I know I overdid it by saying all that stuff a minute ago. And I know she's actually really nice. It's just, if I went to live with her, I'd have to explain it to my old man. Look, I don't know what your dad'll say if you try to leave. But it sounds to me like you want to take the old lady up on her offer, and you're too scared of your dad to do it. What you're missing is the courage to be honest with yourself. If you want to leave home, maybe tell some adults how you're feeling instead of trying to deal with it all on your own. Us, that old lady, and the people at the church are all here to help you. You said you'd never lost a fight, right? Well, you don't have to lose this one either. Okay, I'll try. That's the spirit. See? You could do anything if you put your mind to it. Phew. I wasn't sure that was going to turn out so well for a minute there, but it looks like all's well that ends well. Yeah, that's one more case in the bag. That's the delinquent sister for you. Indeed. She's a lot kinder than she lets on, if a bit of a busybody. Alright, let's head back. I know I got a little steam there, but I'll leave the rest to you, Spriggan. Hey, no harm done. Alright then, let's go and get Angela, and then we'll head to the chapel to talk everything over. So, they went back to get Angela, then headed back to the chapel. Oni and Mina gave Jed a bit of a scolding, but the three were more than happy to be reunited. In the meantime, Van and the others sat down with the head of the church, Vicar Rodion, to discuss Jed's future. That's why I decided to take the boy in. If possible, I'd like to become his guardian so that he could continue to live with me. I'm sure this would have gone much smoother if I'd consulted with the church first. I'm very sorry for all the trouble. There's no need for an apology. Some of the blame lies with us for not doing more from the beginning. Besides, it should be relatively simple to register him with your name and household. Considering it also sounds like that's Jed's wish, I'd say we could go ahead and start moving things in that direction. The real problem is what to do about his old man. Yeah, that's going to be the most critical part. You make it sound like you've already got a plan in mind. You gonna share with the class? Yes, if that's true, we'd certainly like to hear it. The way I see it, we've got two options. The first option would be to hand him over to the police. And the second option? We don't turn him in at all. Wouldn't handing him over to the police be the obvious choice? I think so too. We already have testimony from Angela and the boy himself that he was being abused. We even have those recorded statements from when we spoke to the father earlier. He should be held accountable for what he's done. Even if he is brought in, his case won't be tried as a serious crime. If Jed was harmed to the point of nearly being killed, that would be a different story. But because he's mostly been able to attend school regularly, there's a likelihood that his father could get off with a light sentence. If that's the case, then I can understand why we wouldn't want to get the police involved. But you don't plan to let the father get off scot-free either, right? Right. I'm going to have him sign a contract. That'll guarantee that he not only leaves Messeldam, but that he never makes contact with Jed again. Well, it certainly won't be a loss for the community. And if we threaten to expose his other crimes to the police upon a breach of contract, he should have no issue agreeing to our terms. That's a pretty good idea. But it also means that jerk won't have to face judgment. He can just start a new life somewhere else like it's no big deal. Even thinking about it pisses me off. I think it's most important we make sure he adheres to the contract. And to be frank, I'm not totally convinced we'll be able to get him to sign. I suppose we'll just have to rely on a Spriggan's experience once more. I imagine there's no clear solution to this issue. You're all much more closely aware of Jed's concerns than we are, so I'd like to take your perspective into account on the matter. Guess it's up to you, Van. Well, if you want my opinion, maybe we should turn him over to the police so he'll actually have to pay for his crimes. Or do we let him off with signing a contract? I think we should have him sign a contract. Choosing what's best for that kid's future has to take priority over meting out punishment to his old man. And from that perspective, if he ever tries to get revenge, we'll have our excuse to hand him over to the police. You see where you're coming from. You make a very convincing argument. Very well, the church will move forward as you've suggested. Soon after, Van and the others arrived at Jed's father's house with the contract already in hand. Stated, the undersigned agrees to leave Messeldam immediately and to never seek contact with Jed or bring him any harm for the rest of his life. Any breach of this contract will result in the undersigned's past crimes being brought to light and reported to the appropriate authorities. The bit about his past crimes was a bluff on Van's part, but Jed's father, sensing truth in Van's claims, finally relented and agreed to sign the contract.
これで解決だ。
報酬が振り込まれたわ。
Gray alignment maxed out. I'm sure there's somebody who can use an Ambarrel gem.
オーブメントを調整するんじゃな。メンテナンスモードに移行しました。
Her defense is pretty low. Her EP is pretty high, so we'll give her the Ambarrel gem. What was Revelation again? Oh.
メンテナンスを開始します。
I guess there's not too many places where I need a wider AoE in my arts.
メンテナンスモードに移行しました。属性専用スロットにアクセスしました。
Oh.
属性専用スロットにアクセスしました。シャードスキルが更新されました。
I don't have Crisis Force on anybody. Increase all parameters when starting a command battle while near death. That's, I mean, I'm almost never going to do that, but not like I lost anything. I kind of want to move that down there for Arc Feather, but okay. We're at 11 hours and 5 minutes, so I'm going to end this stream here and start a new one in a few minutes. Then we will continue with the main story. Goodbye for a few minutes. Thanks for watching. See you next stream.